Hello everybody and welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse here at Taif. My name is Callum Helliwell and I'm here to bring you 9 exciting races live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. I will not be doing it alone, however. I am with a man who has joined us back from Ireland, Rory Delagi. How are you getting on?
It's good to be back again. I had a nice little break at home, Callum, but back for another few weeks of action here in Taif to see the season out, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yes, very much looking forward to having Rory with us for the remaining 3 weeks of racing here in Taif. But it's not just Rory and myself. We're joined by Shamila, who is down in the parade ring, hoping to give you lots more winners.
Thank you very much, Callum. It is National Day weekend. I've been counting down the days for this and it is finally here. And not only do we have celebrations and entertainment to look forward to, but we have 3 fantastic days of racing, star-studded fields, and I cannot wait for myself, Callum and Rory to take you all through it.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and we can't wait to get through it either. National Day just on the horizon, so plenty to look forward to. However, looking forward to more pressing concerns, Shamila has been through some of the headliners that we've got to look forward to today at King Khalid Racecourse.
In conjunction with the Saudi National Day celebrations, King Khalid Racetrack will host several brilliant cup races to celebrate this historic day. The special weekend starts on Thursday, where the 2,000-metre Open has attracted several strong names led by Jcsa, who will appear for the first time since coming forth in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup. Mayhama is the biggest threat to Jcsa, especially if she repeats the same performance the last time she won over a mile. On Friday, the Taif Sprint Cup for 2-year-old colts and fillies will be the highlight. Al Mutahed will attract plenty of attention due to his extraordinary victory in his first and only appearance, but Bakhtara will try to get her head out in front once again since achieving her only victory. The Taif Derby will take your breath away with the star-studded names that will compete for this title over a mile. Final Destination seems to be the most likely winner in the title after he came a very close second to the strong Commissioner King in the Taif Cup. Ibn Toulon is considered the biggest threat to him after finishing 3rd in the Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup. Four major contests will decorate Saturday's race day. The Jcsa award will see Jcsa try to beat his opponents, but Basul will try to get his revenge in this race and move forward after finishing second in his last 2 appearances this season. The Arabian horses will compete for a prize over a mile. It will be difficult to beat Kaswarat Al Khaladia, who's looking for his first victory this season after finishing second behind 3 different champions during his last 3 races. The star of the show, Asfan Al Khaladia, may add another crown to his collection in the Taif Derby for Arabians, as he returns off the back of his impressive performance in the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal Cup, in which he defeated Najib Al Zaman, who will try to take his revenge in this very difficult contest. The National Day Cup for Thoroughbreds will start from the 2,400-metre mark. Horton of Youth takes the lead after his exciting performance in the Okaz Cup, when he overtook a number of his current opponents, including Khartoum, who has returned to take him on once again. Meanwhile, the title holder, Abu Al-Nawamis, has had an excellent preparation for this race when he achieved an exciting victory last time out, confirmed his ability to defend the precious title.
Well, thank you very much, Shamila, and that's just a couple of horses to look forward to over the next few days, and I cannot wait to see horses like Al Motterhead and other superstars alike all throughout the next couple of days here at King Khalid Racecourse. Now, to matters pressing today, let's think about the leaderboards and who is on top and who is flying under the radar in our Owners' Championship. This is the first thing we're going to look at. Look how far King Abdul bin Abdulaziz and Sons are. They are absolutely rocking away with the title at the moment with plenty of wins. The Al Khaladir stables clearly dominating the Arabian racing as well, just shows their dominance. There's only 6 Arabian races per week and they're still ahead of some of the thoroughbred trainers too. We've got as well Prince Sultan bin Mashil in the running as well, Prince Faisal bin Khalid. He's looking to claw back that deficit. He's been the champion owner for the last few years, and Prince Khalid bin Sultan as well in 5th position there. So very far clear at the top, Rory. Plenty of action in behind.
Yeah, it's very tight in behind. Al Khaladir stables essentially having their own private battle for that essentially that secondary championship with all the runners coming in the Arabian races, and they're absolutely dominating that. But the predominantly white colours with the green cap of what we call white stables, the sons of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz, probably will increase that lead today with a few interesting runners on the card, and they look pretty good.
They certainly will build up on their lead. They're hoping over today and the next week. As we look at the Trainers' Championship as well, you've got Ahmed Mahmoud in front, Saad Mutlaq in behind as well. Bayan Ansel Bai, a trainer I certainly wish you could keep an eye on. He's a really good trainer and he's certainly flying along under the radar at the moment. Abdulaziz Al Musa is also there as well, and Gays Al Gays in 5th place. Very tight in 3rd, 4th and 5th. The leader, Ahmed Mahmoud, just beginning to creep away in front there.
28 points all told. Slightly different system on the Owners' Championship to the trainers and the jockeys. That's essentially 28 wins this season, 27 for Saad Mutlaq in 2nd. So pretty tight between the top 2 there. Be interested to see how that pans out over the next few weeks here at Taif.
Yes, it will be. And here is the Jockeys' Championship, a real humdinger of a contest. You've got Camille Waspina, 37, head of Adel Alfaredi, 35. They're pulling a wee bit clear of Wigberto Ramos on 23. Naif Alanazi, the best beard in racing, in behind on 22. I can see him trying to close that gap and pass Wigberto in the next few days. And Lou Morales, the big day jockey, is there with 17 wins. He certainly doesn't have a huge amount of rides, so he really does make the most of them.
Indeed he does, but it looks like a real battle between Adel Alfaredi and Camilo Espino at the top there, who've both been riding out of their skins in the last few weeks. Certainly since I've been here, they've been the dominant jockeys and they've been increasing their lead over the rest, despite, as I said, the standard of jockeyship being very high all round here.
Oh, it's massively high. Really good performances all round from the riders at all levels here at King Khalid Racecourse. Now, Saturday is coming up and it is National Day, Saudi National Day for the entire country, and we will be celebrating here at King Khalid Racecourse with a bumper card to look forward to.
King Khalid Equestrian Square will celebrate a special day on September 23rd. Next Saturday sees the Kingdom come together to honour our 93rd Saudi National Day, with music, fun and entertainment for all the family. So come and join us in Taif and let the festivities begin.
Let the festivities begin indeed. Now, we've mentioned 3 members of our team, but we've not mentioned the 4th member of our awesome foursome. That is John Blance, our man in the sky, our voice from above. John, how are you doing?
Very well, thanks, lads. Yeah, looking forward to another good day's racing here at Taif. 9 races, of course, and the first one isn't too far away. The stalls being placed in the position for the 1,200-metre maiden race that kicks things off. It's a local bred contest. Then we've got a non-winners of 3 race at 4:35 local time. Then a couple of Arabian races at 5:05 and 5:40 local time here in Saudi. Then we move up to a 1,400-metre maiden contest. Then 1,600 metres for a couple of races after that, handicap at 7:10, and then an open race at 7:40 that Shamila was talking about in that little feature earlier on. And then we conclude the card with a maiden race over 2,400 metres. So the longest race of the night is kept until the end. Let's take a look at race number 1. Motasarea is horse number 1 in this 1,200 metre race. That's the mount of Abdullah Al-Orfi. Horse number 2 is Sam Al-Kobal. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides. 3 is Har Wheel. That's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Number 4 is Bint Al Akarem. Naif Al Anazi rides. 5 is Mostafid. 6 is a non-runner. Lozina is horse number 7. Rayan Al Tuaish aboard. Horse number 8 is Ansana. Turki Alofi rides. And horse number 9 is Mossare, the mount of Abdullah Al Khamis. 10 is Patchouli, Alexis Moreno. 11 is Najmat Kholoud, Rahid Al Fayroz. Horse number 12 is Silk Al Jaman, Ayad Al Turizi. Horse number 13 is Motarakia, about whom I'm sure quite a bit later. Camilo Ospina is first ride of the day. Horse number 14 is Mana Al Badea, Ahmed Al Azari rides. Number 15 is Yatawara, that's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Horse number 17 is Yosadek. 16 doesn't go, Yosadek does though. That's Rahan Al Abeid's mount. Horse number 18 is Shuk Al Said. So a couple of the reserve runners do get their chance here. Horses 19 and 20, they will run. Nuta Al Jahaz and horse number 20, Kasamar. Horses making their way out. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John, for giving us the runners and riders. They're already heading down to the start and plenty to look forward to here. Rory, who are your shortlist in this 18-runner affair?
Yeah, there aren't that many you can really fancy very strongly. Motarakaya would be right at the top of my shortlist. Runner-up over the course and distance on her debut, and then third over a mile last time out. Return to that debut form. Well, the form of the last run's perfectly good. But the return to the debut effort, particularly that time of 1:18.44, will be good enough to win this. The danger on paper is Mosara, who ran really well last time out. That was a career best from him, but he has had 16 defeats so far. He's been runner-up several times. He hasn't always gone on from a good run, so he's not guaranteed to back that up. But if he does, he would be the one to give the selection most to do.
So those are just a couple of headliners from Rory. Shamila, you've been in the paddock. Who caught your eye there?
Well, Callum, when you've got Camilo Ospina in white stable silks on a premium tap filly, that is a recipe for success. And number 13 is my paddock pick, Motarika. She looks stunning. She is the one to beat in my in the parade ring, at least. And Tom's not here, so that means I can give you another horse that I quite like the look of. Horse number 5, Mustafid, also looked really well.
Yes, no Tom here, Shamila, so you can give us as many horses as you like as they're circling down at the start. And we can have a look at Motarakaya right now. This is Motarakaya, who you will see on screen very, very shortly. This horse is in the white stable silks and was seen coming third on August the 25th. This was an interesting run. This was when stepped up, wasn't it, Rory?
Yeah.
An interesting run now coming back in trip.
This was her second start over the 1,600 metres, and she does plug onto the line, but she never really looks like winning this. She's getting squeezed a little bit against the rail there in second at this stage, and she keeps going at the one pace. She's always maintaining her advantage over the pack as the front three pull clear, but she didn't really improve for the step up to 1,600 on this start, whereas her second on debut on paper is at least as good a run, and she won't mind dropping back in trip given the way she's gone through her 2 races.
The next horse we'll have a look at is Masare. Now this is the horse in second at the moment with the eye shields on. You see in the white cap and white sleeves and maroon body, just sweeping to the front now, just gets beaten on this occasion. Rory, you're concerned about how many chances this horse has got.
Yeah, he's had 16 and he hasn't got himself off the mark so far, and this is arguably a career best performance. It looks pretty good on paper. He keeps going well and he's clear of the third. He's no match for the winner in the dying strides, but he goes back long well enough. He stays further than this, but he's clearly fully effective at 1,200. But he's been second twice before that and hasn't run to the same level as his next start. So the question with him is whether he can back it up. The form is good enough to take him close.
Yes, it certainly looks to be a shootout between those two, because like you said before, it's hard to fancy some of these other runners in this field. I was looking at Jcsa as maybe an angle, coming from a wide draw in 17. That was a career best effort last time out.
Yeah, that was almost too good to be true last time out. He finished fourth on off over the 1400 metres last time out, and looked like the drop back to 1200 would suit, but he's got lots of runs that make him look very, very poor. His official rating's 32, but he ran miles better than that last time out. That's a clear career best on the clock. And the question is whether a horse who puts that kind of big effort in is able to reproduce it, because there's no real reason to see that he suddenly should up his game the way he did last time, but maybe something's clicked with him.
Now, Shamila likes horse number 5, Mostafarid, who is a horse that's got bagged with early speed. 0 from 8, trending in the right direction, though. Not a bad run last time out.
His run last time out, meeting 41, was better than he'd been running previously, but he hasn't really progressed since his 2-year-old days. He's rated 60 as a 2-year-old last year. His current rating is 53. His last time out 6th does suggest that he's maybe getting back to his best form, and he could be a place player if he builds on that. 1:20.90 his time last time out, whereas the Mutrakaya we talked about, she did 1:18.44, so she's got a fair bit in hand on that effort.
And we talk about times. What sort of times are you looking to be seeing over this 1200 metre trip?
Well, at this sort of level, you're looking to dip below 120. The very best are going to do sort of 116, 115, 116, but we're looking at a fairly ordinary maiden contest here, where most of them are rated in the 50s or 60s, some of them lower than that. Mutrakaya is rated 77. And as I said, she did 1:18.44. She should be able to beat that on her third start as well. And who do we also mention who's run well? Mossare, he dipped under 120 last time out as well, 1:19.34. Again, if he goes the right way from that, then he's a danger to her. Whether she's a natural performer at 1200 is up for debate, given her pedigree. And as I said, she stayed 1200, stayed 1600 well enough last time out. But this looks a good opportunity back in trip, because she's meeting lesser rivals than she would in most races that she's eligible for.
That's it, because for me, I looked at her and I don't think she shapes like a 1200 metre horse at all. Camilla Waspina likes to be in front early. I don't think she'd got the pace to be in front early, but this is such a weak contest for her. In comparison, it's almost like the owners have sort of thrown her in and said, well, if she's got an opportunity to win here, let's try and grab it. Yeah,
the horses here who have got the speed to lead her in the early stages are horses who don't tend to see their races out. It tends to be cheap speed, as we talk about. And although I don't see her gunning for the front early, but she's been handy on both starts to date. She did lead last time over a mile and was taken before the turn and then stayed on at one pace. It wouldn't be the ideal trip for it. It's the ideal race, though, in terms of the quality of the opposition.
Yes, it is not the ideal trip, but the ideal race. That's a great phrase to have there. Bint Al Kareem comes out next to Mostafid in stall 4. That's a horse that's rated 55. And sometimes you've got to look at these horses purely on ratings to really give them a chance.
Yeah, not really going the right way, Bint Al Kareem, but did run 1:19.46 back at meeting 6. Since then, she's rather been going backwards, and it's difficult to see her running that same race again.
So as they begin loading, I'm going to pin you down for a selection here, Rory. Who do you like in this opener?
I've got to be with Mutrakaya, who I think has to go very, very close, despite the slight question over the trip.
Well, sorry to be very boring, but I'm going to join you as well. So it's myself, Rory, and Shamila, both real fans of Mutrakaya, to get it third time lucky. Shamila also wanted to mention that Mostafid looked very good in the parade ring, so keep an eye on that one as well. And remember, we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel, so let us know in the comments. And remember to like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications so you never miss a moment when we are live here racing in Saudi Arabia. With those selections in the book, it's time to hand over to our man in the sky, our voice from above, John Blance. Who do you like?
Yeah, well, I'm with you guys as well. Mutrakaya, I think, should be better actually at this 1200 metre trip than the mile at which she ran 2 starts ago. But of course, she ran the 1200 metres on debut, and she ran that very nicely. She's got lovely gate speed. Stall 13, a little bit tricky, but Camilo Ospina didn't get where he is today by meekly accepting stall 13 in a race like this. He'll be getting this horse out and into an early position, I'd have thought, using that speed. And I think she's going to be quite difficult to pass. They're going in. This is Mana Albadea coming forward. Next to go in will be Harwheel, blue saddlecloth for that one, as I've said many times before, but it bears repeating. The saddlecloths correspond to the post positions in these non-handicap races. They don't in handicap, so just bear that in mind. But you'll be able to spot your horse from the number on the saddlecloth corresponding to the gate. Horse number 4 is Bint Al Karem going in, Naif Al Anazi. There's Sam Al Kobal, who's in stall 2. Bint Al Karem is in. Alongside Mostafid from the chosen stall of stall 5 for stall Cam. Horse number 15 is Yatawara, Abdulaziz Al Furedi. Horse number 1 is Mota Saraya, who was playing up a little bit beforehand. Decanted Abdullah Alofi and has done so again here. Blindfold trick doesn't appear to be working. Yatawara to come forward. Those distinctive white and green colours. I've seen the green disc with a white tick so far in my commentary time here at Taif. Colours of Mohammed Saeed Al-Samairi. Now they're trying Mota Saraya in without the jockey. Abdullah Alofi off again, and you wouldn't blame him if he was rather sceptical about the idea of getting back on, because Mota Saraya is not cooperating at all. Yatawara goes in. So Mota Saraya is the only one we're waiting for, and I think patience might be wearing a bit thin with the 1 Mota Saraya. The flags are up. And they're off and racing. They've gone without the 1. They're racing for our opener here at Taif this afternoon. Patchouli got away quite well. The predominantly yellow colours. Also prominent is Yatawara. Coming across from a wide gate is Shuk Al Saeed. Another one that's pressing on early is Mana Al Badea as they go through the first couple 100 metres or so. Sam Al Kabal is using that good draw to pretty good effect. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Silk Al Jman is being driven along. Also towards the rear of the field is Lozina, not much early pace. As they start to make the turn out of the back straight and showing really good early is Mota Rakia. So it's Mota Rakia and Mana Al Badea that go on here. Mota Rakia, the sheepskin noseband, the green cap, and then the red colours of Mana Al Badea, who's now just being nudged along. Mossare now moves in to a good posse in third. Right round the outside in fourth, one of the reserves, Kasama. Another one that's going rather wide, but getting into it is Shuk Al Saeed. But it's Mota Rakia who leads as they swing for home and go inside the final 300 to in second position, battling on is Mossare, but it's Camilo Ospina aboard Mota Carria who's clear now inside the final 200 and going further on as well. And this horse looked like a winner waiting to happen, and she's going to score here with the minimum of fuss. Mota Rakia, the easy winner of the opener here at Taif this afternoon. Second went to Mossare. In third was Shuk Al Saeed. We'll sort out the fourth for you very shortly. So Mota Rakia has scored. Camilo Ospina, he's very, very good at getting them into a posse regardless of where they're drawn. When you're calling these races, sometimes there's a whole phalanx of horses charging through the early stages, and you're looking to try and find where some of the fancied runners are. Camilo has a really good knack of getting them on the rail as quickly as possible, and from stall 13 he's done that with Mota Rakia, and she has won very, very easily indeed. She wasn't a particularly difficult horse to find in the opener, but they've still got to go and do it, and done it she has. And he's very poised in the saddle as well as Camilo. He crouches low in that distinctive Latin American style. And this one has scored a time of 1 minute 16.50 seconds. We're talking about what constitutes a good time. Well, that is a good one, no doubt about it. At this level, this is a horse who's definitely capable of moving up a little bit. Mossare has finished second in 1:17.74, but beaten 7 1/4 lengths. Shuk Al Saeed finished in third, and Nuta Al Hijaz, one of the reserves who's come from quite a long way back, has finished in fourth. So that was your 1, 2, 3, 4 there in the opener. Your authoritative display for Mota Rakia, who wins the opener very, very easily indeed, and in a very good time.
Well done, Camilo. That was really good. You were drawn in stall 13, and you rode her out really well on the rail. How did you do it once you jumped from the stalls?
Yeah, no, thanks, guys. Thank you to the Prince bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, Abdullah Ba for giving me support. That's Phyllis. She first time finished second, and second time third. And today she has very good race for her. And you know that she brought a little bit, because she was a little bit scared inside, but thanks God she brought very good, and then I catch in the real. And thanks God she keep going until wire, thanks God.
And in the last 400 meters, were you worried? There was a jockey on your outside.
Yes, I saw the Prince Faisal horse, you know, his tough filly, you know, also. But thanks God, coming very good. You know, my filly is coming full, and when I ask him, she responds very good.
Do you think she's a true sprinter? I know she's tried a mile distance before, but she seems to do really well over 1,200.
I think maybe 6 furlong, 7 furlong, because she ran mile and she finished there. She finished tight a little bit in the last meter, but today is 6 furlong and keeping 7 furlong is very good for her.
Thank you so much, Camilo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there you have Camille Ospina coming in on board Motorakaya, who has got us off to a good start, Rory. Everyone on the team was involved, and it seemed to be a penalty kick, and she executed it very well.
Yeah, 30 professional performance from horse and jockey. We expect this from Camilo. John mentioned it before the race started. Wherever he is, particularly from a wide draw, he's able to make getting across and getting a good position look easy. Horses just move for him in the early stages. He doesn't have to ask any questions really. Just the way he moves his balance slightly forward, shifts his weight a little bit forward in the saddle, and the horses go forward for him, and then he can place them where he wants. And that's why he's top of the jockeys table here. He's exceptional at doing that, and that's really important at this track, getting good track position without asking too much of an effort and keeping something in reserve for the finish, which he always does.
Yes, and they went without horse number 1, Motasera, and that probably allowed the horses who were drawn nice and wide to get across a little bit easier, because there's one less horse to worry about. And then finishing off in second was Masare, who ran another very good effort, just building on that run last time.
Yeah, he's got plenty of good performances to his name, Masare, but obviously 17 runs without a win. That's his 4th second in a row, and he fully backed up that excellent performance last time out. So he's actually going the right way now. You'd like to think he could win a handicap off his current mark, or even if he goes up a pound or two for this second place. Good performance. Also a good performance from Manar Albadea, who just faded out of the places late on. She'd been off the track since making her debut in July over course and distance, and she might just have needed the run coming back. Again, she showed pace and didn't quite get home. Did the same thing here, but with a run behind her, she might do a little bit better. And of course, we saw Shuk Al Said staying on for third. That had run pretty well. She'd run well in her previous start, making quite a bold bid mid-race before fading into third. And again, she's run a good race to hit the frame.
Yeah, Nuta Al Jazz as well, with another horse that finished well, one of the reserves, sneaking into the race and finished quite strongly, but they were no match for Motas Rakia, who was underneath a very calm and very composed, and by the sound of that interview, quite happy, Camille Ospina. Now, we talked about this horse's trip. They tried it over the mile, it didn't work. They've dropped back to the minimum distance here at King Khalid Racecourse. Would you stay at this trip, or would you jump up to 7?
I think 7 makes a lot of sense. I mean, Camilo said it's 6, 7 furlongs, probably her trip. He said she finished a little bit tired over the mile. As I said, we saw the replay of that race, and she kept going to the line. She couldn't match the front two. I think that was a stronger race than this. But this is just the 3rd start of her career. I think she's building strength from race to race. She's performed better on the clock here than she did on debut. The track might riding a little bit faster. We'll see how, as the day goes on, what the average times are. But she's run up a very good race here, but I don't think she needs to be a 1,200 metre filly. I think she can easily step up to 1,400 and should be at least as good at that trip as well.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right there, and I agree with you on that term. Now we look at Masare, who's just in behind here, just getting past Maner Albadea, who's just beginning to fade. As you mentioned, that horse had a very bold bid, and that was an eye-catching run. Masare came out, and at this point I was a little bit concerned that Masare was going to go by, but it was here where you see that 7 furlong strength begin to come into play, and Motorakaya just begins to pour it on.
Yeah, she's shown the speed to lead here, but as you said, at the top of the straight, it looked like the runner-up might throw down a challenge, but the further they go into this race, the further she goes clear. She's clearly not purely a sprinter, and she's got plenty of options. I'd have no problem with her running at a mile in the future. She might have been a little bit weak when she was beaten last time out, but I don't think she was beaten purely for stamina. I think it was sort of a lack of experience, a lack of strength in her legs. And she'll get that experience with these runs. I was impressed with how strong she was, particularly in the last 200 metres here. I hadn't really appreciated how far she went clear again until looking at the replay from above there, and that was very impressive.
Yeah, she was smart. That's what we get with those drone shots, these beautiful views from above, and we can see this horse turn of pace come into fourth once again and win quite comfortably in the end. I was really impressed by Shuk Al Said in third, who stuck on quite nicely. You can just see the winners pulling away nicely indeed to win. Masare was there in second. We'll just see in the colours. I always think of Crackaway Jack with these colours. I love these maroon and white colours. Masare running another good race in second. What are you going to do with a horse like that? You've got to try and find a race for it.
Well,
Handicaps must be a route to go.
Handicap's an obvious place to go, depending on what happens with his rating now. He's been runner-up twice now at recent meetings, and I imagine the handicap is going to nudge him up slightly for that. The winner came here with a rating of 77, and she's won by this kind of distance you'd expect. But I would have thought the handicapper will have her down as improving in victory here, and therefore it looks like Mosari has improved a little bit as well, particularly as he's come clear of the rest. The third was third in her previous start in a similar sort of contest. The fourth and fifth had shown ability before, so it looks like form that stacks up pretty well here. And yes, if I was connections with Masari, I'd be a little bit frustrated that he keeps getting those seconds. But he has done nothing wrong in his last two starts. He's beaten the rest pretty easily. He hasn't looked ungenuine about it. He just struggles to find his spot. But there must be a handicap with his name on it before the end of the season, I'd imagine.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see him return in a couple of weeks' time, right at the end of the Taif season, and try and get his head in front in a handicap. And like you said, it's just difficult when you end up in some of these contests like maidens, where you might bump into a potential aeroplane in the shape of this one, and it just feels a bit of a knockback, isn't it, really, where you keep banging your head against the wall.
You do get a range of abilities in these maiden races, but while mostly Mosari is meeting horses that we know he can beat from his form week to week, there's always liable to be something that's potentially an 80-plus rated horse in there against them, which makes life difficult. But that's why you'd like to think that a handicap would be a little bit easier. All the other entries are dangerous then, but at least they're on your level.
Yes, exactly. So you've got a decent chance there. And we talk about Motorakaya. Where would you send her next? What type of race would you be looking at?
Well, again, it maps itself out really. I think anything from 1200 to 18 to 1600 is a possibility for her next time out. And essentially just a non-winners of two is the obvious step up. It may well be that she stepped up into a higher class race. The owners don't like... they win more races than anybody else, but they don't just win by mopping up the weakest races they can find.
No, they tend to chuck them in.
They're more than happy to throw them into strong company, and if they're not good enough to win first time out, they at least gain the experience that will stand them in good stead later on.
And we just saw from those beautiful shots coming out the stall, she showed a bit of greenness coming out there as well. She left on two legs, kind of bunny hopped out, but then got into risen quickly and got across to the rail. I have a funny feeling that the owners tried over a mile because they've got such a glut and depth of talent at the 1200 and 1400 metre department with their fillies. We saw some really nice horses over the past few weeks in these colours, specifically fillies over this trip seem to be dominating, and it feels as though they've got so many they wanted to push her to a mile to see what she can do, especially considering she's three as well. Yeah,
most of the pedigrees, a lot of these are premium tap fillies, premium tap colts, and on pedigree they're perfectly okay to start off at the 1200 metres, but they're not bred to excel at that trip, generally speaking, obviously depending where the speed is and the dam side of the pedigree. But most of them have pedigrees that suggest that the 1600 would be something like the ideal trip. But obviously you've got a range of races and you need to have a range of horses to fill the spots in them.
So there you have it, our first race in the book, first race of the weekend. I'm very excited to get it through you. And I can't believe I'm saying it, for the first time since we've been here in Saudi Arabia, both you, me, Shamila have all started 1 from 1.
No, there you go. It can only go downhill from here, and that seems very likely.
That's the positive attitude I wanted to see, but I think you're absolutely right, because it does get tricky down the field. We move swiftly on to our second contest. We stay over this trip of 1200 metres, but this is a non-winners of 3, Rory, and now we start seeing some really competitive action.
We are, and some reasonably highly rated horses here, and very tightly. It's not a handicap, but it almost feels like a handicap. You got a lot of these who are rated in the 70s. You got a few who are rated higher than that who aren't necessarily running to those sort of ratings. We'll see Rossmore Nation shortly. He's got a rating of 83, but he needs to show that he's capable of running that at the moment. But lots of them have ratings around the sort of 70-75 mark, and it looks like a really tough and really competitive contest.
Now, just a little bit of housekeeping for you. Souk Al Said, the horse you can see in shot now with the yellow noseband in the green and yellow colours, came down immediately after crossing the line. It looked like quite a nasty incident, but the reaction from everybody on course was absolutely superb, and that horse was given some time, got back to its feet, and is now being washed down, as you can see on shot there. Rory, you saw more than me. I was focusing on the replays behind us. What did you see?
Yeah, I didn't really catch the incident, but she's come down within a few yards of the line, but she's up on her feet very quickly again.
Yeah, she was up on her feet very quickly, and clearly there was some protocol that was put into place, and we've mentioned it before with Prince Bandar talking about welfare being at the forefront of everything they do here, and there definitely seemed to be a plan in place when that horse went down to ensure that everything was kept as calm as possible. They do have screens available here, but those screens didn't need to be used on this occasion. Souk Al Said was up, and we hope that horse is fine. Seemed to walk away absolutely fine after the incident, if not a little bit stiff. Anyway, we move swiftly on to our next contest. This is over 1,200 metres. This is a non-winners of 4 event, and John Blance will take us through the runners and the riders.
Many thanks, Callum. Yes, many thanks, Callum. Yeah, the horses will be going through your screen very shortly. Nice backdrop there as well. Bit of a breeze getting going here at Taif. Assad is horse number 1. Alexis Moreno, this horse will be pretty prominent, you would have thought, and not without a chance at all. That's horse number 1. 2 is Monster Jamar in the hands of Ayad Al Tourisi. 3 is Dignity Joy, Mohammed Al Yami. 4 is Rossmore Nation, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 5 is Emblem Game, Fawas Wanas. Horse number 6 is Najam Al Wasil, Abdullah Al Orfi. Horse number 7 is Danyat Al Yasil. That's the mount of Rayan Al Tuesh. Horse number 8 is Magisterial. Got some very interesting Riyadh form on the turf. Doesn't really look like a dirt horse yet, but is one to note here. Fahed Al Furedi rides. Horse number 9 will be Al Haber. Now that's in the hands of Turkey Alofi. Horse number 10 is Dr. Yumzain. Abdullah Al Fayrouz rides. Number 11 is Mela Sultan Al Mimoni. Number 12 is Barik Amal Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 13 is Shanko Tariq Al Hassan. Horse number 14 is Dula Bati, Jose Rodriguez aboard. Number 15 is As It Was, Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 16 is Smeaton's Light, Salim Al Ajmi. Horse number 17 is Mabobat Hussein. That's the mount of Khaled Al Azmi. And horse number 18 is Motfael. Jimmy Carrion is aboard. So 18, all 18 go to post to the reserves, not required for race number 2. And it's back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. And yes, these horses are in the pre-parade ring, and we are going to hopefully see them led out by the 3 musketeers, who are Faisal, Naif and Yusuf, who will be taking them out into the parade ring. And as they circle in the pre-parade, Rory, let's look at some headliners again. Who is on your short list, just on paper here?
Well, there are a lot. Well, Rossmore Nation is possibly arguably the most interesting in terms of the ratings. He's got a similar rating to Magisterial. They're worth looking at. They're horses that you might be familiar with if you follow the British racing scene. Rossmore Nation is a dual winner for Mick Appleby. Finished 4th in his Saudi debut. We'll get to see that. It was quite a promising run. But he was disappointing last time out. That was in a tough race, though, and no winners of 4. He should bounce back, and he's a player. He's got the same rating as Magisterial. Magisterial started 6-1 to beat last year's Derby winner in the Dante. In 2022, was a winner of a mile and a quarter at Leicester prior to that, impressively in a novice event. But he finds himself racing over 1,200 on dirt. Everything about him suggests that he's a mile and a quarter horse on turf. He was, he came here with a high rating. He showed ability in Riyadh, but he ended his Riyadh season with a couple of disappointing efforts, having shown ability on debut, and ran very poorly here over 1,600 in his return. He drops again to 1,200. That looks like an absolute stab in the dark for him. There's no way he's a 1,200 horse on dirt, but I think they're trying to find a race where he can get a bit of confidence and just see his race out and then hopefully build on that. I think he'll be seen to better effect when he's stepping up a trip on turf back at Riyadh, I would imagine, but he just hasn't acclimatised yet, but had plenty of ability in the UK.
I imagine their technique here is the idea that they're going to get this horse red fit to be ready to go in one of the big early turf races at Riyadh. So when it's coming against some of those turf horses who are perhaps needing the run, Magisterial won't be one of those horses. He'll be fit and ready to go, and they're just using these runs over dirt to get involved. I think they will need to boost this horse's confidence because he was thumped last time. There's no getting away from it. It was a really poor run.
That was meeting 33, and you know, you could argue the 1600 might have been a little bit short for him, but he finished 15th that day. It showed virtually nothing. So they need to do something with him just to get him seeing a race out and enjoying himself, and then maybe they can build on that. The ratings say he's got a big chance here, but you'd have to say, given what he showed last time out, and at this trip, which clearly isn't going to suit him, he is going to find it hard to run anywhere near that rating, and he looks very vulnerable.
Yeah, looks quite vulnerable indeed. Assad, in a horse who come here full of confidence, horse number 1 on your race cards. That came 4th last time, and I thought it was a really good effort. Tried to make all the running, but once passed, didn't give up.
Yeah, also, like Rossmore Nation, who we mentioned, Assad also won twice for Mick Appleby in the UK, and he's had limited experience here, but he's had 7 runs now in Saudi. He ran his best one last time out, showed plenty of speed to lead, and then faded late over course and distance. He won't have to go so hard to get the lead here from stall 1 today, and that gives him a big chance because a lot of his rivals are struggling for form at the moment. And Assad, although he probably wasn't as good as Rossmore Nation at his very best in the UK, I think he's capable here of giving his running, and his running will give him a big chance of winning.
Well, we're just talking about Assad here now. I'm just seeing the horses go around the parade ring in behind me, and at the moment, has he joined it? He might have joined them now. I'm just wondering. Assad wasn't initially with them in the parade ring.
Alexis Moreno is heading out to the parade ring, so I don't think he's going out for the good of his health. Yeah.
That is a positive. I just noticed, look behind me, and I saw they started with number 2. But as you can always see, they go around in panic order, which makes it much easier for us as broadcasters and certainly for people who are watching the racing to spot who those horses are. Only works if they're actually in order.
Yeah, this is true.
Any of the others that have caught your eye? Rossmore Nation, talk about this one, because if you look at the form, you see a 4th in meeting 21 and a 13th in meeting 27. Why is he one of the more intriguing runners for you?
Again, this is his trip. I don't think he was given a hard time. We'll see the footage of him shortly. On that Saudi debut meeting 21, he wasn't knocked about. He got a little bit of trouble early in the straight, and then has been pushed out and ran on to finish 4th in a time of 1:17.46. Not a bad time, not an outstanding time, but it looked like he would build on that. That seemed to be a run to set him up because his jockey didn't get to the bottom of him. But next time out, he was disappointing. It must be said that was a harder race than this. There's a very strong-looking non-winners of 4, full of multiple winners. And this gives Rossmore Nation a better chance of being competitive. It's interesting to see him pitched in against Assad. Assad did 1:17.60 here last time, by the way, so slightly slower time than Rossmore Nation did. But that was last time out for Assad. He's building up to something, whereas Rossmore Nation went backwards a little bit last time out. So there's a little bit of a question mark over him, but very little to choose between the two of them on the pick of the form.
We talk about horses who have performed in the UK. Shanko was a 2-times winner at Chelmsford with Stuart Williams. Now that's horse number 13 in your race card. We saw a horse win from 13 in the last race. Could we see it again?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the draw. I don't mind being drawn something like 13. And we saw the horses from wide draws run well in the previous race as well. Shanko, the issue with Shanko was that he ran his worst race off a break last time out. Now, the fact that he was coming off a break suggests that maybe he had a little bit of a setback prior to that, but he ran no race and finishing 16th at meeting 34. Prior to that, he'd been an encouraging 4th in meeting 9. If he can build on that, he's got chances, but obviously the disappointing effort last time out is something to be worried about. The 4th place came in an also 85 handicap, and this race wouldn't be any stronger than that. So if he can find that form, then he's one to consider, but you've got to be forgiving.
This is Assad now in the parade ring. What do we like and what do we not like?
We pretty much like Assad. He ran well last time out, didn't quite get home over this trip, but he had to go very hard early to dominate that day. He might get a better run round today from stall 1 and won't have to go so hard in front.
This is Monster horse number 2.
Just one respectable effort this summer from Monster, and he's got something to find on the pick, or she rather, something to find on the pick of her form.
Dignity Joy number 3.
His 2 wins rather, come in Jebel Ali, and his Saudi form isn't quite at the same level, so he needs to step up in recent efforts, which have been very poor.
Rossmore Nation number 4, and we go straight on to Emblem Game number 5.
Yeah, Emblem Games' last win came in August 2021. He is 2 from 31, and he looks to be regressing this season.
Yes, I've seen him a few times this season. Hasn't run well. This is a nice looking animal, Najim Al-Wasil, number 6.
Yeah, has finished third over this course and distance this term, but he is on a losing run of 19. So he's got the ability, he's got the back class to go close here, but that losing run is mounting up and puts you off.
Denat Alasayel is horse number 7.
Yeah, placed twice over course and distance this summer, this 4-year-old Cat Thief filly. But she has to bounce back from 2 very poor runs. Her last one in particular, last week, was a real stinker.
This is Magisterial, horse number 8. Looks like a classy animal.
Yeah, and he showed plenty of class there. And he was last in the Dante last year, but he went off short enough, 6-1, against the horse that went on to win the Derby. And, you know, he ran perfectly well with a handicap mark in the high 90s on his final start. He just hasn't reproduced that form since, and is unlikely to under these conditions. This
is Al Haber, number 9, and Dr. Yumzain, number 10.
Yeah, Al Haber hasn't won since January 2022 and has slipped from a high of 84 down to his current mark of 73. And Dr. Yumzain is probably best over this trip, better over 1200 than further, but he does come here out of form after 3 moderate runs.
Shamila is in the parade ring with an eye catcher, we hope.
Thanks very much, Callum. My eye catcher in this race is horse number 7, Danat Alasail, who you were just talking about. She is a 4-year-old filly by Cat Thief. She is a little bit on her toes. The jockey has just been given the leg up onto her, so hopefully that doesn't have too much of an impact of her, but she did look really well. Gaith Al Gaith is known for having winners here in Taif. He's had a great season so far, so I really like the look of her. And I also just wanted to highlight the last race, the filly that collapsed after the line. She's okay, she is absolutely fine, she's been walked back to her stables, and I just wanted to say how fantastic it was, how quickly the medics were on her, everybody was on her so quickly to make sure she was okay, give her water and everything, and it's so great to see horse welfare is paramount here at Taif Racecourse.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Just a quick question back at you, has there been any paddock negatives in there?
There are a few horses that look particularly unfit, but nothing in this class of race, nothing to worry about too much. So I wouldn't say it's too much of a negative. All these horses have pretty much been running the same amount. So yeah, nothing standing out to me in this race, Callum.
Perfect, Shamila. Thank you so much. So that is Dinat Al-Yassal, number 7, Shamila's paddock eye catcher, so certainly one to keep an eye on, Rory. Let's have a look at some of these in action. The first one we'll take a peep at is Rossmore Nation. Now, this was the effort where this horse came 4th in July the 22nd. Now, that was a time ago, but you thought this was a good run considering the jockey didn't get to the bottom of that horse.
Yeah, he was looked after. I mean, he's only come to Saudi in the summer. He actually won twice earlier this year in the UK. So he hasn't had a lot of time to acclimatise, and I thought his performance in finishing 4th here was meritorious for that reason, and also because he was looked after in the race. He wasn't given a particularly hard time when his chance had gone, and he kept going to the line to hold 4th. I thought he would build on that next time out because he'd been looked after, but maybe that he had that sort of bounce of his second run, having run above himself on debut. You see him here in the black colours with the white cap in about 6th or 7th place, just coming through the middle of horses here. And I should say, his jockey doesn't get too serious with him. He's short of room here as we join with about 300 metres left, and he switches towards the inside. It's only now that he comes under a ride when the first 2 have gone clear. And you'll see he picks up quite well for that pressure and runs onto the line and just misses out on 3rd. I thought that was very encouraging. It's just they didn't really step forward from it last time, but that might have been sort of a delayed reaction.
This is Assad, the horse in the lead on the rail. I thought it was a really smart effort.
Yeah, this was, I mean, obviously fades from here, so everything impressive that Assad had done in the race has come up to this point. He's shown blinding speed to get to the front. He looked like he might have built up a winning advantage, but they're beginning to claw him back now. You see the whole field beginning to close down, and he's beaten as we see them now with 100 metres to run, and he loses another 2 places on the run to the line. He just did too much too soon. This effort isn't quite good enough to win the race, and you see just yards after the line he lost another 2 or 3 places, but he did a lot of work early on there, and if he can build on that, this is a slightly easier task, I think, given that he should be able to get to the front without bursting himself, and if he's able just to hold a little bit back, then he should be stronger in the finish this time than he was there.
Yeah, and I thought with that performance, the horses that beat him, they were groomed. Taj Dion was also in that race. All very good level of form, good horses. And there might not be quite the same level of animal in this contest.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, this still looks a strong enough contest, but when you look through it, not many of them are actually running close to their mark at the moment, whereas Assad definitely ran to his mark last time out. I should say that was a strong race. The three who finished in front of them are both multiple winners, and I thought Assad, with a repeat of that, would go close enough. I just thought he could also do a little bit better because he wouldn't have to work quite so hard. That's the theory anyway. We know that from stall 1, if you can get away on terms, you get a lovely run to the bend over this trip. If you don't break on terms, it can be a nightmare. But he's fast early on, Assad, so he should be able to hold his position.
Yeah.
And if you're with him, you'll want to see him in front after 100 yards.
Yes, exactly. You want to see him in front and rolling and not being given too much of a hard time to get to the front.
Yes.
Because often, if they miss the kick, they're really ridden to take the lead. And although they're in front and that looks great, you know deep down that there's no way you're going to stay there.
Yes, in theory, it's easy enough to recover from a bad start when you're drawn low here. You tend to have the space to get through horses. Horses tend to race deep enough in the track here. You can get through, but you have to use up an awful lot of energy to get there. And we've seen time and time again, horses blow the start, get to the front, and they just have nothing left for the finish.
Yeah, that is very true. Now, we didn't get through all of them, so let's look at horse number 11, Mela, who is rated 53, has 2 career wins, but they weren't here, were they?
No, they were from Mick Appleby. So this is
dominating this.
This
field,
is
isn't it?
the third Mick Appleby runner in the race. Mela's a 5-year-old gelding. He didn't beat anything on his Saudi Arabian debut last time out, which is very worrying. He didn't show anything like his old form. He's going to take a couple of runs to find his feet here, maybe a little bit more than that. He's better than he showed there, but he looks to have a tough task again.
Barry Kamal is horse number 12.
Barry Kamal, limited impact in a fairly busy campaign so far, and her sole win, I should say, came in a not to 55 handicap, so this looks like a tough place.
We've already spoken about Shanko, so let's move on to Dula Bhatti, horse number 14.
Both wins, again, like a lot of these have come in the UK, both wins for Michael Dodds. Raced over 1,400 metres last time, but didn't really get home, having shown speed, and the drop-in trip to 1,200 gives Dula Bhatti place claims.
Yes, as it was for the Harry Styles fans, number 15.
Yeah, a dual winner on quick turf at Navan for Andy Oliver over this trip. Looked a non-stayer last time out, and another one who will benefit from the drop back to 1,200.
Yes, and then we've got Smeaton's Light, number 16.
Good chance on his form for Mick Shannon, but no show last year. Makes his seasonal debut here, so plenty to prove for all he does have a little bit of back class.
Mabobat Hussein is horse 17.
Yeah, had not been running particularly well early in the season, but showed a little bit more at meeting 38 and turned out quickly last time, finished 5th. Just seems to be going the right way now and has won a not to 80 handicap last season at Riyadh. So perhaps she's just coming to herself towards the end of the season, like a lot of 3-year-old fillies can do, and she might be able to step up in those efforts and get involved.
She's certainly trending in the right direction, isn't she? And the final horse we'll look for is Mot Fayal, who is horse number 18, 2 career wins to the name. Those were both here in Saudi Arabia, but not quite the same form in 3 runs this season.
No, hasn't been at his best in recent starts, the 7-year-old. Drop back to 1,200. Gives some sort of hope given the back form, but you're clutching at straws a little bit with Mot Fayal.
And Jimmy Carrion in the saddle as well. And remember, we are live on YouTube right now, so please remember to get involved in the comments and remember to like and watch this video and subscribe, because it is very important that you subscribe so you can see myself, Rory and Tom when he's back. He's enjoying his time back home now, I think. He's looking forward to Riyadh, and Shamila when we all head down to Riyadh after 3 more weeks here at King Khalid Racecourse. Very exciting. Glad to see the likes continuing to stream in. Great to see that lots of you are tuning in to watch this action on a Thursday. Now, as they begin to load up, let's get a selection from you, Rory. Who do you like in this one?
Well, I am going to side with Assad on the basis that, although we saw him fading close home last time out, I think that's still the best very recent piece of form, and I think he's capable of building on that, and he should do best of a trio of Mick Appleby, ex-Mick Appleby and mates in the race.
I'm going to go for Rossmore Nation, and Shamila likes Darnat Al Sayel. So those are our selections. It's time to hand over to John Blance.
Many thanks, Callum. Yep, I'm an Assad man as well here. Obviously, there are one or two horses who are particularly interesting with other races in the Saudi season in mind, but Assad, this looks the type of race that he can win or certainly run very well in, with stall 1, of course, being his berth here. That's Emblem Gaming. Horse number 9 is Alabert to come forward. He's got some interesting form as well if you go back far enough, Alabert. Anyway, they're just about ready. They've loaded even quicker than normal here. Stand by. Looks like we have a full complement. Waiting for the flag to be raised. I think there's a problem with the 12 horse at the moment, Barika Mal. Just being seen too. The mailer is also being looked at, but the flags are up now. One or two shouts from the jockeys inside the starting gate. But they are away, they're off and racing, and Barry Kamal was a little bit slowly out of the gates as well. Good early speed though from Dr. Yumzain. Assad has got out straight and true right up the rail. Also prominent there is Danyat Al Yassil. Another one that's prominent is Shanko right from the outside. Smeaton's Light is trying to get across. Another one who's wide but also in a prominent position is Mabobat Hussein as they make their way through the first 400 metres or so. So up the inside it's Assad who's got that posse now. To in second position Danyat Al Yassil. Then Shanko around the outside, the striped jacket, driven along now, Smeaton's Light towards the outer. Then Dr. Yumzain, right up the inside, Dignity Joy, the grey horse in the blue and white colours making headway. Also making headway is Rossmore Nation, travelling pretty strongly into a prominent position now. Starting to swing for home. Assad has got the lead pretty easily. Rossmore Nation, though, looms large as they go inside the final 400 metres. Round the outside, Danyat Al Yassel. They're then followed by Dignity Joy in fourth. The rest all with a bit of work to do as they come down the lane now. And it's Rossmore Nation looking to improve on that first up run, goes on by half a length or so to Assad who's battling back, then Danyat Al Yassel. Inside the final 150 they go, and it's Rossmore Nation for Abdul Ella Al Hussein, who's now 3 or 4 lengths clear and racing up towards the line. Rossmore Nation has won it. Assad was second, tight for third, probably Danyat Al Yassel getting that. There was a line-up for fourth, we'll sort that out shortly, but in the end Rossmore Nation wouldn't be the first horse here at Taif to step up markedly on some early offerings, and did have a very good rating from last season and from elsewhere, of course, and here has travelled markedly better than last time. Said in the call it was better than first. It was second up. We ran quite insipidly, but certainly nothing wrong with the effort today. Nice draw, stall 4. Assad ran his usual honest race, but if you were on Assad, once you saw Rossmore Nation looming up very easily round the outside, you would have feared the worst, and Rossmore Nation has gone on to score there in the end pretty authoritatively to Assad, who's finished in second. We'll try and get you the third and fourth very shortly, but the winner there, Rossmore Nation, who of course prior to today had won a couple of races, is now a horse who's won 3 and can graduate to a higher level now by Sioux Nation, and I think a decent future awaits here in Saudi Arabia, whether that be Taif or of course moving on to Riyadh in the future. That's how they finished over there in race number 2, and we'll be getting to the boys' thoughts on this very soon.
Abdu Ella Al Husseini, the name you need to keep an eye on. Tends to come in with about 1 winner every week, and he's got one here in the shape of Rossmore Nation, who came swinging into that contest on the snaff.
Yeah, as we said prior to the race, in their time with Mick Appleby, Rossmore Nation might have been the more promising of the two. Only a 3-year-old as well, a fair bit younger than Assad. And he looked promising on that debut here in 1:17.46. I think he'll have beaten that time here. I'm waiting for an official time. But yeah, just you could say he went backwards. He was just in a really tough spot last time out. And again, it was his second run after probably running above himself first time in terms of needing time to acclimatise. So he was entitled to have that little blip last time out, and he's truly fulfilled the promise of his debut and winning here. Assad's run an identical race to last time out and finishing second. He tries hard from the front, but he's vulnerable late on. And I think it was Dulabat in stall 14 who grabbed third in a bit of a blanket finish there.
I just see Farhad Al Faradi is there celebrating with the owners as well, so clearly he's part of that winning team too. But the jockey was Abdel Ella Al Hussein, who is over the moon with that success, and I think he just swung into the race really nicely and got going well. Dignity Joy was always bang up there coming out of stall 3, ended up in a really tight finish with Dulubati, who was sweeping wide and late, but we could just see low draws to the fore here.
On this occasion they were, but I think essentially the class came to the fore. Rossmore Nation looked the most interesting horse on paper if you ignored last time out run, or indeed if you just looked at the context of that and said this is a much easier task. Assad came here in very good form with that fourth last time out as well, and there were question marks over plenty of them really. So it's a 1-2 for the ex-Appleby runners here. 3 of them in the race. Mela, I'm pretty sure Mela got a bit upset at the stalls first time out as well, and did so again here before failing to figure. But if you like following the old Appleby horses, there are plenty of them out here, and they're winning their share of races.
Yeah, and they're getting their heads in front. So if the social media team is busy beavering away, hopefully they can get the Mick Appleby team tagged up in this, because they've had such a big year. Just think of Big Evs, if the horse springs to mind straight away from me. Really, really exciting horse, and a horse for the summer in a yard that's usually known for their winter exploits.
Yes, yeah, it was nice. I mean, that was a big breakthrough for the yard, having a proper Group 2 juvenile at sprint trips this season in Big Evs, and he was very impressive in winning the Flying Childers Doncaster last week, where his gate speed was just phenomenal. He was 2 lengths clear after 50 yards that day, and his jockey was able to sort of coast him halfway and then kick him in the belly again a furlong out to go clear. A really exciting horse for next season, having won a Royal Ascot this, and it's good to see Mick getting that kind of horse. But it's also good to see horses who've left the yard to make space for horses like Big Evs still winning races here.
Yeah, so clearly have got ability, and it's great to see Rossmore Nation getting the 3rd career win, and this is the first win in Saudi Arabia for this horse, and I think the only way is up. It'll be interesting to see whether we see this runner again here at King Khalid Racecourse or at Riyadh as we watch them jump away. And it was the grey Dignity Joy and Shamila's selection, Danat Al Sayel, who were making early progress from low draws too. They ended up getting there, but Assad, as you mentioned, didn't have much pressure on the speed, on the rail, so was able to get there in his own time.
He was, he hasn't broken quite as well as the horses immediately on his outside, but they don't cut across to the rail here after 50 yards like they sometimes do at home, even though there's a rule against that. And he was able to sort of drive up the rail without having to over rush to get there, and the others slotted in behind him. He's run very well. He needs no excuses in finishing second, and it doesn't take long for you to see Rossmore Nation moving up from midfield and cutting through runners very easily to get into a challenging position. The only question when he got on the shoulder off Assad here, as we see, is what he would find off the bridle, and he does need a reminder to go about his business. But once he gets to the front, he's good. He keeps going. Assad can't, as I said with Assad, what he does you see in the first half of the race. He can't find anything towards the end of it, and we see Dignity Joy hanging on at this stage for 3rd place, but we'll see if we did pan back out wide, the horse in the white and green, Dulabati coming through to challenge for 3rd, very close to the line.
Yes, it all got a bit tight on the line there. I was really impressed with the way, just like in our previous race, Rossmore Nation powered away in the final few strides as well. So it didn't seem to stop in front, seemed to keep going. And it wasn't Assad falling into a hole either. I think that was the distance between himself and the others. For me, one of the interesting stories of that race where we saw Smeaton's Light and Shanko both make big early moves from out wide, but their chances were gone before the crown of the bend. They were flat to the boards early, so all the class was on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you said, they've got loads of ability, Smeaton's Light and Shanko, but they're not running at their best at the moment. This is Smeaton's Light's first run of the season, so you'd expect him to have needed that anyway. But they blazed early speed, but only really for a couple of furlongs, and the race was over at that stage. And we see, looking at the replay, that Shanko only beat two or three home. One of those, of course, being the aforementioned Smeaton's Light, Mudfile.
And Magisterial as well was out the back there. What do you do with Magisterial now? Because that wasn't the confidence builder that the team had hoped for.
Well, I mean, as you said, it would have been useful to speak to Shamila just before we went to see the horses there to ask her specifically about Magisterial and about his fitness, because we haven't seen him since meeting 31. And the idea was that, as you said, he was looking for a couple of runs to get fit before he went to Riyadh, where he would step up and trip on turf. I know if he looked very unfit here, you'd certainly forgive the run. He doesn't have the speed for 1200 on dirt. It was just a case of giving him a blowout and hope that helped his fitness. You look where he's finished and you think it probably hasn't, but we've seen horses win races of similar form figures before, and may well be the connections have more of an idea of where he's going than we do. But from our point of view, seeing what he did in Europe last season, it's a little bit disappointing to see his form figures since switching to Saudi, but he may well bounce back.
Yeah, it certainly suits some horses over others. I think Amarillo Gold is a prime example of a horse who was rated only in the low 50s in the UK. Jamie Osborne brother, who has just sprouted wing things coming here and is winning left, right and centre and really enjoying his racing. Someone else who's enjoying their racing is Riaz Ali, 8862, who says, wow. And I think that is a perfect way to explain how good a performance that was from our winner, Rossmore Nation, who was mightily impressive here in our second contest at King Khalid Racecourse under Abdu'Ella Al Hussein. And they are all looking very comfortable. And I imagine this horse is going to end up in a non-winners of four type contest, would you imagine?
Well, he's running that grade already last time out. And now he's more settled in. I would have thought there should be no problem running him in a race like that next time out. That's where he has to go, really.
Yes.
0 to 90 handicap, maybe.
There aren't that many of 0 to 90 available either, are there?
No,
so
that's the thing. But he was beating, the runner-up was rated 71 here, so he was getting a pound, or getting a kilo rather, from Assad, who is rated higher than. So hopefully the handicapper won't punish him too much for this easy win, because he was entitled to do it on paper. And it's form that isn't hard to understand. As I said, no winners of four next time out. He'll need to do better than he did last time, but there are plenty of reasons to think he can do that, particularly as he's an improving 3-year-old.
Yes, level break as well, which was great to see. Everyone got out pretty much on terms. Not many hard luck stories when we think about how horses have performed from the gate, and those that showed speed from the inside were able to get into a comfortable positions, and those that had to force up the pace on the outside were uncomfortable for a long way, which is a theme we've often seen over 1,200 metres here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Absolutely. I just wanted to mention the one that probably bounced best there and travelled best in the first furlong was Donat Al Sayal, who got a mention from Shamila in the paddock. But she was getting very much on her toes when she was mounted in the paddock and at the start, and I think she was just running on her nerves a little bit. She's not shown her form on her last 3 starts now, despite showing that speed. She had a couple of very good placed efforts early in the season, but at the moment her temperament's just getting the better of her. If they can find a way of keeping the lid on her, she can bounce back to that form, but unfortunately the lid is fully off at the moment, and she's not
there
races
shot
out.
right now. She's with they've even got the cross nose band on to try and stop the pulling, but I still don't think that's quite enough to get her to settle completely.
No, I don't know whether a hood might be worth trying, but it's a case of getting her in the right place mentally rather than. You can do things mechanically to help horses, if you like, with the hood or with earplugs, but essentially you've got to get them in the right frame of mind, and that's much more important. So it's something you do at home that will change things.
And it's often quite difficult, because when you're at home you're in much different scenarios to what you're in now, and barrier trials can be useful for young horses to get them experience to the day at the races. But in truth, if you're a horse with experience and you're just getting worked up at the races because that's just your disposition, then it's very difficult to change that. It's very hard to relax a horse in an environment that isn't particularly relaxing.
That's the thing. A lot of issues that are down to greenness. The more you take them to the races, the more you will conquer those issues. But when a horse has got experience and starts to go the wrong way temperamentally or develop a trait which is negative, you can't cure that by going racing, because that's triggering it in the first place. So you've got to find something. You've got to find a change of regime at home, whatever that might be. Maybe there are lots of different things people try at home. Perhaps a sheep in your
yes,
box,
the old sheep or goat in the stall, the old Seabiscuit story. They just need a companion.
There have been loads of horses who've had goats or sheep, or even sheep, or even a cat. I've heard in the past, a companion of whatever sort. However unusual they are can be a big help. Of course, some horses don't like any kind of companion. I've heard stories about,
companions meeting a bitter end.
Indeed. Yes.
Yes, no, that is totally true. As we move swiftly on to race 3, this is an Arabian Horses Maiden over 1,200 metres, and it is a tight little contest with plenty of horses who have had lots of experience and not got their heads in front. A man who has got plenty of experience and often gets his head in front is John Blance, and he can take us through the runners and the riders. We just lost John there with some technical issues, but I'll take you through them. It's Gaith Al Dahab is horse number 1. Barzan Al Rayla is horse number 2. Horse number 3 is a non-runner, so we go straight to Sharwood Al Kaladir, horse number 4. Abba Al Hassam is horse number 5. Maysor Al Kaladir, one of the debutants, horse number 6. Muwansat Al Kaladir had the 2 runs, horse number 7. Afdal Mujir, plenty of experience, horse number 8. Hadla Al Magirit is horse number 9. Mabubat Rahadet is horse number 10, as we'll wait till the page turns. Shafir Al-Zem is horse number 11, and Al-Masar Al-Jazra is horse number 12. So those are your runners and riders for race 3. Just a reminder that horse number 3, Azam Al-Kaladir, is not running, and I hope for everyone's sake at home we get John Blance back sooner rather than later, because I do not want to commentate on this contest over 1,200 metres.
You're a good man, Callum, but I'm not looking forward to your commentary either, I have to say.
That's quite cruel, actually. No, you're absolutely right. No, I'm not looking forward to it.
Some of us are born to that kind of thing, and some of us aren't.
Some of us are born to it. I am not one of those people. Out of this contest, though, Maysor Al Kaladir certainly jumps out to me. Powerful string, Al Kaladir's own runner making debut.
That's a possibility. Obviously, anything wearing these colours on debut is of interest in a race like this. I've just marked it down as one to note in the parade ring. Particularly, make sure we ask Shamila how that one looks, because he's got the right sort of profile, the right kind of pedigree for a race like this. I thought Sharfa Al-Hazam was particularly interesting. Beaten 10.5 lengths last time out, but that was when finishing second to a prolific winner in Rakud Al-Ansari last time out. I thought that was the best individual piece of form. And the other one that took my eye in terms of this race was Hadla Al-Mugirat, who's very consistent and is almost certainly best at a sprint trip, so driving back to 1,200 metres will suit her. She has to be on the premises. But you're right, an above-average newcomer could easily take this race, and your eye is drawn to Maysor Al Kaladir as that kind of horse.
This is Sharwood Al Kaladir, horse number 4, not from 4, and we go straight to Abba Al Saham, horse number 5.
Yeah, Abba Al Saham looked slow over 1,600 last time out, so the drop to sprinting doesn't look ideal for him, and he doesn't take the eye.
Yes, and we just passed a couple of them. Gaith Al Dahab, I couldn't give a strong fancy for, and Barzan Al Rayla is another who could struggle here. Number 6 is Maysor Al Kaladir. Here's the debutant. What do you make of this one in the paddock?
Yeah, it looks okay to me. Doesn't look to particularly lack fitness from what I can see, but obviously Shamila's got a much better view of that. Muwansat Al Kaladir, again another Al Kaladir horse, but only beaten two rivals in as many starts, and hard to fancy here on that evidence.
Horse number 8, Afdal Majir, 0 from 6.
Yeah, second last time out to Fuda Pine. That sounds very good on paper, but was beaten a distance that day by a very, very good horse, but was at least well clear of Gaith Al Dahab in third that day. There was a 3-runner race, so nothing to get too carried away with.
Hadla Al Magirat, horse number 9.
Yeah, she's very consistent, the daughter of Amtal. Third on her last couple of starts, and she's got plenty of speed, so this 1,200 metres will suit her down to the ground. She's a big player.
Mahoba Rabab is horse number 10, and horse number 11 is Sharfa Al Zaham.
Yeah, Sharfa Al Zaham was second to Rakud Al Ansari last time out. That's very much on his toes as well. I think that's the best individual piece of form on offer, and a repeat of that makes Sharfa Al Zaham the one to beat.
Alma Al Jazra is the final horse we'll look at, and Shamila has been taking a closer look at them in the parade ring.
Thanks very much, Callum. And you skipped over my paddock selection, which is horse number 10, Mobat Rabab. Now, she is a stunning looking filly. She has really nice conformation. She's sporting blinkers and a shadow roll today. She has got earplugs in, which is cotton wool. She just looks really nice in the parade ring, and her jockey Fawaz Wanas is back off a ban. I would love to see him back in the winner's enclosure today. One of my paddock negatives would have to be horse number 7. She doesn't look the most fit in the race. Although there are a lot of nice looking horses. A horse that I also really like the look of was horse number 11. She is jig jogging around the parade ring, but that's not a bad thing. She's not getting sweaty or worked up. And I also should give you a weather report. Since Tom isn't here, I'll take that duty off him. The day did start off really hot, but now there's cloud coverage and it's gotten really windy. So I wonder if that will have an effect on the horses.
I was going to mention that, Shamila. We're battling a bit of a breeze up here in our presenting position. Is there anything going on down there on the race course and in the parade ring? Are any horses getting super worked up?
You know, Callum, you know about horses. When it is windy, all horses tend to get a little bit worked up. These horses slightly more worked up than usual, I would say. But it is super windy in the parade ring here. I'm battling, trying to get my hair out of my face. And it's the same on the track as well. Super windy, you can really feel it.
Yeah, we're certainly feeling it up here. We're having to batten down the hatches here. One more question, Shamila. The debutant, Maysor Al Khaladir. How did that horse look in the parade ring?
He is carrying a little less condition than I would have liked to. However, Mutlaq bin Mishrif is here in the parade ring talking to Naif Al-Anazi as we speak. And I have said before, when he is here, that is always a good sign.
Yes, when Mutlaq is in town, it's clear to see that the horses will run well. So those are just some of our paddock shots there, and we'll have a look at some form as well, because Shafa Al-Zaham is a horse we've got form of, and this is this horse's second place effort in behind a very prolific winner last time out, and it was only last week.
Yeah, it was. There was a recent run, so you'd have thought the fitness wouldn't be an issue with Shafa Al-Hazam. The worry, of course, with Arabian horses is sometimes they can lose condition fairly quickly. So you'd want to have a good paddock note, and Shamila did. We'll see that Rakud Al-Ansari essentially looks different class here and going away from them. But Sharfa Al-Hazam came from the back of the field to try to throw down a challenge before the home turn. Couldn't get near the winner, but the winner is different class to anything running in this race. And this is a perfectly decent performance to finish second, well clear of the others. And I thought showed enough speed that the 1200 wouldn't be a massive worry here. So big player on form. Just a slight question mark about backing up quickly in a race like this.
Yeah, certainly a big player, has some good horses in behind on that occasion. And yes, I think it's perfectly right to think that that horse in this sort of company will be quite hard to beat, as the wind has now dramatically died down all of a sudden. We're windless, getting all the seasons here at Taif today.
Careful, we haven't had the rain yet, but that looks like it's a distinct possibility later on as well. So.
Yes, we dealt with some major thunderstorms last night, didn't we? It was unbelievable weather. I hadn't been in a storm like that in a very long time.
No, it was quite refreshing, I suppose, in a manner of speaking. Although I kind of wish I'd closed my bedroom window now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a flooding issue happened in your apartment, didn't it? And we can just see the horse that we were just mentioning, Shafa Al-Hazam, just getting the leg up there. And this is another horse, Gaith Al-Dahab. Now, this made debut behind Food Depide in that 3-runner race. And to say this horse doesn't have much speed is an understatement. Flat to the boards after about 3 furlongs.
Yeah, listen, a very tough debut to make in a small field in the first race, but against a horse who was sort of rolling along in front in Food of Pine. Wouldn't have made it an easy start for Gaith Al-Dahab. Could well do better, but obviously he was beaten 60-odd lengths that day. And in fairness, the winner almost broke the track record. So, you know, that was an impossible task. We'll get more of an idea of what ability he has today. But this, in a manner of speaking, is his real debut, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That was really a schooling exercise with colours, I felt. Well, horse number 7 was Shamilat's paddock negative. Now, Mawansa Al-Khaladir is certainly very keen in the parade ring. But you can't say that Shafa Al-Hazam isn't keen either. She seems quite up and ready to go too.
Yeah, listen, I like the way she's on her toes. She looks really ready to go. Whereas the filly in the previous race who got her on toes, she was threatening to boil over a little bit. Whereas Sharfa Al-Hazam isn't getting sweaty, isn't getting above herself at all. She just looks like she's on really good terms with herself, and she's on her toes in a good way. Now, if she takes a grip going to the start, you'd be a little bit concerned. Jockey's got his feet out of the irons.
She's going to be totally down as well.
All right, well, that will be a benefit to her, I think.
That'll be a massive positive. She's getting pony down, as you can see on screen now, just getting taken down in her own time, and I think that's an ideal way just to take the edge off her, keep a nice calm, keep a horse close in tow as they make their way down to the start. Now, 1,200 metres, Arabian horses tactically, I think this is going to be an absolute burn-up, but they're going to stay there when they get in front.
Yeah, I think so. There shouldn't. You spoke to me my first day of the job, but how do I think the tactics will play out in this Arabian race? And I'm like, I'm not sure there's going to be an awful lot of tactics going on until, particularly at this trip, I think they'll be going as fast as they can for as long as they can. And Arabian horses are better known for maintaining speed for distance than they are for a turn of foot as such. So at this sort of trip, I think most of them will be going as fast as they can or being asked to go faster than they can.
Yeah,
and a few of them I think will be in trouble from an early stage.
Yeah, some of them will be taken out of their comfort zone for sure. People who aren't in their comfort zone are our viewers on YouTube. Hello and welcome to all of you. If this is your first time watching, welcome. If you're a regular viewer, welcome as well. We got the same amount of love for every single one of you. So thank you for tuning in to the Jcsa's live YouTube coverage of racing here from Saudi Arabia. Today, we're at King Khalid Racecourse and we're building up to National Day and the National Day Trophy, which is coming up on Saturday, a race that I'm very much looking forward to getting into. We've got the Taif Derby tomorrow as well, which will be an exciting race too, no doubt.
Yes, it looks a really good card tomorrow, and we'll have our work cut out studying all the form lines for that for tomorrow. But
yes.
Yeah, it's a really good weekend. This is a fairly low-key card compared to it, but not an easy card.
No.
You know, the low-key cards take as much work as the top-class cards. So, yeah, we'll be burning the candle at both ends, I think.
Yes, we will be for sure, and I'm still going to stick with Maysor Al Khaladir. I think Lace Al Khaladir is the stallion that you have to follow around here. I think he's got a massive, massive chance. Rory, who do you like in here and why?
Well, she wasn't the prettiest going to post with the pony, but I thought Sharfa Al Saham did it, or Al Hazam rather, I should say.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be getting it wrong too.
I thought she was. I wasn't too worried about her demeanour going to post. She's clearly quite free. I think she's wearing earplugs as well, but I just thought she looked on good terms with herself, and she will love the strong pace here. She'll be running through it at the end. She won't be up at the pace early on. She'll be coming through strongly, and I think she's got the form to figure. And I'd be surprised if Hadla Al Mughira is out of the frame as well. I think Sharfa Al Azam for the win, and whatever she is, Hadla Al Mughira won't be too far behind.
Yeah, it's Hadla Al Mughira, a horse that we haven't selected, but certainly a horse to keep an eye on. Let us know in the comments who you're with. Are you with us or are you against us? We don't mind either way, as they just tend to, this is Aftel Majir, who's just getting the tack adjusted, jockey jumping back on board. You can see the horses will circle up before the start, have any tack adjustments done in the middle of the circle. Any veterinary checks will be done on the other side of the white tape that you can see running along the bottom of your screen. Number 5, just in shot here, Abba Al Saham, also need to step up massively from the last run in meeting 30.
We still haven't mentioned one. I think Shawahid Al Khaladia hasn't had a mention from us so far, and the last time we failed to mention a horse, it was a winner. So we should give her a mention. She was only 6th last time out, but that was in an Arabian Fillies Open race, and this is a drop in class for her. So that gives her chances. She's been running consistently well without hitting the frame. And if she runs a similar sort of race, she'll not be too far away. Another by Laith Al Khaladir.
She'll certainly be fit and ready to go there, and it's rare to see a Laith Al Khaladir not be dapple grey. So we've seen a bay Laith Al Khaladir here, which is always nice to see too. Shawahid Al Khaladir certainly one with a chance. Barzin Al Rayla, a horse we didn't manage to give much of a mention to either. Horse number 2.
That would be a bigger surprise if it won without getting a mention. He's been tried at a range of trips without, has shown ability, but hasn't seemed to find any particular trip suiting him ideally. And I think others are likely to be stronger. Again, he's not the worst of these, but he's not the easiest to fancy.
No, and they're just beginning their loading process. So I'll just go through the selections again. Rory likes Shafa Al-Hizam. Shamila also likes Shafa Al-Hizam, horse number 11. Shamila also wanted to give a mention to Mahubat Rabab, horse number 10. And I personally like the debutant, Maysor Al-Khaladir, horse number 6. John Blance, up in the sky. Who do you like? And over to you.
Yeah, thanks, lads. I'm going to go with Shafa Al-Hizam here as well. If you look back at that previous run of hers, we've already pointed this out, but she made really nice progress on the middle part of that race. And I think she should be able to be making her way through here in a similar fashion, and might not have quite that level of competition that she had last time out. Despite that, of course, Maysor Al-Khaladir could well be very, very good. Naif Al-Anazi aboard. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in Arabian racing if Maysor Al-Khaladir was just better than this lot on debut. But in terms of the form in the book, Shafa Al-Hizam is definitely the one to go with. So they're nearly already down at the 1200 metre start. Now, I've had one or two technical problems here. I'm sure the boys have mentioned this, but just on those first two races as well, Mota Rakia's time was almost exactly the same as Rossmore Nation, so it shows what a good race she ran in that particular contest, considering the second race was ostensibly a much better race. So certainly something to take note of there. And as I say, if I'm repeating something the lads have already said, then I do apologise, but it bears repeating. Barzan Al Rayla goes in. Maysor Al-Khaladir to come forward. Just a little bit reluctant to go in, Maysor Al-Khaladir. They're nearly ready. Stand by. They're off and racing once again over the 1200 metres. Pretty level break. Being fired forward is Mahobat Rabab in the white headgear. Also prominent in the early stages, right up the inside, is Shawahid Al-Khaladir. Right round the outside, Shafa Al-Hizam has got a reasonable position there, and up the inside, the check sleeves there, also going into a decent early posse, is After Al-Mughir. That's the leading quartet, and they're quite well on, actually, from Moansat Al-Khaladir, who races in 5th, then Gate Al-Dahab, who's up the inside in a roundabout 6th spot now, as they make their way through the first 427.54. So as they make their way around this big sweeping turn, coming through to take it up is Shafa Al-Hizam, to in second position Shawahid Al-Khaladir. They've gone on then from in 3rd spot After Al-Mughir. Bit of a gap back to the rest, who are still headed by Gate Al-Dahab, but they're being strung out here, and as they make the turn for home, it's Shafa Al-Hizam, who went very well last time out, and she's going pretty well here as well. Well inside the final 400 metres now. They've swung for home. In 2nd spot is Shawahid Al-Khaladir. They're then followed in 3rd by After Al-Mughir, who is in turn well clear of the rest. One that's trying to stay on from the back of the field there is Al-Mahar Al-Jazra, but as they race up towards the closing stages here, this was settled a long way out. Shafa Al-Hizam always travels strongly despite the wide transit, has absolutely spaced them here. Shafa Al-Hizam far too good in our opening Arabian race of the day. In 2nd was the 4 Shawahid Al-Khaladir. From the back of the field, looked like Hadla Al-Mughirat was staying on as well, but that one was never really in the race. In full truth, it was just a one-horse affair anyway. Shafa Al-Hizam had the best form on paper. It really just was a case of, would any of these debutantes be able to make the move up, or the principal debutant Maysor Al-Khaladir there, or any of the others improve, but they couldn't. And Shafa Al-Hizam has probably improved on what she did last time out as well. That was a very nice performance, a winning time of 1:23.66 seconds, a facile success for Shafa Al-Hizam. Asil Al-Sahani aboard, and she's now got off the mark at a 5th attempt, and she'd run very well prior to this and has managed to score in splendid isolation. 13.5 lengths at the wire for this one. Very, very easy indeed. Shawahid Al-Khaladir has finished there in 2nd. 3rd horse home was the 9 Hadla Al-Mughirat, and the 4th over the line in the end was Maysor Al-Khaladir, who's run with a degree of promise, but wasn't in the same ballpark as the eventual winner. They've come in dribs and drabs there. Shafa Al-Hizam far too strong for them. A 13.5 length margin there at the line. She was the first, and the rest are more or less nowhere.
Asil Al-Sahani is our winning rider and has had a very dream passage on Shafa Al-Hazam, who puts Rory back in the winners column, and we are flying through this card today.
Yeah, so far so good. It's logic is working out, and the best filly in the race has won, and she's won by a wide margin in a good time. She did 1:24.85 when second last time out, improved that to 1:23.66 in victory here, and she's clearly a 3-year-old going the right way.
Yes, a 3-year-old going in the right direction for sure, and we were worried about the bounce back, and she's not shown any of those ill effects from the last run, and just has blitzed these really. Looked the winner all the way around, was always travelling nicely off the rail, had a clear pass all the way around, and then once they turned into the home, it was over.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall from a very early stage. Shawahid Al-Khalidiyah has shown the speed to get through and lead on the inside. And Sharfa Al-Hazam's come from a wider draw and still 11, but you could tell even after a couple of furlongs she was going very, very comfortably, and you knew from how she ran last time out, she came from behind rivals, cut through her field, wasn't good enough to get anywhere near Rakud Al-Ansari, but that was in an open race. This is a much easier contest, and she's beaten those rivals with a great degree of ease.
Shawahid Al-Khalidiyah was the horse that finished second, and just as you suggested, Hadla Al-Maghirat finished in third, keeping up that filly's good run of form recently. The story horse of this race has to be Mesa Al-Khalidiyah, who is making debut today. When I say fell out the gates, I mean this horse fell out the stalls. Didn't know what was going on, but what was really interesting is despite having to go round the houses to get into the straight, right round the outside, that horse stuck on very nicely for fourth. Put it in your Saudi Arabian notebooks, ladies and gentlemen. The horse is Mesa Al-Khalidiyah, and that is a horse to watch in the future.
Yes, didn't look fully wound up for this Mesa Al-Khalidiyah, but that's probably the best thing to do with these Arabian horses first time out. You don't want to get them too fit because it's difficult to maintain their condition. And Mesa Al-Khalidiyah, despite looking very green and, as you said, missing the break quite badly, has shown a fair level of ability to finish almost alongside the third without getting a particularly hard time, and she should build on that next time out. And you'd have thought there's a moderate maiden with her name on it, his name on it, I should say. He's a colt by Laith Al-Khalidiyah.
Yes, and there's Asil Al-Sahani, our winning jockey as well, who's not had to work particularly hard to get the win here. You can already see he's comfortably clear at this point. The time, 1:23.66, is fast.
Yeah, it's a good time to put that in context. The track record held by Asfan Al-Khalidiyah is 1:22.83. So that's less than a second outside of that. That's about 3 seconds behind Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. That's clearly a very, very good performance from a filly having just her 5th start.
Yeah, so one to watch for sure, and I think she's improving with each run, we can say, because I thought the last run was good, but this run was a better performance, I think, despite the fact it was against a weaker opposition.
And she only made her debut, midsummer meeting 26. She made her debut, finished 5th, 4th, 2nd, and 1st. So on the figures, she's improving. But also on the time, she's improving run by run as well, and she should keep going forward. She's got scope as well. She's not the smallest in this field by any manner of means. Obviously, you're looking at an Arabian-bred 3-year-old. You don't expect them to knock your eye out, but she does have a little bit of physical scope about her, and she should do better again next season.
You can just see the horse breaking really slowly there. Already getting reminded is the Mesa Al-Khalidiyah, and you just see as well attached at this point. But to come from there and finish 4th when eased is not a bad performance, I don't think.
No, when you throw the winner out in the context of the race as a whole, that wasn't a bad performance. Those, in fairness, who try to match strides with Sharfa Al-Hazam are entitled to disappoint. In the early stages there, the horse in the red colours, Mababa Rabab was actually behind Sharfa Al-Hazam here on Sunday, was turned out quickly. She has gone backwards in that run. Her race is run after 2 furlongs. As you see, she drops back very quickly, and she looks like she's not enjoying her 2nd run in a week. Whereas you turn back to Sharfa Al-Hazam, and she has already gone clear. Shawahid Al-Khalidiyah's race is run at this stage. She keeps plugging away in 2nd, but there's no way she's going to raise her game to get back on terms with the leader at this stage. And those two are 8 or 9 lengths clear of the rest of the field, with the third there, Afdal Mashir, also struggling and going backwards at that point. So very likeable performance here.
After Majid is actually the one going forward there in the noseband, just plugging on from the back with Mayor Al Kaladir as well in behind it. Just passing beaten horses in behind. After Majid struggling away there. And there you just see our eventual third coming through. That was good to see Hadla Al Magirat just running on for third there. Sorry about that, I got that totally wrong there. Got my horses all mixed
That's
up.
all right.
Got my grades completely confused. Yeah, Hadla Al Magirat coming through there. And Shafa Al Hazam is your race winner and has done it very comfortably indeed. The great thing to see when you mentioned about that horse is the scope for improvement. When they took her into the winners enclosure, it was a very quick turnaround and off come the saddle, and she'd really got some size about her.
Yes, yeah. When you consider the build of horses you normally see in these races, and again the fact that she's younger than most of them as well, you wouldn't expect her to have quite the size that she does, but that's really promising going forward because that gives hope that she will grow a little bit more into next season, and she's got a powerful back end on her as well. She does look a sprinter, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's built in proportion, and I certainly believe that she'll have plenty of room to improve going forward. We will be going forward onto our next contest, which is another Arabian Maiden, this one over 1200 metres, but this one is for the older horses as well. So this is a little bit of a more tricky contest, and we've got some horses here who really do not enjoy their racing.
Well, none of them enjoy winning thus far because they haven't had an opportunity to find out how much fun it is. There are form lines here we can look at. There is one race that we hopefully will see footage of where a fair few of these are involved in. Race involving Zahi Al Jazra, Mansoura Al Gaya, Tayyar Hassan, and Jamil Al Wathba. They all met in a race last time out where none of them went particularly close to winning, but Jamil Al Wathba finished third, and the other three mentioned filled the next three places behind her. So at least behind him rather. So at least that makes an awful lot of sense in form terms. But the best of those, I mean, they've got similar ratings. Jamil Al Wathba has got official rating of 62. Tayyar Hassan, who was fourth there, is rated 62. Zahi Al Jazra was a slightly disappointing sixth, rated 60. Mansour Al Gaya ran above himself a little bit, or herself, I should say. Has a rating of 49, which would be workable in a handicap, it has to be said, but does show that she's got a little bit of work to do here. But yeah, not an awful lot of choose between those who've got ratings, with the exception of maybe Radwa Al Kaladia, who hasn't run particularly well of late. She was beaten 41 lengths last time out, for example, when finishing fourth. That looks like a better race on paper when you see she's been further back than that in terms of the placings, but no, her recent form is poor. But the four we mentioned are at least pretty tightly tied together. We've got an unraced one here, Somra Al Sagira, who could be interesting. She's an unraced daughter of Al Atiq. It wouldn't be a massive surprise if she was capable of getting involved in a race that lacks depth. And then we got Haider Al Wathba, who might be the best of these.
We just haven't seen it for ages.
We haven't seen it for a long time. Yeah, form figures look okay. He's had 3 runs and was runner-up last time out. He was second only a 5-horse race, and the rest were well beaten off. So we'll see what the form's worth.
Yes, the rest were well beaten off on that occasion. We just see her. She's absolutely gorgeous, our race winner, and really fills the eye. Now, one thing we have to look forward to is Saudi National Day on Saturday. And just to get you warmed up for the contest, here is a little bit of a promo for you.
King Khalid Equestrian Square will celebrate a special day on September 23rd. Next Saturday sees the kingdom come together to honour our 93rd Saudi National Day, with music, fun and entertainment for all the family. So come and join us in Taif and let the festivities begin.
With me, you're going directly to John.
Yes? Danny, bye. Yeah, looking forward to Saudi National Day. Bringing it back to the present, though. Race 4 here on the card at Taif today. And as the lads have already mentioned, this is a bit of a head-scratcher. Horse number 1 is Radwa Al Khaladiyah. Asil Al Sahani is aboard. 2 is Zahi Al Jazra. Abdullah Al Kradis rides. Horse number 3 is Mansoura Al Ghaya. Abdul Ella Al Hussein, already amongst the winners today, is aboard. Horse number 4 is Taya Hassan, Asil Al Saidi rides. Horse number 5 is Jamil Al Wathba, Ayed Al Turisi. Horse number 6, Somra Al Sagira, debutant. Wouldn't have to be absolutely brilliant to win this. Horse number 7 is Haida Al Wathba, hasn't been seen for a while. Rayan Al Toesh is aboard. And horse number 8 is Ama Al Ghanim, and that's in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Fayrouz. This one hasn't run for a while. So just the 8 go to post. Or Durgam Al Ansari is there as well, horse number 9. That's about Fahed Al Furedi. So 9 of them go to post here in race number 4.
Yes, just the 9 going to post here, and despite just being 9 in the field, there's plenty of angles to look forward to. There are some horses here who we could try and put a line through early on, didn't we, when we were going through this? We say we could put a line through this, and then suddenly you actually go, well, hang on a minute. If this just runs slightly above itself and something lets itself down, which they've done on occasion here in these type of races, that it could be thrown wide open again.
Yeah, if you've got a horse that's fairly lightly raced that's shown ability, you've got to give it a chance in this race. Because as we said, those with form are all tied together, and they were all beaten upwards of 16 3/4 lengths last time out. That was in a race won by Shihanat Al-Khaladia from Muntasirat Al-Khaladia, different class to these horses. But Jamil Al-Wathba was 3rd, Mansour Al-Ghaya 4th, Tahir Hassan 5th, and Zahi Al-Jazra was 6th. And if you watch that, when we do get to watch that race, they won't even be in the picture when we're talking about it in the last furlong, because they're so far behind. But they finish in a heap. So there's really not much to choose between them. And none of those runs, you would say, are particularly positive in terms of, oh, this looks to stand out in the race. They're probably not even running to marks in the 60s with those performances. So it won't take an awful lot of improvement from something. Obviously, Hyder Al-Wath was the interesting one. Only 3 runs, runner-up last time out. But again, that was in a 5-runner race where the 3 behind him probably don't have much ability. So it's difficult to know exactly how good he is. But he was 12 lengths clear of the 3rd that day. So it gives him a chance. He, of course, is coming back from an absence as well. So whether they be fully fit for this race is a question mark. Durgam Al Ansari has had 3 runs. 5th and 6th in all of those, but beaten a long way every time in small fields, so hard to fancy. Amr Al-Ghanim might be interesting. That's finished no closer than 7th to date, but had 3 runs, all of them at Riyadh. The second run finished 7th of 17, beaten a total of 17.5 lengths. So even if that was just full of ordinary horses, the fact that he's beaten more than half of them suggests he must have something like the ability of the rest of these, and he might be open to improvement. Of course, he's running here on his first start of the season, so he's entitled to need it. But he might well, with only 3 runs behind him and in tougher races than this, he might just be the dark horse in the race.
Yeah, and some of these horses, especially these Arabian runners, tend to come into these races fit, ready to go. So they often don't act like they need the race as much as we see with their thoroughbred counterparts. A little bit of housekeeping as well. Durgam Al-Ansari is a non-runner now. So that's horse number 9 on your race cards, is a non-runner, which means only 8 go to post for this contest. As we can just see, horse at number 4, Taya Hassan, who's a horse that really caught my eye in the parade ring last time. I think has gone a little bit backwards in condition from the last time I saw him.
He doesn't fill the eye, does he, particularly on our screens. We see number 3 in front of him, Mansour Al-Ghaya, with the ears flat back. Yeah. Not looking to be enjoying this occasion particularly much either. Yes,
I think Mansour Al-Ghaya was messing around quite early on in the preliminary stages here in the pre-parade ring and was not giving his handler any help whatsoever. The 3 Musketeers don't look like they're going to be moving anytime soon. So let's drop back to a different topic. I'm thinking Doncaster. Continuous wins the ledger. Where would you go with that horse next?
I get the impression Aidan O'Brien's never the kind of trainer to say this is where we're going to go. He'll always say, listen, he might run in this race, he might run in that, but the lads, I'll speak to the lads and they'll decide. And he did say that, but he did say, he specifically said the Arc was a possibility, and the impression I got from him was that he actually was looking forward to running the horse in the Arc. Now, there's an obvious drawback to that. Horses who've run in this in Ledger don't win Arcs. You're dropping back markedly in trip from essentially almost 1 mile 7. It's nearer 1 mile 7 than 1 mile 6. Dropping back 2 furlongs for the Arc tends to be a negative. Even Nijinsky was beaten. You go back to horses who've won the Arc. Horses who've been beaten in the Arc, actually, if you go back through the records, you get a few horses beaten in the Arc, beaten in the Ledger, who run very well on the Arc. But horses who've won the Ledger and have gone forward have tended to be disappointing in the Arc. So that's a bit of a question mark. But he's not had your typical season, has he? No. He's only begun to flourish since August. He was very impressive in the Voltager. and he had a fairly easy race there. And again, they didn't go that hard in the Ledger either. He won it through his speed, so he might not have taken as much out of himself as some previous Ledger winners have. And I think he's an interesting one at Longchamp. I think I'd definitely throw him in there.
And am I right in thinking Desert Hero could go down under?
Apparently so, yes. So
that could be an interesting sort of angle there. Obviously,
yes.
a royal runner down under would be very, very well received. So I'm sure.
Well, they were certainly talking about that a campaign in Australia would be considered for Desert Heroes. So yeah, that would be very interesting. It'd be a pretty good excuse for a state visit, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You could just imagine that would be there was a state visit to Doncaster, so no doubt they wouldn't be too afraid of a state visit to Australia either. This is number one. Radwa Al Khaldir would need to do a lot more to win here.
Yes, beaten 41 lengths last time out. And listen, hard to fancy, but they're all a bit hard to fancy in this race, so something has to buck the trend.
Yeah, something has to win, and Radwa Al Khaldir probably not the most likely of winners, but you won't miss this horse in the blue hindquarter bandages either. This is horse number 2, Zahi Al Jazra, who is rated 60 and not from 9.
Yeah, and a little bit disappointing of late, was 6th in that race that Jamil Al Wathba was 3rd in last time out. That was a good race, but they were all beaten a fair way, and Zahi Al Jazra not quite running to form. Mansour Al Gaya looked a bit mean and moody earlier on, and we move on to Tahir Hassan, who maybe doesn't look as well as he did going into that race last time out, where he finished 4th. So the question mark is whether he's going to repeat that effort. He looks a bit better now. He seems to be warming up to it.
I honestly think he looks like he's dropped a hand inside, unless the lads who are walking him up are much bigger. Generally, that horse has shocked me with how poor it looked in the prelims. This is Somra Al Saghira, who's the debutant here, horse number 6. Just getting a little bit worked up, having to wait for a position, and this is horse number 7, Haider Al Watba. This is one of the intriguing ones.
I think Haider Al Watba is interesting in that it's shown ability on one of its starts to date, finishing 7th in a big field. It won't have to improve much to get involved here.
Amir Al Ghanim is horse number 8, dashing bright white Arabian. It looks like it belongs on a film set, not a race course.
Yeah, sorry, I've got these the wrong way around. Amir Al Ghanim is the one I was talking about, who was 7th of 17 at Riyadh over 1200, and is quite interesting on that. I've got him and Haider Al Wathba mixed up there.
Oh, don't worry, no offence there, because it's green and white colours, and I can totally understand why. Haider Al Wathba is a horse that was 2nd back in meeting 10. We have got some video forms of that runner, so we'll have a good look at Haider Al Wathba running 2nd in meeting 10. What's your opinion about coming back off such a long layoff, though? Because it's a big gap between meeting 10 and now the mid-40s.
Yeah, it's a big worry for me, given that was a good run. You'd expect a horse that runs, who showed improved form, to be turned out reasonably quickly. So the absence in it is a concern. And it's difficult to weigh the form up.
Let's have a look at this run from Haider Al Wathba now. Now you can just see here, looks to be in the prime position to strike, but ends up hanging to the rail and not really making an impression on the winner.
Yeah, the two immediately behind were a spent force coming into the straight. The winner kept going better, drifted out to the centre of the track, which meant that Haider Al Wathba was switched to the rail with 200 metres to go, but didn't make any inroads at that stage. Is coming well clear of the 3rd. That's the one thing you would say, but I thought the 3rd and 4th stopped pretty abruptly that day.
Yes, and I think you're a long way back to 3rd and 4th, and Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, I see you're very close to horse number 5. Is that your eye catcher?
You're absolutely right, Callum. My eye catcher is horse number 5, Jamil Al Wathba. He is a 4-year-old colt by a sire called Razik. He was born and bred in Abu Dhabi at Al Wathba stables, and he looks really well. And you know what? I've been burnt one too many times by Tahir Hassan. I feel like I've picked him every single time I've seen him on the race card, and he's done nothing but disappoint me. So I'm going to change my tactics slightly today. Still a chestnut colt, however, I'm going to go with Jamil Al Wathba.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and you're absolutely right in regards to just how well that horse looks in the parade ring. Tahir Hassan, I don't know whether you agree with me, but I think that horse has gone backwards since we last saw him.
I think you're absolutely right, Callum. He has gone a bit backwards, and he's the scrawniest, smallest horse in the race by far. I know there's only 9 runners in this. However, he doesn't look great, and at the beginning of the season he did. That's why I always was picking him. But now, I mean, he's not a standout in the parade ring at all. I'd also like to say that horse number 6 is looking really well. Obviously getting a bit worked up waiting for the horses to come around so they could slot into number order, but looks absolutely fine now and sporting blinkers. So hopefully that goes well as well. But I really, really like Jamila Al-Wathba. I've got a good feeling about this one.
Ooh, a good feeling from Shamila, certainly something not to be sniffed at. Mansoura Al-Gaya looks really piggish in the preliminaries, in the pre-parade. Is that horse warming to the task in the parade ring?
Yeah, she was looking a bit piggish in the prelims, however, settled down really nicely here in the parade ring. And it's nice, on Thursdays it's really quiet, the horses can take their time, can get really relaxed and into the rhythm of things. There isn't any loud music or chattering around the parade ring. So much like the 2,000 metre start, it is very nice and quiet down here, much like a sanctuary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amelia. And yes, it does look very calm and peaceful down there. Thank goodness Rory and I are up here because we'd be bringing the party, no doubt whatsoever. Rory, in this one now, we've seen them in the parade ring. Have you managed to narrow down a selection early on before they even get down to the start?
I'm going to take a bit of a flyer here. I think Shamila's right. Jamila Al-Wathba is still the most interesting of the four who met last time out. He drops in trip here, but he did travel into his race well last time out, and he shouldn't be inconvenienced by it. But I'm going to take a chance that Amir Al-Ghanim would have benefited from the experience he got last year and is ready to go first time out. Because I think in terms of potential, he'd be ahead of a lot of these based on that midfield run on his second start. It's not great form, but there's no great form on offer here.
It's a level of form, isn't it? Rather than it being great form, it's a sort of leveler that the horses have to reach. And I think he gets to that. He's at a higher level than what some of these horses have done.
Yeah, he's run on past horses to finish. Well, he's beaten 10 horses home in that race, and that's something that very few in this race will ever do.
Yes, I am thinking along those lines of Mansoura Al-Gaya. I saw that horse would run relatively consistently all season, which I think you can see by the form figures. But I think he's a very strong traveller. Slightly concerned doesn't find anything when push comes to shove.
It really doesn't find much, does it?
And that's my concern. But I just think in a race like this where the quality's so low that maybe there's an opportunity for just the horse that just has the most class, I say in inverted commas, to just be able to travel their way into this race and just not see another rival.
Well, she's rated 49, so that class comes with a small C, doesn't it? Yes, she does travel like she's got ability in her races. She travelled well last time out, but she found disappointingly little when let down, and I don't see her beating Jamila Al-Wathba again. So I thought you might go for another newcomer in Somra Al-Sagira.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from the newcomers after the last time. A bit of a pain with that poor break last time. I'm going for more experience here. I'm hoping to get a better start. But I'm just seeing Jamila Al-Wathba coming out of that fateful stall 5. There's been no luck for anybody so far. It's got the stalls camera in it and certainly isn't helping. So yeah, I'm going to stick with Mansoura Al-Gaya. I think this horse is... And the rating is slightly terrifying. I have to agree with you on that because it is so low. But just the way this horse travels into contest just gets me excited. And I think if I've got a selection, I want to be in with a chance turning for home at least. And I think sometimes with a lot of these, we might find ourselves not in with any chance at all at a very early stage.
Well, we'll see how that plays out for you.
you are ringing endorsement from Mansoura Al-Gaya. So, but your selection as well. Did you think Amir Al-Ghanim was a horse that looked well enough in the parade ring? Did it look fit and ready to go for you? It looked a little bit tubby for me.
You think so? I couldn't tell that he was carrying a lot of condition, but it's not easy to tell from TV pictures.
And especially on these light greys as well. They can be very hard to tell what they actually look like.
Greys are the hardest to judge really in the paddock anyway. But obviously he's coming off a layoff. That's not necessarily ideal, but I just think it's something different. It's a different angle into the race. And going with Jamila Al-Wathba is just a little bit too obvious for me.
Oh, yeah, a little shot at Shamila there, who's gone for Jamila. No, I think you're right. Shamila's gone for that horse on paddock picks alone.
Indeed.
You're going to go for Amir Al-Ghanim on the form of the back form. I'm going to go for Mansoura Al-Gaya because I believe today it can sprout wings. So we've got the field covered. It's just interesting to see which horse actually comes out on top. Again, in this race, there's no pace. I've not seen any front runners in any of these because they've not had the opportunity to be front runners because they've not had the class, as we would say, to be able to feature in their previous outings.
No, it'll be interesting to see who does. And I thought Mansoura Al-Gaya would be potentially the horse they should go for, but because she does have natural pace. She usually travels up behind horses, and maybe if you go to the front with her, you wouldn't have to ask her too many questions. It
Yeah.
could sort of, you could fool her into winning.
Yeah, absolutely, and kind of get everyone else asking questions in behind who don't like passing horses and get a clear run in front. However, I'm pretty sure that's what every other trainer's instructions are. Get out in front and go hard and just don't look back.
Well, we'll see if they do that.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be very interesting. Yeah, I must admit, your selection is absolutely gorgeous. Look at this white animal cantering down to post. This is Amir Al-Ghanim, who has just gone down there. Just a reminder, Dargem Alanzari, horse number 9, is a non-runner. Although that horse would have probably been a non-factor in this race. The horse that has struggled very recently and is yet to get a rating after plenty of starts.
Yeah, no rating for Dargem Alanzari, but that's of no great concern to us now. He's been well beaten in 3 starts, and he wouldn't have been our pick in this race had he turned up.
We weren't disappointed to see it get withdrawn for sure. That is for sure. Samara Al-Sagera, the debutant, will certainly be one to keep an eye on. We'll see how they're all getting on down here at the start with our beautiful drone cam and the horses circle around at the start. One getting a little bit warm is, in fact, it is Jamil Al-Watbar, I think, to get a little bit jig-joggy there at the back of shot. So one just to keep an eye on there. A couple of them getting a little warm, though. That in front, I think Radwa Al-Kaladir has so many runs to the name and so much experience. This will be another day at the office for this one. Just doesn't quite have the ability, I don't think, to feature here.
No, I don't think so, but nothing would be a massive surprise in this contest, so I don't want to be ruling anything out completely.
No, I think there'll be plenty of horses in with a chance turning in, but whether anyone's going to find anything. And I think that's the hardest thing for us when we look at the form of, you talked about the horses all finishing in a heap in behind Shahana Al-Kaladir and Musawat Al-Kaladir. It was clear to see that those horses weren't going forward. They were sort of just sticking on at the one pace. Meanwhile, the 2 Al-Kaladir runners had stretched clear. Now, the horse that eventually finished second, the grey in that race, ran no contest the next time out, and we haven't seen Shahana Al-Kaladir since. So I'd be a little bit concerned that race is not looking the strongest anyway, and those horses were a long, long way behind the key contenders.
You could easily drag all those with ratings of 60 down a few pounds and say that the top here is about 55, and that makes it look even more open. But something has got to win, and I don't think I'd be that worried about Jamil Al-Wathba beginning to get on his toes at the start. A few of them are now. Samra Al-Sagera is. Jamil Al-Wathba just going through as well. So I'd rather they were getting on their toes now than not looking interested at all just before the start of this race.
Yeah, I think you can say Radwa Al-Kaladir is probably in the latter camp there, just looking, oh, for goodness sakes, we're doing this again. Oh, no. And they continue to circle down at the start, just waiting to see them eventually get loaded here. They're due to go off in 3 minutes, so I imagine the loading process will start quite soon. So I think it's about time we hand over to our man in the sky, Mr. John Blanc. Try and figure this one out.
Yeah, it's tricky, and indicative of that is the fact that I think I'm right in saying you three have all gone for different horses, and I'm going to add a 4th one into the equation, but with no great confidence at all. Taif Hassan does look a little bit regressive this season, definitely, but if you have to mine the form a bit here, but if you do, you'll find one effort at 1,200 metres, which actually on times-wise wouldn't have got him anywhere near winning the previous race, but he would have been sort of 4th or 5th in that, and that was a much better race than this. He will be fit. He's had 12 runs. He's still yet to win, but Taif Hassan should be able to go reasonably well here. And Samra Al-Sagera wouldn't have to be brilliant at all to win this on debut. But Rory's point as well about Amir Al-Ghanim is very interesting too, although Arabian horses first time out, as we've seen, well, even with the thoroughbreds here at Taif as well, he wouldn't want to be getting too excited about them. They often need their first run. Anyway, they're down at the start, over 1,200 metres for race number 4. This is due off at 5:45 local time, so there's still a bit of time before they will be sent on their way. There is Jamil Al-Wathba, Shamila's pick, and in that green cap, the white distinguishing cap there for Haider Al-Wathba. So they are making their way in to the starting stalls. Radwa Al-Kaladir goes in. Zahir Al-Jazra to move forward as well. Here's number 3, Mansoura Al-Ghaya. 4th of 9 races, of course, on the card. We've got that open 2,000 metre race a little bit later, which looks the pick of the card today. That's race number 8. Some pretty highly rated horses in that. As Shamila and the guys have been saying, the big stuff is reserved for tomorrow and indeed for Saturday. Somra Al Saghira goes in. They're waiting for Tea Hassan. Sheepskin noseband for that one. Jamil Al Wathba there alongside. You can also see Somra Al Saghira. This is looking promising though. Small field, just the 8 of them here. Standing by down at the 1200 metres. Gates back and away they go. Oh, very awkward start from Radwa Al Khaladir, and has unshipped the rider. Asil Al Sahani is off, and that horse is out of the race as they make their way through the early stages. The white distinguishing cap of Haider Al Wathba has gone on there, the 7 horse. Also prominent is Ama Al Ghanim as they just let the loose horse go past them there. In third spot is Jamil Al Wathba, followed then by the yellow and blue of Tea Hassan. Then right up the inside, Zahi Al Jazra, followed then by the debutante Somra Al Saghira. And right at the back of the field of those that remain is Mansoura Al Gaya. They made their way through the first 400 metres in 27.62 seconds, and it's Haider Al Wathba that leads, trying to overcome this lengthy absence. To in second position Ama Al Ghanim. They're then followed up the inside in third by Zahi Al Jazra. Then right round the outside in fourth, Jamil Al Wathba. Even further wide around the track is Somra Al Saghira, trying to get a little bit closer, but they're bunching up as they go inside the final 400 metres. They're going to be levelling up for home very shortly, and it's Haider Al Wathba still just about the leader. To the green cap round the outside now of Jamil Al Wathba that goes on. It's Jamil Al Wathba that leads. To in second position Somra Al Saghira. Tea Hassan is trying to stay on down the centre of the track. Now moves into third, but this leader might have slipped the field here. Jamil Al Wathba leads by 3 or 4 lengths to Somra Al Saghira's run pretty well on debut. Tea Hassan is staying on from the back but racing up towards the line. Jamil Al Wathba always travelled well and wins the shade cosily. To in second position Tea Hassan. They were then followed in third by Somra Al Saghira. That was your 1, 2, 3. Fourth horse home, Mansoura Al Gaya. So Jamil Al Wathba, Shamila's pick in the paddock, Ayad Al Turisi aboard. Nothing from 9 prior to today, but has gone on to score at the 10th time of asking. Was the joint top-rated horse in this race, along with Tea Hassan, as the guys were saying. That doesn't necessarily mark him out as anything special, but has marked him out as good enough to win here. Jamil Al Wathba in a winning time of 1:26.72 seconds there. Tea Hassan has finished in second, beaten 2 1/4 lengths into that spot, and Somra Al Saghira on debut was third. The fourth horse home there, horse number 4, Mansoura Al Gaya. So that was your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the second of our Arabian races. Hopefully Radwa Al Khaladir was fine after that mishap from the stalls. Can't imagine there was any problems. I think the bigger problems were for the jockey who was decanted down there at the start. But Jamil Al Wathba has won and beats Tea Hassan into second. And Somra Al Saghira, who was quite wide in the run as well. That's probably a decent effort on debut, something to build on for her on her very first start. But today it was all about Jamil Al Wathba, who didn't need to be brilliant to win, but has got the job done, and got the job done pretty cosily in the end.
Ayad Al Turisi has got his horse's head in front as he has guided Jamil Al Wathba to success in our 4th contest today. And we continue to find winners for the people at home watching on the YouTube channel, because Shamila, this was her paddock pick. She went against Tea Hassan, a horse who she'd followed into the ground. It was her cliff horse. She'd eventually given way. That horse comes second. This horse wins. This is a great race for Shamila.
Absolutely. Pick of the paddock, pick of the form book as well on that effort last time out when beating Tea Hassan, Mansoura Al Gaya. So justified in being the most obvious horse in the race. But it was a fairly moderate contest. But in fairness to Jamil Al-Waf, but nothing wrong with his attitude. Did this nicely, stuck his head out, galloped all the way to the line. He's no superstar, but he is perfectly genuine, and he got the better of some slightly dubious rivals here.
Yes, one of the more intriguing rivals was the debutant. Somra Al-Sagira came third today, had a wide trip throughout, but I thought ran a fairly moderate race and sort of a good line to sort of baseline for where that horse can go from.
Yeah, you'd like to think she can build on that. She was trapped wide most of the way. She looked the biggest threat at the top of the straight and then just checked out of it a little bit. And she flashed the tail once, not unusual with the Arabian horses either, but I wouldn't read too much into that. And my selection, Amir Al-Ghanim, clearly needed the race quite badly, showed speed to dispute the lead early on, but was a spent force after a few furlongs and was clearly badly in need of it, as most suspected.
When we talk about team selections, we can't forget John had Taif Hassan, the eventual second. I'm sure he would have been happy with that horse's performance, but again, frustrating for Connections. That's now 13 runs without a win and plenty of seconds in that form too.
Yeah, he's not really going forward, but he has a level of ability and he runs close to his form most of the time. It's just not good enough to win most races, is it?
Yes, and this was one of the easiest races to win, and unfortunately still couldn't get the head in front here. Mansoura Al-Gaya, I thought that horse would use its good high cruising speed to get to the front. Unable to do that, turned in for home last, but found a little bit when asked for pressure, which I thought was a bit more positive. Ended up finishing quite close to the debutant, Somra Al-Sagira. Yeah,
running on for a fourth, but we know that Mansoura Al-Gaya's got more raw ability than that, so there's something that needs to be unlocked, and it's proving hard to unlock at this stage.
Yes, I would have been intrigued to see what happened if they'd ridden this horse more prominently. Seemed to kind of get run out of things quite early, found himself wide around the bend, and I remember saying to you as they turned in for home, I said, for a horse that we know doesn't like to pick up, last is not the place you want to be turning into the straight, and I was indeed proved right. Last was not where you wanted to be.
No, indeed. Although where you really didn't want to be was standing 10 yards in front of the stalls, which is what happened with Radwa Al-Khaladia, who gave a bit of a buck leaving the stalls, got rid of her rider, and I wouldn't be at all surprised that was entirely deliberate.
Yes, Asil Al-Thahani was the rider involved there, and got fairly bumped coming out the stalls. The horse kind of bucked and kicked, and the rider didn't stand much of a chance without the side door. But when you're on a horse whose probably chances in this were very small, you're probably sitting there and go, oh no, what a shame, what a disappointment. But I'm sure they'll try and find a race for this horse somewhere. I mean, there's very few options to go here, but the 0 to 50 odd route is probably the best option for that horse. There are a few of those Arabian contests kicking around.
Well, she's rated 45. Her rating won't change after that, but for me, she was perfectly happy to lose the jockey, and she came up the stands rail here. She didn't exert herself even without a jockey, to be perfectly honest. And finished in behind them, but she was looking for the stables again. She was perfectly okay.
Yes, and she was very quickly caught by the outriders who do such a phenomenal job here. We can just see her in behind in the white blinkers as well, just getting walked off and checked again by the vets, which I always think is a very good thing to see here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Absolutely, it's good to see that it happens. There was little doubt in my mind that she was fine, but obviously you get a stalls incident, there's always a chance of picking up some kind of injury. When a horse runs loose, you need to look after them, and no one's taking any chances here.
Yes, absolutely. As we just watch the full replay of the race here, you can just see your selection there, Rory, just begins to bow out of things after showing early speed. My selection isn't even going to be in the drone shot, clinging on to stay in the shot, but not there anymore. Our adventure race would have shot for home, and Taif Hassan has tried to come on the outside, but makes a last dive move to the inside to then try and get up the rail and use the rail to help.
Yeah, you see that Somra Al-Sagira is wandering around in second place there as she gets tired. That gives Taif Hassan a chance to run on to second, but he pretty much inherited that position. It wasn't an improvement in form. And the only horse to come out of this with great credits.
Oh, yep, no chance whatsoever. You're going to get absolutely cannoned in the air. Poor Asil Al-Sahani didn't stand a chance there, just got jumped out the gate.
Yeah, he did well to avoid injury there. Obviously, she's just waited until the stalls have opened, and then she's done a bit of a bronco act, and Asil had no chance of staying on board, but thankfully he was on his feet pretty quickly and no harm done.
And great to see that with our brilliant camera shots, we can get these up-close views of incidents that do happen at the stalls, especially those drawn low. And from stall one, I'm sure our production team in the office were clapping their hands with excitement, knowing they were going to get such a great shot there. Especially knowing everyone's okay as well, obviously.
Exactly, it's the perfect place to get that kind of shot, and Radwa Al-Khaladia did what she wanted, quite frankly.
Yes, yeah, exactly. She was not too keen to go with the rider and then quickly cantered down the stand side, was already looking for a way to go home, and I think she'll be off home now. What race she will find next is going to be very hard. If there's a 0 to 50 available, I imagine over whatever trip it is, she'll be in there, whether it be 1,200 metres or even 2,000. I think they just want to give her a chance to get ahead in front.
Yeah, I think most trips come alike to her, really, don't they? And you'll go where you have an opportunity.
Absolutely. She's not got gears, but she can gallop in a straight line, and if she can keep the horse or keep the rider on board, she'll have a chance. But one horse who showed plenty of gears here was Jamil Al-Watbar, our race winner, who has gone to do this quite nicely. Completely different type to what we saw in our last race. Much more petite, effeminate looking than the last winner we saw, who is a much chunkier, more powerful version.
Yes, but a nice head carriage there. Although she carries her head reasonably high, sticks her nose out.
Yeah, and
that's
rather out rather than up, which I always
Yes,
think
exactly,
is careful, because you know when it's going up, they're struggling to breathe, and if
Exactly,
it's going
yeah.
out, that's certainly not a negative. And this horse clearly is trending in the right direction. Now that's a win on the 10th start, so now 1 win from 10. Where next? I imagine staying over this trip would be the first thought when trying to find the next race for this one.
Yeah, but he does travel in his races. Again, I think I've called him she before there again. Was third over 1,400 last time. That trip is fine, but clearly 1,200 is fine as well. Listen, the handicappers are not going to go mad about this. You'd hope he wouldn't. And handicaps or whatever races she can find up to a mile, he will go for. So I keep doing it. When I hear Jamil, I go Jamila.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. I'm not gonna beat you down for it. I think I've made the mistake plenty of times too. So you're all good here, Rory. It's a safe place. That's what I'm saying. It's a safe,
Thank you very
safe
much.
space here. But as you see, our winner just going away nicely here and doing this quite comfortably. And we've seen quite a few impressive winners so far today. We've seen them come from a range of draws as well, which I think has been good. This race was only a small field, so it's not really much you can make about the draws. But didn't come right down the rail and didn't lead all the way, which I always think is the key thing, because sometimes this track can become very front heavy, and we can just see them harrowing away in behind as the tractors coming past a harrow before our next contest, which we go over 7 furlongs for the first time today.
Yeah, it's interesting as we step up and trip. We end the day with an odd race over 2,400 metres, where there aren't many horses in that race who seem to want that trip, but most of them want something, so it's a good experiment for them.
Yes, they want to get their heads in front. That's a maiden over 2,400 metres that wraps up the card today. Another small field, but you can understand why, because there aren't many horses that fit that sort of profile that could get 2,400 metres. And then we see, when we look at the field, there's the horses there, they're all 2,000 metre or 1,800 metre horses, really.
Yes, I mean, a lot of them lack the speed to get involved with trips they should be suited to, and therefore the longer trip gives them a chance to see whether going that little bit slower will help them get into a race. And maybe you benefit from learning to race normally, you're not being taken out of your comfort zone. Even if you end up not staying that trip, at least you have that 3/4 of a contest where you're in your comfort zone and learning something. So maybe that will work for some of those horses. And maybe, a lot of horses who got sprinting pedigrees end up staying much further, as we always tend to go to. Red Rum being a perfect example, as you mentioned. A horse that was actually almost specifically bred and certainly bought to be a very early 2-year-old over 5 furlongs, who ends up being the greatest 4.5-mile steeplechaser we've ever known.
Absolutely. I think there'll be a lot of people that would agree with you on that, and there's plenty of other examples of horses who are bred for speed that end up showing plenty of stamina. We move on now to race 5. This is over 1,400 metres, the 7th furlong. It's a local bred horses maiden, and John Blance will take us through the runners and the riders.
Yes, I will, as the skies have got a bit more threatening over Taif than they have been certainly earlier on. Horse number 1 here in the 5th race on the card is Rivera. Rahid Al-Fayrouz is aboard. 2 is Fiber. Fawaz Wanas is aboard. Saut Al-Kuwait is horse number 3. Mohammed Al-Yami. Horse number 4 is Umami. It's the mount of Luis Morales. Horse number 5 is North from the Al-Quaz Racing Stable. Naif Al-Anazi is riding. Horse number 6 is Al-Horjar. That's the mount of Rayan Al-Toesh. Horse number 7 is Habmadna, the mount of Abdullah Al-Musa. And horse number 8 is Mr. Blue. Horse number 9 is Milliner. That is the mount of Yasser Al-Bakawi. Horse number 10 is Ala Marie. Ayed Al Turisi, and horse number 11 is Ekam Al Jude. Horse number 12 is Ali Bali. Camilo is back. Of course, he rode the first winner, Camilo Ospina. Horse number 13 is Thunderstorm. Let's hope we don't get any of those at Taif this afternoon. Mohammed Al Habib is aboard. Horse number 14 is Adari. Asil Al Sahani. Let's hope he's okay after that little mishap in the previous race. Horse number 16 is Tawi Al Bayid. That's the man of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 17 is Wafi Along, in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Fayrouz. And horse number 18 is Asira. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Reserves not required here. A bumper field of 18 got a post for race number 5.
Thank you very much, John, for giving us the runners and riders for race number 5 over 7 furlongs. And again, a bumper field of 18 going to Perth, complete opposite to what we saw in the last race. And the first horse we can have a look at here will be number 1 eventually when we get to good look at these individually. But Rory, just on paper, who made your shortlist?
I thought Hamadna was quite interesting. This wasn't particularly easy, I thought. There's a few horses who haven't run. I thought, yeah, it was a difficult one to narrow them down particularly, and not many on official ratings who've come in here. I thought that Art Al Jawab might have been interesting of getting a run, but hasn't got a run, I don't believe.
Didn't get in. We were looking after Jawab thinking if it sneaks into the bottom here, had a massive chance, but hasn't been able to sneak in. And Abdullah Al Hussein was booked on, so they clearly thought they had a chance of getting in this race.
Yes, I mean, that would have been the highest rated horse in the race if he'd gone into the contest. Fibre, form figures don't read very well, 15th and 15th on his last 2 starts, but ran on the Taif Cup for 2-year-olds last time. That was a red-hot contest, so the drop and trip might bring him into the equation. Yeah, but Hamadna probably the pick for me in this race, but we'll learn a lot from the paddock, I think, and we'll be leaning heavily on Shamila and her paddock comments.
Yeah, Shamila will be certainly lent on in this one. I like Ala Bali, same connections who won our opener. Camilo Ospina, white stable runner, debutant here rather than having a bit of experience. But in a race like this where it looks set up for a newcomer, doesn't it, to be perfectly honest?
Yeah, as I said, the filly with the best form in the race.
Yeah, a nightmare with the fillies today.
Has got a rating of 65, so it could be set up. And Ala Bali, entitled to need this run. We always say the premium taps come on well for first start, but he is a full brother to the King Abdulaziz University Cup winner, Bamar Allah, who is a multiple winner. And if he's got anything like the ability of Bamar Allah, he's going to go very well here.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and we often talk about premium taps needing time, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're not good first time up either. And that's the frightening thing. They win first time up, and then everyone involved in the horse says, "Oh, it'll improve from that. Don't worry. This was only the beginning." So all very exciting to see. I wonder tactically how this play out, considering we're going over 7 furlongs. Usually that means we're going to have a bit more of a run into that first bend, which means a lot of the positions will be sorted before we get into the turn much quicker than we see over 6.
Yes, and you'd like to think it should be a fair run to the bend, but there are a lot of unknowns here in terms of horses with limited experience, and no doubt there'll be a story or two to tell before they've gone a couple of furlongs.
Now, we've already mentioned that we're going to lean on Shamila. She coming here off the back of a winner. Shamila, can you make it 2 from 2?
Thank you, Callum. I'm absolutely delighted because it's only the 5th race and I've already had 2 winners from paddock selections, which is great news. My paddock selection for this race is horse number 5, North. Now, you're going to think I'm absolutely insane because every time I go for debutantes, they don't do very well. However, we've got Naif Al-Adazi on board. This is a 2-year-old colt by Maximus Mischief, which I think is a fantastic name. Other horses I'd like to highlight is horse number 12, looks really nice. Ala Bali, also a debutant. And horse number 16, Towi Alabid, also a debutant. So these horses are looking really well in the parade ring. They're only 2 years old, but they're really well defined muscles. They look really fit and ready to go. A negative, I would have to say horse number 1 is looking a little bit hot behind the saddle and a tad underweight, I would say, if I was being really picky. And horse number 10 as well he has a very weak behind. I'm not a big fan of his gait, so that's all my negatives for this race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Plenty of information there. Rivera being a bit of a paddock negative, Ale Marie being another paddock negative, but 3 debutants being positive. Shamila, now, Out of these debutants, when you're in the parade ring, what are you looking for a first-time starter in the parade ring, both conformation-wise and general attitude-wise?
From these debutants, I really want to see them being relaxed, holding their own, and being confident in the parade ring. There's nothing you want less than horses who it's their first time out, they're in the parade ring and they're already worked up. They haven't even got down to the stalls yet, where the real stress really truly begins when they start loading process. However, they all look really nice, and I'm also looking for horses who have really nice muscle conformation. If they have really strong hindquarters as well, that means their back legs are really well defined. You need this in dirt racing. You need horses to have strong hind muscles, and just horses that generally look really fit and healthy is also really nice to see. A nice full tail, and horses that are just really well kept as well.
Thank you, Shamila. Now, we hear often a lot of people talking about weak behind. That's a phrase I know you mentioned with Ali Marie. What does that exactly mean from just an eye test standpoint? What does weak in behind mean?
Weak in behind means maybe the muscles, they aren't rounded. You like to see a nice round rump on a horse. That means they have nice full muscles. He looks really weak behind. He's dragging his back legs on the floor as well, which isn't a great sign. You want the horses to keep up their feet. You don't want to see the horses dragging their feet behind them.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and thank you for that brilliant paddock introduction there. And we can see plenty of newcomers in this contest. I think when we talk about horses being weak behind, I think it's more okay on turf. I think you're allowed to be a little bit more weak on the turf. In dirt racing, I think it's a massive negative because it's all about power on the dirt. And you can just see there's our debutant coming out there, Ali Bali, who looks very, very good going out onto the course, and certainly not one lacking for power.
No, absolutely not, and clearly has the pedigree as well to back that up. But I'd agree entirely with those comments about you need to have power behind. You don't so much in the flat, but on the turf, but on dirt racing, it's about early impulsion. You need to have the power to generate that in the first place, and it's interesting to hear that the newcomers are all getting positives in that direction. So we might have a bit of a change of mind before they go off here.
And again, we talked about a horse like Magisterio in one of the earlier races, who's a typical European type runner, who's built very lightly, very finely built. I said in the parade ring, looked classy. Dirt racing is the last thing that horse wants, isn't it? Especially over such a short trip, because that horse is whole breeding, and for years and years, all the fine tuning of the breeding, never even considered dirt racing or sprinting.
Yeah, and again, if you look at human athletes, if you're looking at distance runners, you don't expect them to be big and strong. You expect them to be lean, to not carry an awful lot of weight for those who go in a distance. But for sprinters, you're looking at their backsides. You're looking for power in that backside and in the thigh muscles, because it's all about explosion. It's about explosive pace. It's not about maintaining power for a long distance. And even up to this sort of distance, the 1,400 meters here, you want them to see the races out, but in order to be competitive in the first place, they've got to have that strength. They've got to have those well-defined muscles.
That's Shamila's paddock selection going down to post right now. North looks lovely going down there as well. Naif Alanazi on board. Now, Naif wouldn't ride as many winners as Adele Alfaredi or Camilla Waspina, but certainly not one to be sniffed at here, and a real die-hard competitor as well.
Absolutely, yeah. North is a big beast as well. You'd have thought your first reaction would be that he might need the run, but as I said, Shamila's been very positive about him, about how ready he is and how well defined he is. He's a half brother to the Grade 3 placed Fantastic, so he's got a half decent pedigree as well. We just saw Hamadna there, the one that I thought was the one that stood out on form, but only with a rating of 65. Doesn't set a particularly high standard, and physically wouldn't catch your eye the same way as a couple of those newcomers. But Hamadna does have the know-how. He's had 3 runs. He ran his best race last time out when third to Moela, beaten 12.5 lengths that day. But the horse that finished third in that race has come out and won next time out. So Hamadna was 6th that day, beaten a fair way. But the first and third are decent yardsticks, who are a lot better than most of these in this race. But as we saw with him going down, we didn't really get a great one-on-one comparison. But he wouldn't have quite the size of the likes of North or Alabali, or even the third one mentioned there. I think it was Tawi Al-Baid.
Yes.
Another one who looks quite a strapping sort.
Yes, we talk about the white stable tending to have very good debutants and big, powerful types. The owners of Tawi Al Baid is a very, very powerful owner, and they always tend to buy really nice stock. And you can just see there straight away with this horse, which is by Tapiture, which I'm pretty sure is the son of Tappet. Am I right in saying that?
You'd have thought so with a name like that. Tapiture, of course, won the West Virginia Derby, among other races. The dam was a winner and was placed in a 6 furlong stakes race as well. So I would say that's a speedy enough pedigree. That reads like a 7 furlong 2-year-old pedigree to me. And he's interesting despite that wide drawn stall 16.
Yeah, certainly will be a horse I'm keeping an eye on, as well as Alabali. But I'm going to stick with my selection of Alabali because I just think that animal is a real strapping type. Now, we did mention Shamila selected lots of paddock selections in this race, so we're going to only pin her down to one. It's got to be North, the horse she mentioned first. We're not letting her have half the field in this.
That's fine, but in fairness, it's important to know what your selection is, but it's more important to get information that we're getting. And I thought we got excellent information there. 3 positives, 2 negatives from the paddock. That's what I want to hear, rather than just one positive.
Absolutely.
I'd rather get more information, and Shamila's definitely given us value for money today.
She's working hard. We say the hardest working woman of our team, so no doubt she'll be beavering away waiting for the next ones to come through as well. And she's doing the English-speaking interviews as well.
Indeed.
I wonder if they're paying her any more for that. I highly doubt it. She's still working away, but she's doing a great job, and she has done a fantastic job finding those horses in the parade ring who are positive, and I think with positive debutants, it's certainly one to watch. Now, if Hamdana wins this race, how are we viewing this race as a whole?
Not particularly well. It looked like a run-of-the-mill, end-of-season, 1,400-metre maiden. If we want to look at this race in a good light, we probably need a newcomer to win it.
Yeah.
But although, Hamadna is going the right way, you're not relying on him showing form from 3 or 4 starts ago. He's improved with each run, so he could take a step forward again today. But while I think he's your starting point in terms of form, I think there must be a likelihood of something being better than him who isn't exposed or we haven't seen at all.
Yes, any of these other runners with form, I know Shamila said Rivera was a negative in the paddock, but that was 5th on debut, metre 37, surely had something to build on there.
Yeah, well, that wasn't a maiden race, that was a non-winners of 2, and it was won by Judea, who's a promising sort, was making a 2 from 2 that day and won by a good margin, so that was a good race. Rivera was outclassed though. This is more realistic, but I still think it's going to meet some better rivals.
It was a small field contest as well, that Judea race,
was,
I remember off the top of my head as well. So maybe 5th doesn't quite seem as bright. Yeah.
5th or 6th, I think.
Yeah, so maybe not particularly as impressive. However, that race has churned out a few nice horses already. The horse that came 3rd, whose name escapes me right now, but that horse ran a very nice race and will certainly be one to watch later on this season. I think we'll see that horse again. Just see North getting a little bit warm in the preliminaries there, walking around there. So this is something that I think is crucial. We sometimes get Shamila down at the 2,000 metre start because I think horses can look great in the parade ring, but as Shamila said when she was saying, the real stress comes when they're circling down at the start, and although the atmosphere is nice and calm, there's a lot of horses, they're circling, they see the gates, they know what's coming because they're well trained, and some of them begin to get very, very warm. We can see horse number 18 doing the same thing, which is Asira getting quite warm in the preliminaries too. And right out the back of shot, Alabali is behind the tape, so maybe that's either special precaution to try and keep that horse extra calm, or they're giving that horse a 2nd and 3rd check. That's Alabali, horse number 12 in the White Stable Silks.
Yeah, you're right to say that a few of these are just beginning to show more signs of stress than they did beforehand. The one who impresses me, who still seems very relaxed, is Tawi Al Baid, who we mentioned already, the son of Tapiture. He's got a very wide draw to deal with, but I suspect there's going to be quite a gulf in class between the best and the worst here. So it shouldn't be a massive issue as long as he breaks on terms. And he's impressing with his demeanour pre-race.
I wonder if that's a live shot of the sunset there. Whoever is on the camera there has done a mighty job there. I felt like I was in a David Attenborough show for a second. They're getting all the beautiful nature shots as they continue to circle around. And yes, a few of these have got very, very warm. One who hasn't is horse number 4, Umami. That horse is staged quite calm.
But not that calm. Umami did have a kick out a little while ago and looked a little bit wound up. So if you look away for a second, you can miss these things.
That's it. It was showing off when I was watching, but when my eyes went on it, it was being a bit of a naughty school child. So as they begin the loading process, we'll go through the final selections again. I know Shamila liked number 5 North. She also mentioned plenty of other positives, which included Ala Bali and Tawi Al-Baid. So that's number 16, 12, and number 5 as well for Shamila's paddock selections. Rory, who do you like?
Well, based on what Shamila's told us and based on the look of these and the general strength of the form that's been shown, or weakness of it, I'm going to go with Tawi Al-Baid, who I said is one of 3 interesting newcomers, and he's the one who's probably been most impressive in the later preliminaries. He's very calm, he looks ready to go, and hopefully he can run a big race.
Yeah, we can see North getting exceptionally warm. Shamila's supporters will be a little bit concerned there. Hopefully the horse hasn't boiled over completely, but certainly not a massive positive in the prelims. I am going to go for Ala Bali, horse number 12. So just to go through those again, I'm going for horse number 12, Ala Bali. Rory's going for horse number 16, Tawi Al-Baid. And Shamila's going for number 5, North. Over to you, John Blance. Who do you like?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Hamadna here. Obviously, generally speaking, at Taif, you want a horse that's going to show early pace, and Hamadna didn't do that last time out, but the step-up trip will definitely help, and stayed on eye-catchingly well last time, and I think the 1400 will be ideal for Hamadna, so hopefully he'll run well. This is North going in, Milliner to come forward too. We've got Asira to go in as well, horse over on the far side there. Purple 18 saddlecloth. All 18 going to post here, no reserves required. South Al Kuwait may well go forward, and there'll be others as well who'll be trying to push the pace. Milliner goes in. In goes North. Not that many left to go in now. Here comes Ala Bali, who's certainly interesting. See what position Camillo can take up from stall 12. This is number 13, Thunderstorm. Another debutant. Goes in alongside Ala Bali. Thunderstorm inching in. Thunderstorm is in. Again, loaded very efficiently here at Taif. They're ready and they're off and racing. Going through the early stages of this 1400-metre contest, Ala Bali got away well. The green cap there, the striped sleeves, also prominent in the early stages. Mr. Blue. Another one that moves forward in the orange jacket is Al Horja, and also North is prominent as well. Spot that big white face. Getting across Ad Hari in the red colours. Another one across from a wide draw is Asira. So plenty of competition for the early leadership towards the rear of the field at the moment. Fiver hasn't got too many behind it. Hamadna is mid-division at the moment, and also there towards the rear of the field in the green colours is Asira as they make their way through the early stages. Excuse me, it's Asira who's prominent. Also there is Al Horja. Here comes South Al Kuwait as well. That's your leading trio. Mr. Blue is after that. Right round the outside comes Ala Bali. Even further wide comes Tawi Al-Baid. They're then followed by the red jacket of Ad Hari. Sitting quite pretty up the inside is North, but needs 1 or 2 gaps to appear as they start to make the swing for home. And it's Al Horja that leads, but here comes Ala Bali. Camillo Ospina looking for a double. Then right round the outside, Tawi Al-Baid. These 3 have gone on to Ad Hari, who races in 4th spot. Then South Al Kuwait. North is now just beginning to struggle. Staying on from the back is Milliner, but as they've swung for home with 350 left to go, the lead is now with Al Horja. Al Horja, the sheepskin noseband, the far side, just about out in front. But here now down the centre of the track comes Tawi Al-Baid, still sticking to the task well on debut is Ala Bali, but it's the 16, Tawi Al-Baid, who's piling it on now out in front and racing up towards the line. Is going to win going away. Tawi Al-Baid beats Ala Bali. Third horse home there could well have been Ad Hari, who was staying on quite well in the latter stages. Tawi Al-Baid on debut has scored, and it's been a race dominated by horses either without much experience or with none at all, and it's Tawi Al-Baid right down the centre of the track has thundered home. Ala Bali's run a very good race as well, but Tawi Al-Baid in a time of 1 minute 32.31 seconds has scored. Didn't really have a particularly good run in transit. Was always pretty wide around that long sweeping turn we have here at Taif, but was still good enough. That's a performance he can probably mark up. Alabali, good effort in second, 2 3/4 lengths. Camilo Ospina, second ride of the day. He's had a winner in a second now. In third spot was Ad Hari. That was a good effort. North has boxed on pretty well too. So it's a good race for, well, Rory picked this one out, as indeed did Shamila, and she also picked out North as well, who's gone well into fourth. So another good one for the team there. But it's Tawi Al-Baid in the hands of Abdullah Al-Khamis, who's won. Alabali in second. You can see battling hard Al-Dari to get that spot. Looked as though his run was coming to its natural conclusion, but he's battled on well. And North, who was prominent early, has also stuck on too, and that was a promising run on debut as well for Naif Al-Anazi. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 5. 4 more races still to come here at Taif this afternoon. Make sure you stay tuned.
Well, Rory, I think we've just seen a very smart horse in our recent race winner of race 5, who was Tawi Al-Baid, who has done a mighty job winning from stall 16, widest of all, and pouring it on down the straight. Mightily impressive performance, and well done to you for selecting it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree. I thought it was a very good performance. We see plenty of winners from out wide, but we don't see many horses trapped wide all the way who win like this. And this was a very good performance in the circumstances from a colt with no experience. He moved forward from the stalls, but he wasn't as sharp as some, and he was stuck out wide, and he had to move up 7 or 8 horses wide coming into the bend. So he lost a lot of ground in doing so. You know, he travelled a lot further than anything else in the race, and I think he's done well to win in the circumstances.
Just a reminder that this horse is only 2 local bred animals. Just look at the knees on him. He's all power, he's all size and strength. He's a real stamp of an animal. Shamila picked him out in the paddock. Another one for Shamila Selections, flying through as well. She picked out 3 here, and they finished 1st, 2nd, and maybe 4th, I think it was. So they all 3 selections did really, really well. But this animal here, it wasn't just the way, it wasn't just the win, it was the manner of the victory. All the way out wide, but then didn't just scramble home, was going away at the line. I was really impressed.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, real stamp of an animal too, and I think we've seen a really good thing here. And just look at the way he knows it's one as well. He's a gorgeous creature, and certainly plenty to build on going forward, doing this over 7 furlongs. And I think we've been here long enough now to establish this sort of calendar. We had the Taif Cup only recently. That was over the mile. Probably would have come too soon for a horse like this, built so strong. So they've held themselves back. They're probably looking on to Riyadh in the future, and I think they've got a really good horse to go to war with.
Oh yeah, I think the 3 who finished in the frame here, the debutants, are all quite backward types. Horses who have size about them, who you wouldn't want to have been kicking on with in the middle of the summer. So very promising for all of them, and they're all next season's horses.
Yeah, they are next season's horses and have all the skill in the world, and we just see Abdullah Al-Khamis will be very happy with this, but I just couldn't get over the way that they had to come so far wide. Ala Horja was the horse that was right down the rail, got the ideal rail run all the way throughout that race, but was unable to hold off these more precocious, I wouldn't want to call them precocious, I'm not sure that's the right word to use to describe them, but classier, bigger, stronger animals in the end. We can just see the race replay here, and the winner is right at the bottom of your short here, already wide, and the jockey Abdullah has committed to the wide trip.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch him from here. He never ducks inside. He's going forward at this stage, so his jockeys kept him wide and kept passing horses on his inner. But as a result, as you see, he is literally 7 horses wide coming into the bend, and he's never really going to get in. The runner-up's immediately on his inside on the crest of the turn. Again, even now he's still 5 wide. So he's being forced wide all the time. He's not taking the path that he wants. He's being forced into that path by horses on his inside. So he's done really well to maintain the gallop. I thought this was a very likeable performance. Also from the second, Alabali, who's also been pretty wide himself, but had a slightly better run round. They both run with an enormous amount of credit. Al-Hodja in third has got a better run through. She's shown the benefit of a couple of runs. She still showed greenness last time out, but was able to hold her position all the way through the race this time. No match for the first 2 in the end, but it's a nice run from her as well. The winner and the second are very promising types. This is the kind of race I like to see.
I think Al-Hodja might have even fallen even deeper through the field. I think it was the Prince Faisal horse, Adari, who may have ended up getting up for third, and North trying to fight for fourth with Al-Hodja as well. But I think you're right about the trip that Al-Hodja took. Right down the rail, had Souk Al-Kuwait, a horse that showed very little last time out, just niggling away at the rail and didn't allow him to get right close to the paint, so probably counted against him on that occasion. But the front 3, I mean, let's give a shout out to all the horses with very little experience here. I think we were concerned that this might not be a good race. We mentioned Had Dama. If this horse is to win, it probably isn't the strongest race on paper, but that's not the case. We've seen some very nice young horses here.
No, again, we talked about the 3 newcomers, and Adari has finished third, missed the break on debut, got a bump shortly after leaving the stalls, and then wasn't knocked about as it ran on through beaten rivals to finish 6th. That was in a race won by Taj Al-Anea, a good contest, and he's clearly benefited from that experience. Also stuck wide from stall 14 as well, so lots of positives to take from this race.
Another massive positive for the winner. He was bumped coming out the stalls. We just miss out. As he jumps out, gets absolutely bumped by the horse on his outside, which is Wafi Along. Really gave him a proper bump, so he's off the pace early. So just another tick in the box if we've seen a good thing here.
This horse is clearly going to improve plenty for the run. I wouldn't want to see him run next week on the back of this. He's had a hard race here, but he's bred to be decent. I said he's by Tapature, who's a promising enough young stallion. Not a premium stallion, but he was on the periphery of the sort of Kentucky Derby in his year. Won the West Virginia Derby. The dam was placed at stakes company over 6 furlongs. That's a good pedigree for a Saudi maiden, and this is a horse with physical scope as well. So one to look forward to for next season.
And the real positive for Saudi breeding as well, remember this is a local bred race. So that means these horses have been brought in for overseas but have been bred in Saudi Arabia, which I think just further boosts the ability, because if you look at the front 2 especially, they look like imported animals for sure. But they're locals, and they're locally bred, born and raised here in Saudi Arabia, and it just further boosts what we're already seeing here of a thriving racing nation.
Yes, and this is what we want to see. These are horses with North American pedigrees, but the connections have sort of have taken those pedigrees from the States and are now breeding the horses locally. So, there are a lot of stallions who are capable of producing good horses who aren't going to be at the top of the tree in terms of, producing Keeneland's Premier Sales bloodstock, but they're going to get good winners as well. And getting your hands on those young stallions is very good. And we've seen horses who, again, just not that far off being absolutely top of the tree in the States, but they fall through the gaps. And if you can get them here and they're sound, and they've shown that on the racetrack, they're going to produce good winners.
I think you've hit the nail on the head with the American stallion market is a saturated industry. There's so many horses in there and there's not much space. So if you're a horse that's winning the West Virginia Derby, running in the Los Alamitos Derby, you're right up there. There's no taking away from you. You're a very good animal, but you're not going to be seen as fashionable or exciting in the American market because you weren't a Kentucky Derby runner.
No.
However, over here, you can really build a profile as a stallion in a different country, and I think we're seeing that. And I think there'll be different deals going on with shares and various people having various parts of stallions, and this will be a positive result all over the world. This winner here. Yeah,
as you said, you've got a saturated market in the States. You have sort of a fairly saturated market in the UK and Ireland as well. But there are stallions who are not getting a chance because they're not fashionable enough, who are still very, very well worth having.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer.
Our winning trainer is Abdulaziz Al-Hizabi. Congratulations. It was your horse's first time out today. What did you think about the race?
Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, yes, first race and win, alhamdulillah. And inshallah, after race, inshallah, I see horse and go inshallah Riyadh after next week, inshallah. I see inshallah horse Riyadh, inshallah.
You will keep him the same distance, 1400?
No, maybe inshallah mile. Horse easy, no good speed, and inshallah Riyadh, inshallah mile. I see, inshallah.
And he's a local bred horse, but do you think he can compete with the international horses as well?
Maybe, inshallah, I see, inshallah.
And what about the jockey? You thought he gave him a good ride?
Yes, very good ride, alhamdulillah. Abdullah Khamis, thank you. Abdullah, alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the trainer, and thank you very much to our race winner and Shamila for getting that interview. Now, I think there's some takeaways we can take from this. As we see, just get bumped coming out here. Just watch coming out the stalls. Gets a real lick from Wafi Along. And another bump as well from the horse on the inside who eventually finishes third. So it's a lot of horses would have spat the dummy out there.
Yeah, but he doesn't, and that's. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's a massive amount of contact, but it stopped him getting in that gap, and that meant that he was forced back in the field. I thought it was a good ride because his rider hasn't panicked and forced him to go forward really quickly. But once he gets rolling after a furlong, then it's clear that he's a lot better than the horses on his inside, and he doesn't want to tuck inside those. He wants to be going past them, and although he has forced him to go wide, it's the winning of the race for him as well.
And it'll go down to Riyadh next week, which is no surprise there. The date is the 21st of September, which means the Riyadh course has been open for works for 4 days. They opened up on the 17th. I had to do the quick math in my head. But they'll head down to Riyadh for that one. And I think there's a couple of takeaways we can mention here. Riyadh, yes, tick. Miler, easy. The trainer says he'll get in mile easy. Now, Riyadh's a very different configuration here, longer straight. So I think that will really help a horse like him who needs that long straight to get going. He's a big, powerful type, but he's not got the greatest turn of pace that you probably see. He's a horse that just keeps getting better and better the further he goes.
Yeah, I think it was important that he was asked to make that move early and gradually, and he's not sprinted past them. No. He's just gradually reeled them in from a poor position. It was likeable. It was a powerful performance, and it's a performance of a horse who will stay a mile, 2,000 meters should just about be within his compass at some stage, but a mile looks his ideal trip at this stage, and yeah, he's definitely one to look forward to. Great to see the smile on the trainer's face when Shamila said, do you think he might be good enough to take on the international horses? That's what you dream about.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This horse is taking on imported horses, no doubt about it. Take nothing away from Ala Bali, who finished second as well, ran a very good race on debut. I think that horse is staying over this trip, could even drop back to 6 furlongs. Would you agree with me on that one?
I see no reason to drop back. He wasn't. I know he's outpointed in the end, but he wasn't outstayed per se. He's been beaten by a better horse.
Yes, you think it's a better horse rather than the distance.
Yeah, and he's kept on perfectly well, and he should stay further on his pedigree. I said he's a full brother to Bamarala, so that pedigree suggests that he'll stay further. So he just needed to run a little bit. He'll improve for it.
Absolutely.
Lots of positives here. Adari had little chance on debut after the start and has built on that promise to run a really good race in third. Again, not getting the best of runs through. And North has run a stormer in them because he looked great in the prelims, and then he did suffer from the stress at the start. He got very warm. He seemed to get a bit nervous, and he just froze a little bit early on. But he was getting the hang of it late in the race, and he was going on very nicely at the finish to finish a clear fourth, and he would appreciate another furlong as well. He'll come on a lot for that run. So yeah, plenty of horses to take from the race.
Certainly, so many angles for your Saudi Arabia notebook, and that's what gets us really excited here, because you see locally bred animals who look like they can handle it against the imported horses, and certainly plenty of stories. John Blance will take us through the runners and riders for our 6th race over the mile.
Certainly will. Yeah, that was a really good performance, wasn't it, by the winner of the previous race. We move on, though, to the sixth, and once again, 18 stand their ground. Faza is horse number 1 in the hands of Rahed Al Obeid. Horse number 2 is Shah Alil. Fawas Wanas rides that one. Will be getting back in the run, but staying on quite well. Very interesting. Horse number 3, Asab Camilo Ospina, in those King Abdullah bin Aziz colours. Stalled 3 on debut. Could be a very promising type. Saeed is next, horse number 4 there. That's the man of Hamza Saad. Horse number 5 is Meraj, Fahed Al Furedi, I should say. Horse number 6 is Kairin, a horse that I'm interested in from a tipping perspective. Luis Morales is aboard. Horse number 7 is Morgi Nebra, Alexis Moreno. And horse number 8 is Al Nazak. That's the man of Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 9 is Atomic Impact. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides. 10 is Dandy Secret. Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 11 is Viterbo. Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 12 is Saudi Magic. That's the man of Mohammed Al Shurima. Al Shamek. Horse number 13, Ayad Al Turisi. Horse number 14 is Yebher. That's the mount of Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 15 is Bobby's Freedom. Asil Al Sahani. And horse number 16 is Gasab. 17 is Kair in the hands of Rahid Al Fayroz, and horse number 18 is Yes Mo. Abdullah Al Kradis is aboard. So 18 runners for race number 6. Once again, we're over a mile and they're in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, John. We can just see Luis Morales heading out to the start here, and we straight away look at horse number 1, which is Faza.
Yeah, rated 63 last year, but form is regressive, and it's hard to see him winning this on recent efforts.
Yeah, an interesting looking animal. Got a bit of a heavy section, but doesn't look unfit in behind. So fascinating horse to look at. This is number 2, Shah Halil, a horse that I know is one for the shortlist.
Yeah, it was 6th last time out, was behind Mirage. And it didn't have a great trip that day and could do better, but hard to see him turning the form around with Mirage, who really got the eye that day.
Yes, and the next one is Asab, another for the White Stables, another for Camilo Ospina. They've had a winner, they've had a second. Could they have another winner here?
Yeah, he's by the D-Stakes winner, Tajraweed, out of a mare who's already produced 4 winners, so clearly one of interest on debut.
Saeed is number 4.
Made the running and faded late last time out. May progress again, and is one to bear in mind despite a lowly rating.
We're already saying a lot of these are going to feature on your shortlist. Here's another one, Mirage, horse number 5. We're just going to have a look at in just a second. This horse was second last time in meeting 34.
Yeah, needed the run on debut and improved markedly on that when finishing at 2 lengths second to Mohea over course and distance. That was at a half decent time, but I thought there was a lot more improvement to come from Mirage, and definitely one to be on the right side of.
Going without the headgear here, just the cross noseband on, looks very good in the parade ring, ready to go. Karain is horse number 6. Now this horse is 0 from 3, but finished 4th on seasonal debut, but we won't talk about the horse, though it's stunning. Let's go straight to Shamila. She's on fire.
Thank you very much, Callum, and perfect timing, because my paddock pick is horse number 6, Kieran, ridden by Luis Morales. He is a 3-year-old colt by Pioneer of the Nile, looking really, really nice in the parade ring. Nice big horse as well. And you know I like big horses, Callum. Horses that look like they could be national hunt horses. This is him here. He's looking absolutely stunning. Another horse that I wanted to highlight also is horse number 5, a 3-year-old colt again, but this time by Army Roll Mirage, looking really nice as well. And you have Fahad Al Faredi on board as well, which is never a negative. Now, speaking of negatives, horse number 1 possibly looks a bit too overweight for my liking, a bit too chunky, and horse number 8 was getting a little bit worked up in the parade ring, a little bit hot behind the saddle, as we say.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Those were just some paddock positives and paddock negatives here at King Khalid Racecourse for race number 6. We're rattling through the card here, Rory.
We certainly are.
It's another race where we could see some potential really nice horses, except these ones are 3-year-olds, so even more backward than the horses we saw in the last contest.
Yes, if they're making their debut now, a very lightly race now, they've clearly taken time to come to hands, and Karain being a perfect example of that Shamila's just mentioned.
Yeah, Karain, a horse. Let's talk about that horse's last run. Had a wide trip. We'll see it actually, won't we? Because this had a wide trip as well in behind Mirage.
Freddie.
Yes, he was 4th over course and distance last time, despite that wide trip, splitting Mirage and Shah Halil. But yeah, as you said, both he and Shahalil had a poor trip through that race. I see Shahalil's jockey coming back in again. I'm not sure there's an issue there.
Yeah, we'll keep you up to date if anything. Is we're just going to have a look at the insert here as well. This is Mirage. Now, Mirage is in those white silks with the question mark on board. You just see, just there, cross those band on again, just really begins to pick up late and powering on late on. But you can just see some of the other runners in. Shahalil, right on the far left of your screen, is involved as well. Kerlin is also in there in behind in the white cap with the blue and white silks.
Yeah, you see in the light colours, Mirage coming through really strongly. Having had to switch position 2 or 3 times during the race. Very strong finish from Mirage, and you'd expect him to improve again. As you can see, behind the third, they finished in a massive heap, but both Shahalil and Karen were trapped wide that day and probably were better than the bare result. But they're no bigger eye catcher than Mirage, who has a Q on his back and not a question mark.
Not a question mark, a Q. Yeah, I don't know where else go with a question mark there.
A Q for Qatar, I think.
Yeah, Q for Qatar indeed. And yes, certainly not a question. What was I thinking with that? I don't know where.
Q for question?
Yeah, well, there you go. Thank you.
You were thinking back to the old days at Cheltenham when the only Irish winner of the meeting carried a question mark on his back.
It was before I was born.
But somehow that memory is stuck with you.
Absolutely, clinging on. We've got to make our way through some of these other ones. More Ginebra with the horse who's got form, but it's not in the UK or over here. It's over in Jebel Ali.
Yeah, has run at Jebel Ali, but she tended to show speed in her races and checked out very tamely. So she's shaped like a filly with a problem. She's clearly got ability, but she tends to stop quickly for whatever reason. Ironically, her one run here, she ran on from the back of the field. So I don't know what to make of that.
Al Nazak is horse number 8, a negative for Shamila in the paddock.
Got a negative, getting a bit hot behind the saddle. I thought he was the type to improve. His best work was late in the day when he finished 6th behind 2 of these last time out, and I thought he might step forward, but the paddock negative is a worry.
Here is horse number 10, Dandy Secret, in shot here, and we'll also talk about horse number 9, Atomic Impact, as well.
Yeah, Atomic Impact has got a good rating of 70, but he's inconsistent and doesn't always do it. Beat Al Nazak and Dandy Secret when 3rd. But he didn't build on that when 5th, beating at 37, and his form is up and down.
Yeah, I really liked him in meeting 37. He didn't run a bad race, had to come wide all the way around, but it didn't get you up off your feet, unlike the form we saw with Mirage. The Turbo is horse number 11, 0 from 3.
Yeah, he's not from 3. He's been well beaten on All Stars, so makes no appeal here.
Yeah, Saudi Magic, horse number 12 on your race card, 13th last time out. That was a real downturn in form after the 5th on the season opener.
Yeah, the fifth was a pleasing enough start, but ran an absolute stinker over course and distance last time, so questions to answer after that.
Al Shemek, another with plenty of questions to answer, only rated 52, could find this all a bit too much.
Yeah, 5 starts and has not finished any closer than 6th than any of those.
Yaber is in the same colours of Dream Biz, who was the winner last week, but probably not going to win this contest.
Has had 3 starts, has yet to beat another horse, I'm afraid.
Yes, 18th in all 3 starts. Now we look at number 15, Bobby Freedom. Now this horse famously knocked out our internet connection last night. We couldn't get online after looking at Bobby Freedom.
Yeah, we thought it might be a sign that someone was trying to stop us looking into the form, but he was beaten 23 3/4 lengths here, went 7th on his return. That sounds pretty unimpressive, but that was behind Al Marmoum Gate and Kuthni Mak, who are both very good horses. So I thought Bobby's Freedom, who showed a bit on debut last season, should improve and isn't one to dismiss out of hands.
Yes, those 2 horses you mentioned are really smart animals. Gassab, horse number 16.
Showing nothing at all recently and very hard to fancy.
And Kaher, number 17.
Kaher has a little bit of ability but hasn't shown it in recent starts and has been soundly beaten the last twice.
And finally, Yes Mo, horse number 18, coming out of stall 18.
Yes, no, I think.
No problem for Yes Mo. Will need to improve massively. The beating 29 form was bad. They've then given this horse a break, and I think they're hoping that Abdullah Al Creators can get this horse to do something quite special. But we'll need to be stepping up massively on what we've seen before as they circle down at the start. Rory, who do you like in this? I imagine you're very hard to get away from Mirage in this contest.
Impossible to get away from Mirage. I think there are several potential improvers in here, but I think Mirage is open to as much improvement as any of them and already has better form. So he should be very hard to beat for Qatari connections on his 3rd start.
Yeah, Rain is the selection of Shamila as well as Mirage. She liked both of those. I'm going to go against you both with Asab. I think this horse by Tajaweed has a good chance on debut from an inside jaw. Camille Ospina, White Stable, when they team up, they're always dangerous. They've had a winner, they've had a second. I'm sure they want to get their heads back in front. I remember the interview we did with them on King Faisal Cup Day, and they were gutted they were beaten in one of the races. They really do want to win every single race their horses are in.
And that's why you tip them in every race they run in.
Every single race they run in. Yes, absolutely. Because this game's all about being smart. Sometimes you just got to follow the choices, and hopefully they can have another winner here. But I think they're going to have to be very good to beat Mirage. I think that video form is crucial. Our video form team do a magnificent job, and I think it's hard to look away from a horse like Mirage, who finished so strongly, having been checked multiple times down the straight.
Yeah, I mean, was trapped out wide early on, then moved to the rail before the turn, then had to move back out to the centre of the track to get a run. I thought it was a really likeable performance, and he really finished off with a flourish as well. So no negatives at all for Mirage, and I'll be disappointed if he's beaten.
Yeah, so just to go through the selection, Asab for me, horse number 3. Mirage for Rory, horse number 5. Shamila also likes Mirage, horse number 5. And Shamila also wanted to give a shout out for Rain, horse number 6. So 3, 5 and 6, if you're following our selections. Let us know who you like in the comments. Thank you for tuning in. Plenty of viewers today on this Thursday evening, so thank you for joining us here at King Khalid Racecourse. Remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications. John Blance, over to you. Who do you like?
Yeah, well, I don't want to worry Shamila too much, but I do like K-Ray here. I know he's got that form to overturn with Mirage, and it's not going to be easy to do it, but he was slaloming around all over the place trying to get a decent posse as well at the back of the field, ostentatiously taken back from a wide gate on that occasion. Gets a much better draw this time in stall 6, and K-Ray, I think, can build on that. And yes, there's a bit to find with 1 or 2 of these unofficial ratings, but I think his a 3-year-old hopefully going the right way, and there he is in shot, K-Ray. There's number 14, Yebher. The 12 is Saudi Magic, about to go forward as well. There's a large chunk of them already in. Once again, really efficient loading here at Taif Racecourse. Absolutely tremendous work from all involved there. Going in is Shah Halil. This one will be doing his best work late. Certainly was last time. But that's always a slightly taking your life in your hands kind of run style here on the dirt at Taif. There is Mirage, who's in. Fired Alpha Radio aboard. Asab to go in with a green cap. Al Nazak goes into stall 8. I think we'd have a full complement when Asab is in. We do indeed. They're ready. Flags are up. Gates are back and they're off and racing over the 1600 metres for the 6th race on the card today. Good start towards the outside there from Saudi Magic in the yellow headgear. Fazza is trying to get forward. The big white face of Young Saeed in the green and yellow colours is also prominent, as indeed is Atomic Impact. Another one that's prominent in the run as well is More Ginebra in the two-tone blue. Just after that we have Mirage, who's in the white with the Q motif there, racing in around about 5th or 6th spot. K-Ray not too far away there in the blue and white colours. One that's rather wide on the track is KR from a wide draw. Viterbo is also quite wide as well as they make their way through the first 600 metres or so. And the lead is with Saudi Magic by about a length or so. 2 in second position, More Ginebra, who's taken up a good posse. Fazza, the red sleeves up the inside. Atomic Impact in the maroon colours is prominent as well. They're then followed right round the outside by Gassab, who's now trying to get a little bit closer as well. Viterbo is prominent too. One that's lost a position or 2 is Yum Saeed. They're then followed by the green cap of Asab. One that's going wide to try and get a run is K-Rain, like he did last time. So they're starting to make the swing for home now, and it's Saudi Magic that leads, still out in front by about 3/4 of a length. More Ginebra has been poised though in second throughout. Atomic Impact, the orange cap, trying to get going. Then the big white face of Yum Saeed. Fazza is still not too far away. They're then followed towards the outside by K-Rain, who's trying to stay on, but Dickens a lot of work to do from there. They've hit the straight, and it's More Ginebra who's hit the front. Atomic Impact is trying to battle down the centre of the track. Here now getting going late as well is Bobby's Freedom from the rear of the field, but it's Atomic Impact who hits the front. Here comes Bobby's Freedom though, getting up a good head of steam. Atomic Impact and Bobby's Freedom as they go to the line. It's going to be tight. Atomic Impact has beaten Bobby's Freedom, I should say. Mirage has stayed on there for third in the end. Wasn't a bad effort, but never really got into the race, was shuffled back, and in the end has only managed the bronze medal. But Atomic Impact was prominent throughout in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Musa and has won very nicely indeed. Had to hold off Bobby's Freedom, who's come from a long way off the pace there in the sheepskin noseband with Asil As-Salhani aboard. So those two in the end have gone on. A winning time of 1 minute 44.02 seconds for Atomic Impact, but he has been given the nod to Bobby's Freedom, who was really finishing off very strongly in second. Mirage has finished in third, got into a good posse, then lost it somewhat, but then stayed on again. So not a bad effort, but in the end, probably not as good as many would have hoped. Yum Saeed has finished in fourth, and Asab on debut, well, hasn't shot any lights out, but has run pretty well to finish in fifth. But it's Atomic Impact on start number 8, who was fifth last time out from stall 9 here today. Always had the ideal Taif position just off the back of the speed, and then has asserted close to home and has won only by 0.4 of a second, but 0.4 of a second, a neck was enough. Atomic Impact, Bobby's Freedom, Mirage. That's your 1, 2, 3 in race number 6.
Abdulaziz Al Musa has had an ideal passage aboard Atomic Impact as the pair have made the most of a dream run through to win our 6th contest over the mile. And Rory, there are so many stories in behind, so many angles. It's going to be hard to get through them all in one sitting.
It is, yeah, a few hard luck stories in there, but as John said in running, Atomic Impact was in the perfect place throughout this race and took advantage of that by a diminishing neck in the end from Bobby's Freedom,
yes,
our bête noire from last night, who has pulled out and finished with a rattle, but he's caused a bit of trouble in behind when he's come with that run. And the horse again who caught the eye was Mirage, who couldn't hold his position and then got shuffled back, but finished very strongly again. Maybe he needs an extra 200 metres in his races. He just doesn't have the tactical speed to stay out of trouble, but he shapes like the best horse. And you know, he was a bit unlucky in finishing with a rattle for third there. Decent enough race. Atomic Impact, a bit disappointing last time out, given how well he'd shaped 2 starts ago, but he didn't get the clearest of runs that day, and he got the perfect run round this time, and that made the difference to him.
Yeah, the trip was all important, and he got a dream passage all the way through. And yes, it was all about Bobby's Freedom, who's a son of Bobby's Kitten, who tends to do very well here in Saudi Arabia. Thinking about a horse like our Motterhead, who we'll see later on this week, a very, very good son of his. But the thing that really caught my eye about this horse's effort in second is the fact that the jockey pulled wide and caused a real concertina effect. Now, put that into context, Alex Moreno did a very similar thing in a 2,000 metre race with Christy Mark, and coming round this first bend here behind us in the stands and didn't really bump any horses, but caused a bit of a concertina with his forward move.
Yeah.
And the stewards hit him with a 2-day ban. So I would, if we're seeing consistency in what we want to see, I would not be surprised if the jockey aboard Bobby Freedom gets a little bit of a ban. It's Abdullah Al-Ansari, who is the...
you see that move now.
Just see him making that move and just causing a bit of a ripple effect in behind. And those horses in behind all run on as well. So it's not like they were going backwards.
No, but he was, he had his head to one side and he wasn't going straight at the time. So the jockey found a gap for him, had his whip in the left hand, but the horse was wanted to hang to the right as well. So he ended up causing a little bit of trouble as he's come through before lugging the other way on the closing strides. Didn't help himself in doing that and probably threw away a winning chance by not running as straight as he could have. But he's improved a lot and he's paid a massive compliment to possibly my favourite horse of the season so far, Al Marmoon Gate.
Yes, Al Marmoon Gate form gets boosted again, and that form was custody marking behind, and now this horse as well just keeps on getting boosted all the time. And it's a real good, exciting animal, isn't he, Al Marmoon Gate?
He certainly is. It's a horse I'm looking forward to seeing wherever he turns up next. But we're getting to see the replay of the race here. We saw the winner, Atomic Impact, gets away very well from stall 9. And then you see the speed horses going up. More Ginebra, we talked about having speed and not being able to sustain that. She goes up on the inside to take a good position. We see originally Mirage isn't badly placed, but then lacks the pace to hold that position. Faza goes up on the inside as he tends to do, and we're seeing speed horses going forward. Out wider, Saudi Magic has shown his customary early speed to get to the front. But the front three now are all short runners. Faza, Saudi Magic and More Ginebra. And therefore the fourth, Atomic Impact, sitting on the shoulder of the leaders, is perfectly positioned to take advantage. We see the Asab that you like with the green cap just struggling to get a clear run at this stage, but travelling quite well.
Just look at where Mirage is now. Mirage is absolutely falling out the back of this group and looks to be going backwards. Looks like it will get caught up by the closes in behind, but seems to just find another gear from nowhere. And Yoon Saeed is another horse who gets there right in behind the runners and tries to stick on down the rail and ends up sticking on for fourth, getting in that place where Saudi Magic is just beginning to fade alongside Faza.
Yeah, and you see that Mirage tries to work wide, the door's closed there, has to come back inside. And as you see, when the winner comes across, he's slightly hampered by that again and stays on very strongly.
Shamila is with our winning jockey.
Our winning jockey is Abdulaziz Al Musa. Congratulations. Now, you said this horse is very fit. Tell me about what happened in the race.
Alhamdulillah, this is a race medium but good horse. First time rider this horse. Last 400 meter race with second jockey Asil, a strong race, but finish for me, alhamdulillah. And thank you, trainer Fahad Abdelmun'im, give me a chance this race. Thank you. Inshallah, next time win.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Abdulaziz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdulaziz Al Musa, who is over the moon with that success of Atomic Impact, and so he should be, because this horse clearly has ability, but just hasn't been able to put its best foot forward so far, and finally getting the first win on 8th career start.
Yeah, had an official rating of 70 coming into this, so he was an obvious runner. He was the highest rated horse in the contest, with Mudhim not making the cut, was first reserve. But the question was, well, I thought it was a slightly disappointing run last time, but only because he's shown so much promise on his previous start, and you wonder whether a horse who's been a maiden for a while, when they don't immediately back up a good run, whether you can trust them. But everything's gone his way here. In fairness, he's all out at the line. There's not an awful lot more to come there, and the runner-up maybe should have run him down if he'd kept straight, and the third was unlucky in the run. But we say unlucky in the run. Mirage just didn't have any mid-race pace. You saw him drop back to 11th or 12th. Looked like he was going to fall out of contention completely, but he stayed on durely from that stage. But over this sort of trip, you can't just be dur. You've got to have a little bit of tactical speed to hold your position, and that's what Mirage was missing, and what Atomic Impact has in spades.
Yes, Atomic Impact, full of early speed and tactical speed, which proves crucial in a contest like this. One of the other elements that I looked at was the Saab, who ended up finishing fourth. Very different ride from Camille's usual tactics. They broke well enough, but he wasn't keen to take up the early running. got in behind, ended up finding a nice posse just behind the leaders. But you'll see here, with Bobby's Freedom, the horse is going to cause all the carnage in the white noseband and green cap just at the back of your short there. When he comes out, Assad with one of the victims, it just gets crunched as they come out of there and then have to re-rally, find again another debutant. Maybe that was a bit too much too soon, but certainly one for the notebook as well. I think that horse will come on.
Yeah, he's got stamina in his pedigree as well. As I said, Tasha Weed was the winner of the D Stakes for Sir Michael Stoute way back in the day before moving stables. So, yeah, he'll stay further. I thought it was a promising run because he got messed around a couple of times in the race, looked a little bit green as well, and you'd have thought that the benefit of this run will be obvious next time out.
Yes, you can just see the first and second jockeys giving each other a well-earned high five after a very close finish. And if you're the rider on board Bobby's Freedom, are you disappointed with the way the race has panned out, or do you think you're giving the horse the best ride you can?
Oh, I think he'd be happy that he's actually managed. If he gets a ban for it, he won't be happy, but yeah, he'd be happy enough.
Yes, as we can just see a very good performance there as we swiftly move on to race 7. We're going ahead of schedule here, flying along into race 7, and this is another contest over a mile. This is a 0 to 60 handicap for the local bred runners. John Blance, take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, we are rattling through the card today, aren't we? It's been a really terrific day's racing. Not necessarily high on quality, but one or two potential stars of the future. And we move on to the 7th now. Wadat always is the first that we can see here. That's horse number 1. 2 is Hilal Najd in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Musta. Horse number 3 is Layli Al Majd. 4 is Aloz for Head Al Faredi. 5 is Kabar. 6 is Anna Al Wafi. Turki Al Wafi rides that one. Then horse number 7 is Hod Hori. Sultan Al Mimoni rides Hod Hori. Mostateb is horse number 8. Number 9 is Hifein. You'll see there, Rahid Al Feroz aboard. Horse number 10 is a Jala in the hands of Naif Al Nazi. 11 is Vision, Ayad Al Tarizi. 12 is Wafed in the hands of Naif Al Feroz. Next in the list is number 13, Nomas Nasser, Asil Al Saidi rides. Horse number 14 is Sabek Hom. Then horse number 15 is Nashea, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 16 is Moafak Alibin. That's the mount of Rayan Al Toesh. Horse number 17 is Tarf Al Boda, Camilo Ospina. And horse number 18 is Sifter. That's the amount of Jimmy Carrion. 18 got a post here, as the guys say. This is a handicap, so the saddle cloths don't correspond to the gates. Just make sure you understand that, because the 18 horse here, Sifter, has got gate 1, so should be able to hopefully run a decent enough race and then improve on what it did on debut. Back to you guys.
Thank you, John, for that runners and riders there. We've got fighters on Nathan Youssef leading the runners into the parade ring, and this is another fascinating contest. But for this thing, we have one race which I'm fascinated to talk about, because it features almost all of these horses, and it was meeting 43. There was a contest here where basically every horse that ran in it runs again today.
Yes, that was the race won by Hod Huri.
Yes.
And you've also had the likes of Layli Al Majd, Al Loz, Kabar, Anna Al Wafi, Mostateb, Hifein, Vision. I could keep going.
Yes, you could.
I genuinely could keep going.
Yes, and Naseo is another horse who will feature in this in the same colours as Hadori, who ran a nice race in that contest too, and an interesting jockey change, which we'll talk about later on, because that, I think, is a key element for this horse and kind of maybe makes Hadori look like a little bit vulnerable. But the first horse we're going to look at is Wada Always, who won last week. It is a gorgeous animal.
Yeah, she improved to win a course and distance maiden on Sunday, so it's a very quick turnaround for her, but that was a big improvement on the clock and suggests that she's thrown in here.
Yes, it's one of those typical races where if she's at her best, she should absolutely dot up here, but that run may have come a bit too soon.
Yeah, that's always the question mark. Some horses will bounce out of a run like that, but in this climate it's a bit of an issue. Some horses just struggle to back up that quickly, but it's an opportunity for her.
Hilal Najd, number 2.
Regressive and 1 from 40 in his career.
Yeah, 41st start for Hilal Najd here, but certainly doesn't look like it's a 41st start, looking nice and fit, so hopefully we'll run a big race for connections. Horse number 3 is Layli Al Majd, 2 wins from 23 starts.
2 from 23, and was behind a host of these when 10th to Hottery last week. Not easy to see Leila Al-Majd turning that form around.
Yeah, so we could just see Leila Al-Majd in shot here. Now in that race, it back last about 1.43 m, was ridden very conservatively, never really involved in the race, and sort of nursed home. So I imagine there'll be a better performance here. Al-Loz is a real eye-catcher from that meeting 43 contest.
Yeah, he's the interesting one from that race. Last week's race was over 1,400 metres. We're up to 1,600 here, and Al-Loz never looked like winning, but stayed on very strongly to finish third. And you would have thought of all those horses, he's the one most likely to be suited by a step up to the 1,600 metres here.
Tabar is horse number 5. This horse finished second, beating some of these.
He did. He was second to Hottery. You'll see him on the rails when we see the VT of that. Ran a perfectly good race, but a cleaner run than 1 or 2, but still ran creditably.
Anna Al-Wafi, the grey horse here, had to come wide, still a maiden, 0 from 17.
Yeah, stopped quickly that day. Did show a lot of early pace from a bad position to get into contention, but her reference told, and she stopped quickly in the straight.
Here's Hadori in shot now. Broke his maiden last time out.
Yeah, given a very good ride and got the perfect run through. Race being set up for him by a stable companion, and Hottery belatedly broke the maiden to win there, and clearly is an interesting one looking to follow up.
Mustarteb is horse number 8.
Yeah, he was 13th in that race. Not easy to fancy.
Hyphen, horse number 9.
16th in that race.
I was looking forward to get into that one because, yeah, Hyphen, that was a really disappointing run back then, but it didn't really boost the form from meeting 31. That horse finished 15th. Ejala is horse number 10, second last time out, and not in meeting 43.
No, indeed. Was pipped on the post when second over 1,400 last time out. Has changed stable since then as well. Now, an interesting runner in terms of form, but the step up and trip is a bit of a worry because he didn't quite get home last time.
Yeah, she's got plenty of experience over this distance, none of it winning experience. This is Vision, number 11.
Finished 12th to Hottery last time out. That was seasonal debut, so Vision might come on for the run.
Yes, I imagine so. Vision will strip better. Wafid is horse number 12. This horse was 18th in meeting 43 in that contest.
Yeah, last of all behind Hottery, having finished last on his previous start as well. Hard to fancy.
Yes, No Mas Nasir is horse number 13, unlucky for some, still a maiden.
Also ran a meeting 43, but not in the same race. Finished 11th to Arts at last week's meeting, but needs to step up markedly on that.
Yes, and that was a very small field maiden behind Art as well. This is horse number 14, Sabekom, 7th, and guess what? Meeting 43.
Yes, 7th to Hottery a week ago. That was his seasonal debut. I thought he was more likely to come on than most, and could be interesting here of one of the more dark horses in the race.
Yes, number 15 is Naysaya, who is 3 wins from 42 starts. It's start number 43, fourth last time.
Made the running, went fourth to Stilmate Hottery here a week ago. Could do better with a slightly more conservative ride. Arguably did a little bit too much in front that day.
Alex Moreno in the saddle here, an interesting jockey change as we go from Moafat to Ali Bun, who is horse number 16.
Well held by the place horses when he was fourth over 2,000 metres at meeting 9, and has been well held since.
Good looking animal though. This is Tafa Al Badir, who is horse number 17, a maiden from 4.
Yeah, best effort was when fourth in a 1,400 metre maiden at meeting 31, and arguably didn't stay when tried over 2,000 last time out.
Camille Speeder in the saddle has to be a positive, as number 18 is Sifter, 0 from 7 and 4th on seasonal reappearance.
Fourth in a fillies maiden over course and distance on Sunday. This comes very quickly. She was well beaten in her 3 starts at Riyadh, or last 3 starts at Riyadh last year. But if this is too soon for her, she could step up a little bit.
Yes, and that was the runners and riders for our next contest. And it only makes sense to look at the video form of... Oh, actually, we'll talk to Shamila first, who's been in the parade ring, and she will give us her eye catcher.
I thought you were going to forget about me there for a second, Callum. I've had a really good day as well. I've got you plenty of winners from the paddock. So hopefully, this is race number 7. Hopefully I have another winner for you in horse number 4, Al-Loz, ridden by Fahad Al-Faredi. She is a 5-year-old filly by Territories. She looks really well in the race. And honestly, I had a hard time selecting my paddock selection for this race because all of the horses looked really, really well. Another highlight is horse number 15, ridden by Alexis Marino. We haven't seen him in the winner's enclosure yet, though in the next race, I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing him in the winner's enclosure. However, my paddock selection is horse number 4. And you know what? Really rare occurrence, but I have no negatives for this race.
Well, thank you very much, Shamira, and I'm sorry for almost missing you there. I hadn't heard anything. I thought you weren't going to give us one. I was shocked, but fortunately you have. I really like Wardat always in this contest. I think if this horse is able to come back off that good run, look at the previous form, 13th, 3rd, 4th and 6th. I put a line through that 13th performance. I think that's nothing to be too concerned about. So I'm going to stick my guns here. Wardat always for the quick bounce back. Too good for these.
Yeah, if you believe that run last time out, it was a massive improvement on the clock. She did 1:45.36 for the trip, which is a couple of seconds faster than she'd done before. She'd looked consistent enough, aside from that 13th. But the win last time out, she won by the best part of 4 lengths, didn't she, in a maiden? That just looks like a massive improvement. Now, the question is, when a horse improves like that, you don't necessarily want to be with them immediately afterwards because they can regress a little bit from a big run. But it'll be interesting to see whether she does that or whether she's able to back up. Turned out just 5 days later. Well,
let's have a look at Wardat always right now. This winning effort back in meeting 45. Had to come through horses here, but again, it won with so much in hand.
Yeah, she's in between horses with her effort being delayed for as long as possible. The gap now opens up for her when they straighten up, and she quickens up smartly from about 5th or 6th place on the turn to challenge for the lead at the 200-metre mark. And she's strong from here to the line. We've got... she's only really in front from 150 metres out, but you see her going on very, very nicely in the last 50 yards. The runner-up did tie up a little bit, but it was a decisive victory, and the time was good. So if she repeats it, she's hard to beat.
Well, let's have a look at the form where everyone in this race featured. This is Aloz finishing 4th, but this race was won by Hadori. We had the eventual 2nd, we had the eventual 3rd, Anna Rawafi with the grey. So many horses here, but the eye catcher is Aloz, who comes flashing home late.
Yeah, didn't show an awful lot of speed in the early stages, Aloz, and has to be hard driven to get in touch. You see the stable companions at Jcsa leading for a long way and getting caught by Hadori inside the final 200 metres. But the finisher really is Aloz, who finishes best of all into 3rd. Also, Kabar kept on pretty well on the rail as well.
I was just about to say the same thing.
He was a bit of an eye catcher and arguably ran out of room a little bit late on the day.
Yes, I think Cabo, we're just seeing go through shot now, is probably a horse for the shortlist for sure. My concern with that is that the first 4 have pulled clear of the rest of them, so I would put a line through everything else that's in behind. It maybe even Anna Alwafi, who I thought had a poor trip, but there's no excuse there. It was far enough back to say there's a bit of a class difference. I'm not sure that race was particularly strong, if I say so, and I think Wardat always, although it was a maiden race, I think some of the back form is a little bit more intriguing, so that would be my reason for going against these. I think Jcsa is another horse that had a 2nd to its name, but that wasn't particularly the strongest race. The first 2 finished a long way clear of the rest of them, and she was unlucky to be beaten on that occasion.
Yes, I'd agree with all that. The one horse that I would throw in there, who you've sort of dismissed, is Sabek Hom, who was only 7th and was sort of, one of those who was out of touch on the home turn. But that was his first run of the season. I could see him improving a fair bit for it and for the step up to a mile. So that Sabek Hom was interesting, and I might end up going for him.
Yeah, I think Sabek Hom's an interesting run. I think you flagged it up when we were going through the cards. You said, look at the way this horse comes through the field. And you just saw in the parade ring as well, a real good-looking animal in the early proceedings as well. So certainly one to keep an eye on. In fact, I think that's Sabek Hom right in front of us now, the Dark Bay horse, who's right in shot right now, the only horse in shot, big strapping type. And be very patient with Sabek Hom at the moment. Let's have a good look at him, just taking it all in. Gently walking up, looking like he owns the place. Got the earplugs in as well. Tongue sticking out. No tongue strap on show.
No, but we've seen them win with their tongue out before, so it's not an enormous worry unless they've shown that they've been inclined to swallow their tongue in the past. But no, I think he'll improve a fair bit for the last round. And although he's not an obvious one on paper, as you said, that was a run-of-the-mill handicap over 1,400 last time out. You're really looking for something that wants the mile, which would be Aloz. But Aloz, had the ears written off her to get 3rds, although she was finishing 3rd. So it's always worth looking at something that maybe wasn't giving such a hard time and was staying on gradually from the back. And I thought, while Kabar needs a mention as well, I thought Sabek Hom was interesting enough to go take a fly run.
Yeah, Sabek Hom, certainly your selection. Let's talk about some of the draws here because they're not coming out of number order. Wardat always will jump out stall 9. Sabek Hom will jump out of. Where was that? Stall 3, not a bad draw. Again, your only concern there is, firstly, it's the mile, so you've got no issues about getting a good position, but didn't show any early speed on that occasion. Was that because of a gentle ride or because the horse doesn't possess early speed?
I don't know. Again, it's the first run of the season, so you're always liable to be a little bit rusty as well. So, and there are different requirements at this 1,600-meter trip than the 1,400. It rides very differently here at Riyadh. Sorry, at Taif, I should say.
Yeah, getting too excited.
Get myself ahead of myself already.
Yes, and I think we mention this every day, so if you are one of our regular viewers, we're sorry for keep banging this drum. But the key thing with this mile start is that they start in the chute, they come down and they rejoin the circuit proper. So that you'll have a moment where the horses stick into a line before diving down to the rail, because they don't want horses to shoot down the main course and turn back on themselves and run towards the stables. So you'll often see a lot more time for horses to get a position compared to the 6 furlong races we saw earlier on.
But it also means you can get a bit isolated if you're drawn very low, because the whole field will tend to move off the rail. And if you miss the break a little bit and you're drawn low, you can find yourself sort of stuck on the outside of the field briefly, and that can put some horses off.
Yes, and you'll also see horses here in the middle, probably less so in this race because they've got experience, but a lot of horses run around because there's so much space before the bend. A lot of them take a pull, and then it's just a matter of trying to get them controlled and get them covered before they start heading into that first bend. Talking about heading into the first bend, we could just see number 18 getting very warm. That Sifter, that would be a negative for me, getting very warm in the preliminaries. Getting a little bit concerned, but as they begin their loading process, we'll go through selections one more time. Rory, who do you want here?
Yeah, I think was Sifter 4th behind War That Always on Sunday. She ran there. So yeah, she looks like she might be finding a quick turnaround against her. But no sign of that from War That Always yet. You're looking for my selection?
Your selection?
Yeah, I think you know where I'm going. I'm going to go with Sabekon.
Sabekon for Rory. Shamila liked Aloz. I like Wada Always. John Blance, who do you like?
I like Jcsa here, lads. It wasn't a bad effort given the draw last time out. Shows lots of early pace as well. Saddlecloth 10, but start number, gate number 2, Saddlecloth 10, gate number 2 for Jcsa, and Naif Alanazi aboard, eye-catching jockey booking as well. Nothing from 17 so far for Jcsa, but has battled some quite tricky draws of late. Gets not the absolute plum draw here, but certainly a pretty good one. So Jcsa, I think, will run a decent race, but it's a pretty open-looking contest here, as you've touched upon, as they are about to make their way in. I can still see Tafa Al-Bada, who's out the back. Also out the back is Hilal Najd. Horse who is likely to run pretty well. Sabekon is still out the back as well, and you can also see Siftar, who's still to go in as well, horse number 18, who's at the back as the drone at the back of the stalls just follows them. There's the distinctive, well, I hope the distinctive blue headgear, blue blinkers of Hilal Najd, and then you can also see Siftar there, horse number 18, and there's Sabekon. And of course we've got the two in the same ownership. Hod Hari will be wearing the black cap, or the jockey on board, Hod Hari. Sultan Al Mamoni will be wearing the black cap, and the white distinguishing cap for Alexis Moreno aboard Jcsa, just to bear that in mind as well if you're looking for your selection during the race. So still waiting for one or two of these to go in. One that's not so keen is Moafak Al Liban. Still out the back is Sifter, and there is Hilal Najd as well. Once again, the loading has gone very efficiently, but Moafak Al Liban has now got the blindfold put on for stalls entry. Down at the 1,600-metre start once more. Moving forward, Hilal Najd into stall number 10. See Anna Al Wafi there in the red and yellow colours. Here comes Hod Hari, who will be pretty prominent in the run, one would have thought. Hod Hari to go in. Still waiting for Sifter, and also Sabekon. Moafak Al Liban to go forward. Still not keen. This horse has been given a couple of chances to go in and hasn't consented to go forward yet. So it'll be forthcoming. Horse number 16, Moafak Al Liban, into stall 14. Horse number 14, Sabekon, into stall 3, is well drawn. It's also pretty well fancied. Still waiting for Moafak Al Liban to go in. It's taking a while. Fakhalibin is in. No, it's just still backing out a little bit. Has now been safely installed. Sabek on to come forward as well. Then we'll have a full complement over the mile. Flags are up. Gates are back and they're off and racing. The starter appear to catch them in a pretty good line there as they make their way through the early stages. Anna Al-Wafi, red and yellow colours, is prominent in the early part of the race. Also moving up into a prominent early posse is Sabek Hom, as indeed in the blue colours is Sifta from that inside draw, but now pushing on the white distinguishing cap of Jcsa. So it's Jcsa that leads in the early part of this contest as they make their way down past the cutaway and towards the straight part of the track, followed then by Mostatev, who's racing in second in the white and red jacket. Then up the inside, Sifdar races in third. Then in fourth spot, Tafa Al-Bada, who's racing a little bit wide on the track. One that's poking its way through is Moafak Al-Liban into a more prominent position as well. Camped out wide on the track is Hithane in the early stages. Sifta just going back through the field. Hod Hareen around about mid-division at the moment in the black cap. A little bit of work to do from there. Wadat always creeps a little bit closer, the grey colours. One that has been shunted back through the field as well is Sabek Hom, but still not in a bad posse. So they're making the turn out of the back straight now, and the lead is in the hands of Jcsa. Jcsa by a length or so to Sifta, who's racing in second. Then after that, towards the outside in third, we've got Layli Al-Majd. Then the red and yellow colours of Anna Al-Wafi, who's getting going. Then the green and white, trying to get a little bit closer, is Sabek Hom. And then after that, round the outside, we've got Hod Hari, who is improving, but progress is only incremental. They've swung for home, and it's Jcsa, Hod Hari, stable companion, that goes on here now by a couple of lengths to Layli Al-Majd, who's getting a little bit tired. Here comes Hod Hari now down the centre of the track. Still in there pitching as well is Anna Al-Wafi, but with a lead of about 3 or 4 lengths, we have Jcsa as they go inside the final 100 metres, and it's not going to be caught now. Jcsa, a very good performance towards the front throughout as one. Kabar got going for second from a long way off the speed. Then I think Layli Al-Majd finished in third. Anna Al-Wafi was there as well, and so was Wardat Always. So there we go. Jcsa, Alexis Moreno has scored. Stall 18 proved not to be an encumbrance for that one. Got across very quickly from that wide posse. It looked for a moment like Hod Hari might make it a 1-2 for the stable. Not quite. Jcsa has scored 1:45.15 the time there. Kabar in second. Anna Al-Wafi has finished in third. So that was your 1, 2, 3 there, length and 3/4 at the line. Hod Hari's finished in fourth, just loomed, but in the end didn't quite have enough to really go on with it. And Layli Al-Majd has run a good race and finished in fifth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it wasn't a bad effort from Wardat Always, who was a little bit behind in the early stages, worked her way through the contest. In the end, has only finished in sixth. But it's Jcsa who has won. Kabar's definitely won for the famed Saudi Arabian notebook. Never really got a shout in the commentary until towards the end of the race. Was really staying on to some effect on only start 4 this season. But it's Jcsa who scored. Alexis Moreno, the winning jockey. I'm sure we'll hear from him afterwards in the winners' enclosure as well.
You managed to get on the rail straight away. Was that your tactics from the beginning?
Well, this is my first time I ride him. Mabruk to the trainer, the group. You know, I saw the races. Always she liked to be in the front. So that's what I did, you know. And the level of the horses today was a little bit low. So she just kept wire to wire.
And in the last 400 meters, there were a few horses chasing you. Were you worried or were you confident throughout the race?
No, the feeling was with a good performance today. And no, I don't was worried about them, you know. She just keeping the first line until the finish.
Do you do anything different when it's your first time riding a certain horse? Do you watch the races back?
Well, I like to watch some races of them, actually when they lost, because yeah, you can imagine how the filly she liked to run, you know. So just that's what I do and play with it.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you, Shamila.
Thank you very much, Alex. And we mentioned the jockey change could be all important for Jcsa, and it proved just to be the case. Alex Moreno, who's got a big ride in our next race, getting on board this one for the first time and guiding it to victory from the front.
Did you go for her in the end?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I highlighted it and then went totally against it.
Yeah, we watched the video back last night and thought she's done a lot of the hard work to let her stable companion have a big chance. And with a slightly more conservative ride, you thought she'd have gone close to winning herself. Well, with a change of jockey here, Alex Moreno, a very, very good rider. You're first to pick up on that as well, but you didn't quite put all the dots together.
Yeah,
did you?
exactly. I got halfway through the sum and failed miserably.
But yeah, she's she wins in her turn. She's won 4 times now from 43 career starts. She's not exactly prolific, but when she's in form, you can rely on her fairly well, like a lot of fillies and mares. And she showed that she was running into form last time out with that good fourth over a shorter trip. She stays this trip well. Kabar was runner-up that day, did exactly the same thing as he did then. Finished very strongly from way off the pace, up the rail to get second again. And this time it was Hotori who was the winner last week. He ended up finishing fourth as stable companion Jcsa had done. And Anna Al-Wafi also ran in that race, and you pointed out he did a lot of work to get handy from a bad draw last time and then faded quickly in the straight. With a better run through today, he was able to keep his run going for much longer and held on narrowly for that third spot.
Yeah, I think if Anna Al-Wafi gets a draw probably around the 5 or lower, I think it's one to really watch out for. The last race was from stall 18, this race was from stall 12. You can clearly see the trend in performance when the horse gets a better draw.
Well, still eligible for maidens as well, Anna Al-Wafi. You know, it's yet to win, 18 defeats, rated 58, might go up a pound for getting placed here. But yeah, there must be races somewhere for Anna Al-Wafi. Some of these older horse maidens are pretty ordinary affairs at this time of the year.
Yeah, I think that would be ideally the case if you just want to get away from the start.
We mentioned how ordinary the older horse maidens are after we've seen a really, really hot one tonight. So you just never know what you're getting.
Absolutely typical. We don't know what we're getting here, but we can just see we've seen Jcsa is cutting out the early tempo, and it's Hodori, the stablemate, who was second last for a long period, had to get rushed up to get back into position. That might have cost vital amounts of petrol.
Yeah, that may have been crucial in the end because Hodori was always reasonably handy last time out behind the pace, but got in a bad position after a furlong and had to be asked for an effort just to get a good racing position. And there's only so many times you can ask a horse for an effort in these conditions, and that probably cost Hodori a place. Whether it cost him victory or not is another matter altogether. I think the winner was fully deserving, given how well she ran last time out.
Our eventual runner-up is just creeping in at the bottom of your shot now. That's Cabba, who's clinging on to try and get involved in the shot, but it's not going to get there for a very long time. Our eventual race winner is already in front and looking very comfortable, and it wasn't really a contested lead, which I think was a massive part.
Yeah, that was a big plus. The fact that he's able to go a little, or she's able to go a little bit slower over this 1,600 metre trip, whereas you had to go that bit faster over 1,400 to guarantee a clear lead, and that left her with nothing for the finish. This time, she had plenty left. The horse who was pressing her early wasn't able to go on late in the day. You see the grey Anna Al-Wafi keeping on for third, and yeah, no, there's no really hard luck stories here. Hodori would have been closer with a clear run. Obviously, Kabar's come from the clouds again, but he's not unlucky as such because he couldn't go the early gallop. That's just his run style.
Kabar had to check past a slowing rival down the straight, but I mean, it wasn't a massive check. We won't obviously see this full thing in slow motion, but as you see, Kabar's got an early, looks to have, they've parted like the Red Sea for him, but you can just see the horse, which I think is Sabekom, it is Sabekom, gets to the rail here and just forces the eventual runner-up to switch round and have to go around the outside. But that, even with the clear passageway, they weren't catching the leader.
No. I mean, you'd have Kabar in your notebook as one who must be up to winning races. Second over 1,400, second over 1,600, both times looking strong at the finish. Surely his day will come, but today's winner was the sacrificial lamb last time out and very much deserved to get her head in front.
And Shamila selected Jcsa, one of her paddock eye catchers, and she's just proving again that she's such an invaluable asset to have down there. That's, what, 3-4 winners already? She's flying along.
She's having a very good day indeed.
Having a good day for sure. I think the other horse we have to mention is our own selection. Sabekon ran a nice race from a more prominent position than last time, just couldn't maintain.
Well, you say that. He actually got shuffled quite far back in the field and then made a move round the turn. Looked like he was going to contend with 300 metres to go, but he couldn't keep that run going. Just faded out of it late on. But it was still quite a prominent showing. Similar position to last. I think he's finished 6th in the end. So he stepped up slightly on that run last week. And yeah, again, he'll find the race falling his way when it drops right for him.
And you talk about finishing 6th, while that always was in 5th place. Again, a horse that got a little bit muscled out of things on the turn, was well back in the field, and then seemed to flash home in the final couple of furlongs. With Watson crossed the line here, we'll talk about selections as they come through. Cabba's through there as well. There's a tight bunch finish for 4th and 5th, and there you and I are, 1 and 14, finishing 5th and 6th there. So you can clearly see that the form has come to the fore. We didn't get it correct. Alex Moreno will be bouncing because he is all ready to ride a very highly rated runner, in the next contest.
He certainly is, and he's been getting across from stall 18 look really easy here, hasn't he?
He really has, and he's not had any issues. He's got a nice, gentle, uncontested lead, not really been harassed. And like you mentioned, this step up and trip, the ability just to take your time, relax into your race, get into a rhythm, which I think is so crucial. We talk about it a lot in jump racing, getting into a rhythm and meeting your fences right. But it can still be seen the same in flat racing. This horse hasn't bullied them from the front. It's not run them into submission, but it's run the race at her tempo.
Yes, I mean, and rhythm is a lot more important in dirt racing than, I mean, it's important in any type of racing, but it's absolutely crucial on the dirt because you can kind of get stopped on your run on turf and quickly accelerate again. If you get stopped on your run on dirt, it's very hard to get that acceleration going on a deep surface. But look how easy this is for Alex Moreno. You see him crouch forward over the horse, letting her go forward, but not telling her you're being gunned to the front here. Just go forward, get the rail, relax, do your job, and she does it very nicely.
We talk about Camille Ospino, the way he places his hands right on the withers and the horses run for him. He's got his hands right up there. Alex rides a bit of a different style. His hands are higher. He rides much more of what I would call a traditional American style, where you've got high hands and you're sort of almost doing it all in your wrist rather than just placing down and using your forearm to sort of do the work.
Yes, and he's just shaking the reins at her there, let her know that he wanted her to go forward, but he's managed to stop her over racing as well, which is really important. But she's she's an experienced mare. She's had 42, 43 runs in her life, so she knows what she's doing out there.
Yeah, and she's again proved that you can win from a wide draw, which I think is massive. Congratulations to the people in charge of the course here and how fair this course is. I know you're a big fan of there's no particular golden highway to be on.
No, I mean, there are meetings where there tends to be a little bit of a pace bias, but for all you want to get a clear run round the bends and therefore getting towards the front and on the rail is beneficial. You can win from any spot, and that's really important. And you don't have to be miles better to do it. It's just about getting the right run into the first bend from your draw.
Talking about horses that should be miles better than their rivals, we move straight on to our penultimate contest, which is race 8 on your race cards. Remember, race cards are available on the JCSA's website. You can get them in Arabic or you can get them in English. So everyone that's watching, please make sure you try and access those race cards. They're available online, and you can also get printed copies too in both languages. We rely on them very heavily, and I think they're a great addition to what we do.
Yeah, and you can use those interactive race cards as well to look at past video form as well if you want to go onto the JCSA website, which is frusia.com.
Yes.
And you can just dig through all the information you want there. The ability to look at old videos and dig through past form is really important because the race cards give you a very brief outline of what the form is, but the archive is all there, so you can watch those races. You can see exactly how far horses have been beaten, what class of race it was, etc., etc.
And you can watch them in English and in Arabic, the commentaries as well. So once we started doing the English comms here, the back form has all been done in English too, which is great to see. We move on to our 8th contest. Now, before we hand over to John, this is over 2,000 metres. There's a horse here, Moseya. Now, this horse is rated 95, was last seen running in group company, clearly a talented animal. I'm against it. Do you want to know why?
Well, I know you're against it after looking at it straight away. I think if you'd come to it at number 10 on the race card instead of number 1, you'd have been keener on its chances. But there you go. Yeah, I know you think that Moseya, whose form is at Riyadh, won't enjoy Taif, which is a very different track. But I think class will out, to be honest. But it's an interesting argument.
Well, let's go through the runners and the riders with John Blunt.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, horse number 1 is Jcsa, the horse that Callum and Rory were just mentioning there. Very interesting on seasonal debut. Improved in leaps and bounds last year and was competing at the very highest level. Horse number 2 is Dreaming. Alexis Moreno rides Jcsa, by the way. Dreaming is now in the hands of Luis Morales. Next in the list is Just You Wait. That's the mount of Jimmy Carrion. Dreaming doesn't go, sorry. Aidan Castler's running. That's horse number 3. Horse number 5 is Trevoli. That is the mount of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Number 6 is Claire Underwood, Rakan Al Boaid. Horse number 7 is Yastaned, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Horse number 8 is Hammam, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 9 is Wesh Owala. Horse number 10 is Al Mutib. Horse number 11 is Murbik, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 12 is Royal Crusade, mount of Naweth Al Mudiani. Horse number 13 is Dijon Francais, Rayan Al Toesh aboard. Horse number 14 is Victory Command, Ahmed Al Azari. Horse number 15, Melody of Life, Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 16 is Kilauea, Abdullah Al Turisi. Horse number 17 is Mehama, Camilo Ospina. Could have ridden probably Dijon Francais, but has gone with Mehama, another horse with some interesting back class. And horse number 18 is Faisal Road. Turki Alofi is aboard that one. So those are your runners and riders for the 8th and penultimate race on the card and the best race of the day. And they're in the parade ring.
Yes, thank you, John. They're already in the parade ring for our feature contest. And we'll start with horse number 7, who is Yastanet.
Yeah, won over 1,800 metres last year, but has been in poor form of late. Does step up from 1,600 metres, though, so could do better.
Yes, number 8 is Hammam. This horse is 1 win from 21 starts, first start of the season here today.
Yeah, would have a big chance in his 2021 form, but finished no closer than 6th last year and looks to be regressing.
Yeah, trending in the wrong direction, and certainly will probably come on for this run. Wesh Awala is horse number 9. 2
wins last year, came over shorter trips, 1,600 and 1,800 metres. Not been at his best this year at up to 2,400. Maybe this intermediate trip will do the job, but not the easy to fancy.
Yeah, there's certainly others here who appeal more. One of those is Al Mutib, 1 win in the career, 8 runs in Saudi Arabia, and looks lovely in the parade ring.
Looks very nice, but the form doesn't really stack up. Just that 1,400 maiden win to his name. Unplaced on all 5 starts since then.
Here's number 11, Murbik.
Murbik, maiden win and debut and a good 5th in the Makkah Governors Cup last time out. 2 starts ago. Disappointing last time out, but could bounce back.
Royal Crusade is horse number 12, not to be confused with the Royal Crusade that used to be trained by Charlie Appleby.
No, that's a very important thing to do there. This one stays further, but isn't as good and was well beaten on Sunday.
Yes, it'll be hard to see that horse turning around very quickly. This is Dijon Francais, who's got good form in France.
Yeah, Dijon Francais is very interesting on paper. Rated 97, was a Group 3 winner for Jean-Claude Rouget on turf. Also winner over a mile and a furlong. Well held in 3 runs last year in Saudi Arabia, but may just be taking time to acclimatise. On old form, that's a very good chance, but that's all turf form, which is a concern.
Yes, you'd be thinking that this is probably a warm-up. Another horse who doesn't look particularly fit is Victory Command, which is a surprise because this horse has already run twice this season.
Yeah, should be fit enough. And has won 6 races, all of those at up to 2,000 metres for Mark Johnson, but the last of them in 2019.
This is 15, Melody of Life.
3 wins for Andrew Balding at up to a mile. 1 over 1,400 metres last year. This trip looks a little bit far to my eye.
Yeah, another horse who could be concerned by the trip is Kilauea.
4th to Al Marmum Gate over 2,400 metres. Should benefit from the drop down to 2,000. That's good form. Al Marmum Gate is a really progressive time.
Yes, I quite like Kilauea in this. This is Mayama, Camille Ospina, White Stable, still 17.
Yeah, Mayama has got a good win over 1,600 metres this year to his name. Has won at up to 1,800 metres. Never at this trip though, in 30-odd runs. So a slight bit of a question mark there, but a classy horse on his day.
Another horse who's got a little bit of class about him is Faisal Road.
Yeah, 3rd in a 0 to 90 over 2,400 metres at meeting 15, and actually managed to win over 6 furlongs. on debut for John Gosden last season. Doesn't look progressive at the moment, but has chances if he can find his feet here.
Yeah, it's a horse that when they ran him over 2,400 metres, looked like this trip 2,000 would be right up his street, but then they ran over 2,000 and it was a really disappointing performance. So I'm not quite sure what they do with him. I think they're just hoping to put a line through that run and have a go again.
Yeah, I think maybe even slightly shorter than this would suit him better, but he's got a bit to find even on the peak of his form.
Let's have a look at some of the first one we're going to have a look at is Jcsa, the horse we've spoken about in depth early on in the race. Hopefully we'll have a good look at this horse as well. Now this was a Group 2, Rory. My concern is, look where this horse comes from. It has to come from the clouds every time. It's not just in this race, it's in all the form that we had.
Yes, but of course, this is a Group 2 contest, a local Group 2, and she runs on really strongly to finish fourth. It's a highly creditable effort, and this is the best form in the race and around the trip. As you said, her move comes very late in the day. You can see her getting in a poor position here, and she may not be fully fit. That was going back to, what was it, January or February time, that race?
Yes.
So we'll see.
Mayama is the horse we're looking for in short here. This is the leader. This is over 1,600, and this was a really impressive performance, powered away.
Yeah, this is impressive, but Mayama's wasn't massively fancied. You got the impression that it was the second string, according to the colours. But did it well despite getting quite warm beforehand. Just went to the front and kept galloping. Hasn't really backed it up since. And all Mayama's best runs have come at slightly shorter trips. Has class, but the trip is a worry for me.
Yeah, the trip would be a concern for me too. This is the one I think I'm going to go for. This is Kilauea. Now this was over 2,400 metres, drops back to 2,000 today, and I thought this was a really good run for the distance. But look at the horse that wins, Alma Moongate. We already know this is a very good form line, but I thought this horse shaped like 2,000 would be right up his trip.
Yeah, he looked a big threat on the bend, but the winner, Alma Moongate, has come over and just, he's breathed them in really, hasn't he? He's absolutely opened up and won by a wide margin, but the trip didn't really suit Kilauea, who was paddling a bit at the end and has lost a couple of positions in the last 200 metres. Dropping back to 2,000 should suit, and he's one to consider.
This is Kilauea in shot right now, certainly a horse that we like. They always canter past us for the 2,000 metre start, which is great to see. We've also got Faisal Road. He's going to be one of the last horses to come through. The pony. He's getting a little bit worked up there, trying to get keen to take down Mayema as well. Let's just make sure the pony gets going okay. And they're just gently going down to post. And Faisal Road is actually going to go past here. I think the jockey aboard Faisal Road is like, nope, I'm not going to hang around and wait for that. I'm going to make my own way down at my own pace. But certainly one of the horses to keep an eye on. I know a horse that just didn't really do much when going drop back to 2,000 metres. And again, you mentioned 6 furlong form for John Gosden. Interesting to see suddenly running over this trip.
Yeah, I would say on the balance of the form that it showed last year, Faisal Road, you'd say that something like 1,600 to 1,800 would be his ideal distance range. Obviously, it was a 2-year-old race that he won last year at a stiff enough track, so he wouldn't be a natural sprinter, but I'm not sure that he wants as far as this. He's still fairly lightly raced in his career. He's had 7 runs in Saudi Arabia, a handful of runs in the UK before that. But yeah, on the ratings, he's got 20 odd pounds to find with the best of these, but there are question marks over the top rated horses. Mayama over this trip is a slight question mark, but he's been keeping exceptionally good company, winning the Ministry of the Interior Cup in 2021. He ran in the Taif University Cup last time out, and Jcsa was running in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out, so really strong races.
Shamila, where have you gone? You weren't in the parade ring, so I can only imagine you're down right at the start.
You know me, Callum, and you know if there's a 2,000 metre start, I will be here at the gates. It's just so nice to get a different kind of view, a different kind of perspective being down here at the gates. And just to let you know that horse number 4 is being resaddled. Jimmy Carrion has just got back on, but that's nothing to worry about. And I was watching the horses canter down to the start, and the horse that caught my eye immediately is horse number 1, ridden by Alexis Marino, Jcsa. And I think that she could give Alex a quick double. She looked brilliant. And another horse that caught my eye, obviously Faisal Road. He's absolutely stunning. I think he was very unlucky last time out when he came 3rd. He has Turkey Alofi on board. Everything should go in his favour now. Also, horse number 13 is one to highlight. Obviously, the highest rated horse in the race. However, looking really well as well, DJ Francaise. But I will stick to my guns. I will say that Alex is going to have a double. As he was coming through the stalls past me, I was like, wow, she looks so pretty, and he was like, gave me a confident nod, like, yeah, she is.
He is a man who rides fully on confidence, and certainly a jockey who does his best when he's riding with confidence. Now, we noticed the outriders were ponying a couple of the horses down to the start. Now, when they get down to the start, they're circled in hand. What do the outriders do when the horses are being circled down at the start?
So one of the outriders sits next to the stalls. He just makes sure that everything is going to plan, and he also tells them when to load as well, and make sure if there's any horses playing up in the gates, he'll go and stand in front of the gates just to calm the horse down, make sure everything is going to plan. The other ponies will go to a different part of the track after they've come and dropped their horses off at the stalls, just to make sure if there is any type of interference in the race and unseated riders, that they can catch the horses as soon as possible. And the stall handlers do a fantastic job down here. There is so many of them as well. Not only does every horse have one stall handler each, but there's more to spare, which is great to see, honestly, because if anything happens, you have more hands on deck. It's just absolutely great preparation of everything in this race.
Oh, as we just get some fighter jets flying overhead, I can barely hear myself think. I can't see them because it's in the pitch black night, so it's probably a good sign for the fighter jets. Now, one more question, Shamila, if you can hear me over the rumble of planes. Was there any negatives down at the start? We've seen them in the paddock. We've seen some horses get warm down at the start today. Has any single horse down there got a little bit overheated, a little bit overexcited?
Honestly, no paddock negatives, or should I say gate negatives, from me today. Only that horse number 4 was being resaddled. Not that that's a negative at all. We see horses being resaddled at the start all the time because their saddles can move back. Honestly, all these horses look so well. It is our feature race and the most expensive race of the day, so you'd hope the horses look well.
Yes, 36,000 Rial up for grabs. Shamila will let you make your way back to the winner's enclosure so you can catch up with some winning connections. Hopefully, Alex can give you a double and you can have a double interview, because I know he's a man that really is someone who rides at the top of his game. Rory, confidence, so important with jockeys.
Yeah, we see that. Listen, we see that with Frankie Dettori all the time. A jockey who has been riding high in confidence now for the last couple of seasons, but we've seen Frankie when he's been struggling, and you also look at him whether he's in good form or not, and the wins tend to flow when he's confident, and he tends to struggle for them when not, and he's just happened to be on a remarkable run for the best part of 2 years now at the end of his career. And yeah, it's amazing to see how that confidence just keeps coming off, and it's really important that Alex Moreno rode a perfect race in our last race to win, and that gives him the confidence to go out and think that he is sure to win a Mosillea here, and we'll see if that confidence is misplaced or not. Hopefully not.
Now, it's interesting with Mosillea. Now, this horse is obviously a horse that likes to run from the back. They'll probably change tactics here. Just quickly look at selections. I presume you're on Mosillea?
Yes.
So you and Shamila are on Mosillea. I'm taking you both on with Kilauea. John Blanc, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, lads. I kind of wanted to be against Mosillea here because of the fact first run for a while, and I take on board exactly what you say about the track as well, Callum, but it was difficult too. The conditions of this race mean that he is the best of these, or he's one of the best of these. Obviously, Dijon Francais got interesting rating from elsewhere. He's got a good draw as well, Mosillea, albeit he might not be able to take full advantage of it, but it's less of a problem in an open conditions race rather than a handicap. So for me, Mosillea, they're just about ready. Gone in very quickly once again. 2,000 metres. Penultimate race of the night. Flags are up. Gates are back and away they go, and Mosillea got away pretty well by Mosillea standards and has got into a prominent posse, as indeed in the early stages is Wesh Awala. Merbic is also up at the pace, and cutting across from a wide gate is Myanmar in the red distinguishing cap there. Camilo Ospina aboard that one and getting into a very prominent posse now to come through and take it up. To in second position Claire Underwood in the green colours. They're then followed by Merbic. Then up the inside the black and white colours there of Aiden Castle. Mosillea has just been taken back now, racing in around about 7th or 8th spot. Just in advance of that one, we have Hammam, who's racing in mid-division. Another one that's in mid-division at the moment and going a little bit wide on the track is Wesh Awala, who did get out well and was also just taken back slightly. Just going back to the rear of the field, Travoli is just about the back marker. Melody of Life is also towards the rear of the field, but it's a pretty well grouped up field that makes its way onto the back straight in the final 1,200 metres, and it's Claire Underwood that leads to Mayama, who's racing in second, the red distinguishing cap. They're then followed in third by Aiden Aidan Castle, who races in that position, followed then by Wesh Waller. Then after that, getting a little bit closer now is Royal Crusade in the light colours. Then right round the outside, we've got the green cap of Jcsa, who's now making good headway. Horse number 13, a little bit wide, but is now getting a good bit closer. They're followed by Merbic, one that's getting a little bit nearer now is Mossayea as well, but quite a bit to do from there. Down towards the turn out of the back straight they come, and it's Mayama who leads in the hands of Camilo Ospina to Aidan Castle, the black colours, who races in second position. They're then followed in third by Wesher Waller. Right round the outside, Dijon Francaise trying to get into it, but his run appears to be petering out. Merbic not too far away. Mossayea is picking them off one by one, but will have to do well to win from there. 400 metres left to go. Camilo Ospina has set sail for home a long way out here aboard Mayama and leads by 7 or 8 lengths. Kilauea is now getting going from the back, the grey horse in the red colours. They're then followed by Wesher Waller and Merbic, and then Mossayea, but well clear in the closing stages. Up towards the final 100 metres now. It's Mayama who's 8, 10, 12 lengths clear and is going to win this very nicely indeed. A terrific day in the saddle for Camilo Ospina. Got this one prominent early and has absolutely spaced them. So in second position, well, that was a good run from Mossayea on seasonal reappearance. Kilauea has finished in third. Also finishing strongly there was Merbic, who ran a decent race as well. So there we go, Mayama, who was a little bit underwhelming last time out, but had run pretty well prior to that. Rated to be one of the best of these. Gate 17, you always get a little bit concerned, but it's never a problem to Camilo Ospina. This horse has got a bit of speed from shorter trips and has zipped across into a really good early posse. And, well, ran a good... beginning to the race, ran an excellent middle, and the end wasn't bad either. And Mayamar just far too good for them there. 2 minutes 11.13 seconds, the winning time there. We'll get the official margin as well. 12 1/4 lengths. Mossayea has run pretty well, I think. It's probably come up against one here. Started well, went back through the field, and then finished well. There'll be plenty more from that one to come at Riyadh when we rock up there. Kilauea's run a good race there for Callum Helliwell fans, of which there are thousands. And Merbic has finished in fourth, horse number 11. So that is your 1, 2, 3, 4. 2:11.13 seconds there, the winning time for Mayamar. Camilo Ospina, he's been on fire today. He showed us why. He's one of the top jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, and he was just too good for them, and albeit a very good horse who clearly relished the step up in trip.
Wow, Camilo Ospina with a double. It's not often I'm speechless, Camilo, but how was that race for you? Tell me about that, because you had to jump from stall 17.
Yes, you know, the first thing, always, I say thankful with the Prismit, having Abdullah, Tal Alvin Sharai, and Abdullah, he's doing great job with this horse this week. That horse, you know, he ran a mile, he won, and then he ran 7 furlongs, it's short distance for him, you know. But thanks God today, she has a little bit speed. I put in front, but I know another horse is going a little bit fast. But thanks God, he controlled very good. When I asked him, he's coming new one.
Now, I was thinking to ask you about the last 400 meters, but I don't think I need to. 12 1/4 lengths. Were you expecting that?
I don't know. I saw behind how he's coming the horses, but my horse is coming very good, you know. He's coming comfortable. When I ask him, he flying, thanks God.
And where would you take this horse next?
I don't know, yeah. I think now we wait, and then I don't know what is the decision, the Prismit and the Tal Alvin Sharai. But thanks God he won.
Thank you so much, Camilo.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Camilo Ospina and Mayama giving us shades of Tom Marquand when he was aboard Quickthorn at Goodwood this year at the Glorious Goodwood meeting. I think he's ridden the jockeys to sleep here. I'm struggling with this performance because I don't think this horse stays this trip, and was given a very soft lead. And John Blanche mentioned in commentary, the middle of that race, where that race was won, he put lengths between himself and the rest of them in the middle part of the race.
Yeah, I think that's important, because you made the very good point that Jcsa was the one to beat on paper, but that she lacks tactical pace, and she would be doing her best running late in the day. So the key to getting her beaten was slowing things down when she might be losing ground at halfway, and then being able to kick on and build up a lead. And again, it's not about, as you were talking about Tom Morcon doing this on Quickthorn at Goodwood. Again, Quickthorn wasn't flying home in the last 2 furlongs. I mean, you know, he was on empty, but he'd built up an unassailable advantage. It didn't matter what he did at that point onwards, because the others couldn't bridge the gap, because he'd sapped their confidence as much as their stamina.
It's physically impossible for them to cover that short amount of ground in that much time to catch the eventual leader, who's still rolling at whatever pace they're staying at. I don't think Mayama was pulling away at the end, but he'd done all his work on the back straight, and as they swing in for home. And I look at Alex Moreno, I know he's riding full of confidence here, but on Jcsa, you know you're on the best horse in the race, but as they're turning it into the straight, he's in 6th position.
Yeah, but he could not have done anything about that, because his filly didn't have the speed when he wanted her to. And he's looking for a run around the bend. If you look at the replay, she gets stopped in her run, and she doesn't get a chance to make that ground that she had to. Maybe if he'd come wide, she could have cleared a passage. But she had to wait and wait and wait, and then she finished strongly in the straight. But the winner was gone beyond recall. I mean, he was building up a lead of 10 lengths while she was sitting behind horses, hoping for a gap to appear.
Exactly that.
When you don't have tactical pace, you've got to sit and suffer like that.
Yes, and you just see from the start, she jumps so well, Jcsa, but it's the winner who jumps even better. And Jcsa is already in 3rd last after about 4 strides. Everything else is going great guns, and they're in no rush with the horse coming from stall 1. And Claire Underwood gets to the rail first. That horse stopped very, very quickly.
Yeah, she caused problems as she dropped back through the field.
Yeah.
As she said, yeah, she put the brakes on very quickly when she was headed, and she dropped back, and others had to get out of her way, and that probably didn't help Jcsa either. But Jcsa, yeah, from having a good position after 50 yards, was very badly positioned after 400 metres, and that's the difference between winning and losing in a race like this. But you have to say the margin was over 12 lengths in the end. So Camilo has ridden the perfect race on a horse who likes to roll along in front, but was unproven at this trip. Essentially what he wants is a bit of peace. He doesn't want to be hassled by other horses. That hasn't worked out for him in tough races his last 2 starts. So he's in the Ministry of Interior Cup. He's a winner of the Ministry of Interior Cup going back. He was in the Taif University Cup last time out. Just a tough race for him to get loose in, and I think getting loose might just be the key to Mayama.
See Claire Underwood falling through the field like a heavy stone in water.
Yeah.
Then we just see another horse on the inside. That's Aidan Castle, a horse we didn't really get a chance to mention earlier on. The loading process was just so fast, but Aidan Castle was trying to stick up the inside there and was unable to maintain. And at this point, where Camillo gets the rail, and it's goodbye, because he's saying go at this stage, a long, long way from home.
Yeah, and you can see where the top one is, Jcsa, looking for a gap to open on the rail, but you see the gap closes instead. As Aidan Castle drops back through the field. She has to stop, come round him, and she doesn't pick up momentum that quickly either. She has to get back into stride again, and all she can do is stay on slowly and steadily up the straight, while the winner has used that mid-race speed to great advantage. You can't say he doesn't stay the trip, because he's hit the line hard, but he's used his tactical speeds for shorter trips to win this race at 2,000 metres. And maybe this trip will actually suit him, because it means he can get loose. He can get loose on the lead over this trip, and therefore he can conserve his stamina mid-race and have something left for the finish.
I imagine the tactical meeting beforehand with the White Stable and Camillo was get out in front and see if you can build a big enough gap that you can't be caught when this other horse, the top horse, Jcsa, turns loose and starts coming. Because you could see that, you see the class of Jcsa when she eventually did get out into the open and just started to pour it on down that straight. A killer way, run a good race, but could do nothing to repel her.
Yeah, but she could barely see the winner at that stage. She didn't have any chance of laying down any sort of challenge, and all she could do was just run on through other horses. This was a clever bit of tactics. You knew what tactics would be used. I guess Camilo's probably just a bit annoyed that he didn't win by half a length, because it would have looked like a tremendous ride if he'd stolen a big lead and held on narrowly.
Whereas grimly.
He's ended up winning by a massive margin, and people will say, yeah, well, you couldn't have lost on that. It was different class, which we know on paper it wasn't.
And I think what's fascinating about this is that the first and second, probably when we look at ability-wise, are the opposite way round. I think the second horse is a genuine group horse. I don't think Mayama in group race company will ever get a lead as gentle as that. They'll be all over this horse in group races. So I think it's the second horse is your group horse, and your first is going to be running in sort of the low-level cup races when we get down to Riyadh.
You can't really do this here, but he's the ideal horse to be given lumps of weight away in handicaps, against lesser horses, carrying huge weights. The way handicaps are structured here, it's quite a small weight range, but he's the kind of horse, he's big, he can carry weight, and he wants to dominate lesser rivals. So that would be the ideal scenario for him. Unfortunately, when he steps into group company or those very big cup races, his main asset is blunted, and he ends up running a little bit below par. But when he gets loose, I don't think he was particularly expected when he won earlier in the season, but he just got loose on the leads. His jockey thought, I don't know if it was Camilo on the day or not, thought there's no point trying to fight him because he's really free, just let him go on. And he just galloped all the way to the line. The horse that finished second that day, a stable companion, was expected by most people to win it, but couldn't get close to Mayama.
Yeah, so I think Mayama, the horse that just needs to get, we mentioned it earlier, into a rhythm. And once Mayama's in a rhythm, very hard to stop, especially in an uncontested lead. And over this trip, 2,000 metres, we didn't have to see this horse's stamina. We saw this horse's speed be used to advantage and really it was 20 lengths clear as they swung into the straight. And there's just no way you can catch Camillo on a white stable horse when they've got that much of a lead.
Yeah, it's a smashing horse. He must be a joy to deal with. You know that he has his limitations at the highest level, but when he can do this to good horses, he must give you a lot of pleasure.
And 7 wins now from 31 starts, clearly quite prolific, you have to admit, even over here where it's such tight handicap windows to get into. Yeah, it's certainly it's one to watch for sure.
Yeah, once you get out of maiden company, there are very few easy races in Saudi. So win 6 or 7 races, you've got to be well above average and adaptable as well.
We just see him coming out of stall 17. It was Fazal Road on the outside who missed the kick completely and was unable to really get involved at that point. All ended up finishing way down the field, but it doesn't really matter when you're going over this trip. You can be more patient, but those who were patient were quickly punished because the horse that wasn't patient, the one horse that was sent on very early to take a keen hold, ended up dominating the race. And glad to see Claire Underwood cantered by absolutely fine.
Yeah, she seemed.
That was concerning when she stopped so quickly.
You think so? But I think she just put the brakes on. I don't think she clearly wasn't moving well because she was dropping back so quickly in the field. But when you saw her come past us, she was sound enough. So I think it was that was more not a physical issue, but a mental issue that she was headed. She didn't really fancy it. But it certainly wasn't. There was no tendon issue, nothing like that. She was sound as you like. She just went out like a light.
And no doubt the vets will have a look at her afterwards. Now, Dejo Francais, the horse that also came here with a sky-high rate. Look how far back Fazal Road is there. My goodness, well off the pace. Dejo Francais, the horse here, you see on the outside, had a wide trip throughout and was unable really to land a blow because when the heat started to get switched on, this horse was stuck out in the car park.
Yeah, but he ended up being well beaten in the end. He didn't make any ground from the home turn. At this stage, I thought he was kind of making his way into it. He thought, well, if he finishes 4th or 5th, that'll be encouraging. But he dropped right and finished among the back markers in the end, which is disappointing. He's not a dirt horse, I don't think. I think he's going to be a horse who will do better on turf when he has that option at Riyadh. That's also true of the horse you talked about, who completely blew the start, Faisal Road, whose jockey, pretty much Turkey Alofi, just let him hack home. Almost from that point, because his race had gone. He is a horse who would be better off in turf races where getting a good break is slightly less important than it is on dirt. On a turning track on dirt, you can't afford to blow the brake. On turf, it's still not a good thing, but you can get away with it if you've got the requisite class. And he might have more chance in that kind of scenario, but he wasn't given a hard race today, and you can put a line through it.
Now, with these horses transferring very good European turf form onto dirt and then returning to turf, do you think they maintain the same ability, or does getting beaten regularly end up like stuffing their confidence and end up coming into the turf not quite the same horse that they left Europe?
I think that depends on the individuals, and it depends on whether the results are what are expected as well. If you're training a horse with a view to getting on turf, but you've got to wait, and your only options are in dirt, and you're sending it out not expecting it to win, and you're making sure that it's not getting a hiding in its races, it's not having a bad time. Then when it gets back on the turf, it should still show its form. And you see that all the time with horses, handicappers who haven't got their conditions, who tend to come good in the autumn or who tend to need soft ground. They'll sort of go through the motions in conditions that don't suit them. But when they get back to the right conditions, if they're trained correctly, they will find their form again.
Yes, and hopefully some of those horses that have finished in behind today will find their form when they get over the turf at Riyadh. Now, we talked about 2 turns being tough. Well, how about 3 turns? Because that's what we're going to have next. Over 2,400 metres. We have 8 runners, including one of my favourites in the world, Mr. Appellation, who I absolutely love. He won't win today, but hopefully he can find a race at some point. 2,400 metres, John. Our final race today. Please take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, thank you very much, Callum. Rory mentioned this at the start of the show, actually. If you go through the field, there are large question marks about most of these and the actual ability to stay the trip. But we will see what happens in the next few minutes. Al Marid is horse number 1, the Mount of Rayan Al Tuesh. Horse number 2 is Manea, Abdullah Al Khamis aboard this one. Horse number 3 is Omniat, Turki Alofi rides. Horse number 4, the best rated of these, Garrett Lane, in the hands of Naif Al Anasi. Horse number 5 is Direy Al Balad, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 6 is Sod Al Waid, Alexis Moreno is aboard that one. Horse number 7 is Alaj Zal, Abdul Ella Al Hussein rides, and Mr. Appellation down there at the bottom, Abdulaziz Al Yesh rides this one. No wins from 16 starts in all, so it's a field of just 8 going to post here for this 2,400 metre contest, the longest race of the day. Who'll stay the trip?
Thank you very much, John. As the runners are circling at the start, let's have a look at Al Marid, horse number 1. Good looker.
Good looker, and ran on into mid-division over 1,400 metres last time out. You'd have thought he'd appreciate it a little bit further on that evidence, but not bred to stay this far.
Al Manea is horse number 2, 0 from 11, second last time out behind Dream Biz.
That was probably a career best effort, finishing behind Dream Biz. Beaten 9 lengths, it has to be said. And she does stay this far. She's got form over 2,400, so she's one to consider.
This is Omniat, horse number 3.
Yeah, plugged on over 2,000 metres last time out to finish 4th. And he does shape like a stayer. For all you wouldn't swear he's a stayer on pedigree. The way he goes through his races suggested that a longer trip will help him.
Garrett Lane is horse number 4. As we see the stewards there, that was one of the stewards getting involved and looking in the pre-parade ring. So this is horse number 4. Garrett Lane had a massive chance, highest rated in this.
Yeah, big chance. Career best effort, I would say, when 8 lengths second to Musta Woeb last time out. Dream Biz was 3rd that day, and of course has come out and won since. So that gives him the beating of a few in this race, and it should be hard to beat in what looks a very ordinary contest.
Yes, the next horse is Direy Al Balad, who is horse number 5. That horse will be running in blue and white coloured if it's not available on your race card. And number 6 is Sodak Al Wayed.
Yeah, as for Direy Al Balad, I'll just say dire form Al Balad. Sod Al Wayed, 9th of 20 over a mile at Riyadh in March. May have needed the run first time out. Could do better, I suppose.
This is Alaj Zal, horse number 7, 0 from 4. Less exposed in a lot of these.
No, taking a big step up on trip, which might help, but he's shown very little in 4 starts.
Looks very small in the parade ring as well.
Yeah.
One who doesn't look small is Mr. Appellation, one of the most gorgeous horses in training here. We talk about powerful back ends. He's got a butt like Beyonce. Stunning back end on this one, and certainly a horse to watch out for. But the form doesn't match up, and now rated 47. We'll find it tough here.
Yeah, you can't. I've got nothing against his back end, but neither is his front end, to be fair.
Yes, the front end is not doing the right things either. Certainly an absolute stunner, but we'll find this hard, I imagine. 10th last time. Shamila, you've made it back to the parade ring, having been at the start. Who has caught your eye here?
Thank you very much, Callum. It is the last race of the day. So you know that I am in the mini studio, one of my favourite places after the 2,000 metre start, even though I have severely ruined my shoes after today. A horse that caught my eye in the paddock in this race is horse number 4, Garrett Lane. He just looks really well in himself. He is sporting a rubber cross nose band. I heard you talking about a cross nose band earlier on in the show, and it is just to keep their mouths shut so they don't. If the horses are a bit too green, just so the jockey has a bit more control. That's all. A horse that I also like is horse number 3, Omniat, looking really well under Turkey Alofi. I think Faisal Road, he was drawn really wide in the last race. Turkey Alofi didn't have much of a choice, but I think he could go really, really well next time out. However, you will be delighted to hear, Callum, that I really also like the look of Mr. Appellation. He is a 4-year-old gelding by Churchill, the one and only. But he looks really well. So I'm going to stick with my paddock pick, horse number 4, Garrett Lane. But just to let you know, Callum, that your pick is looking really well as well.
Thank you very much, Shamina, and I'm glad Mr. Appellation is looking well in himself. I am going to go against him here because I can't see anything beating Garrett Lane in this contest. Rory, are you with me or against me?
I'm very much with you. I struggled to find anything that I liked in this race until I came to Garrett Lane, and I'd be just disappointed if something improves past him, that'll be good to see. But if he can't win a race of this quality, I'll be disappointed. Omniat could improve enough to finish second, but it's not a deep race, and there aren't many of these who will relish the trip either.
Yeah, so talk about relishing the trip. Garrett Lane is one of those horses that has run over this trip before and very, very poorly.
Yeah, that is a slight. Yeah, actually, the concern with him is that his best form is that shorter trips. But he'd just be in second gear for most of this, really, won't he? Yeah, he's not really bred for it. It's by Star Spangled Banner as well, so he's not bred for the trip. But that run last time out in a race is actually he's beaten subsequent winners, which is something that most of these can only dream about. So yeah, your worry is the trip, but I can't see who's going to make it a test at the trip.
Well, let's have a look at one of the rivals, Omniat. Let's take a look at this form. This is this horse finishing 5th on July the 7th. And this is one of the runners who I think could really improve. So Omniat, you'll see here in the silks that it runs in today, wide around the bend and sort of plugs on. Not getting anywhere near some of these other runners, but not a bad performance here. And the horse that comes second is a horse I know you love.
Yeah. The second has won both his starts since. This isn't a bad race. He was looked very, very devoid of pace on it and just run on, plugged on at one pace to finish 5th. He loped along happily enough in the early stages, then got outpaced when the tempo picked up and belatedly sort of plugged on. Just give the impression that he might be better at this trip, but he does need to improve a little.
Let's take a look at Garrett Lane. This is Garrett Lane beating Dream Biz, but unable to get near the white stable horse in front.
Yes, this was the horse who wins this, Musta Woab, is different class to the rest of them. But Garrett Lane stays on pretty well for second. Your only concern about this, he's clearly second best in the day. He does wobble around a little bit when he gets to second, and he doesn't really put Dream Biz away particularly convincingly. But any concern you had about that was lessened by the fact that Dream Biz came out and won next time out. So the form is better than anything else in the race can show. It's just a case of whether you think that Garrett Lane at this trip, will he wobble again?
Well, one horse who we're pretty sure won't wobble again will be Manea, who we can just see here, number 2 on your race card, the American bred horse. This is this horse finishing behind Dream Biz. Now, it looks like it's about to get put away, but plugs on really nicely. I think finds another gear, changes leg down the straight.
Yeah, I think only when he changes legs you see that Manea, or she, finds a little bit more. She looked like she was going to get absolutely swamped. And in fairness, Dream Biz beats her by a long way in the end. But having looked like she was going to finish 4th or 5th on the turn, she does dig in to hold on for second place. So she looks genuine enough. She clearly lacks pace, but the trip will help her in that regard. But on a line through the winner, she's got a lot to find with Garrett Lane.
Yes, exactly. Dream Biz seems to be the key form angle here, and Garrett Lane just about scrambled past Dream Biz, and Dream Biz pumped Manea. So I think really, when you just look at the form on that basic level, it's hard to see Manea beating Garrett Lane. But the great thing about horse racing is it's not one on paper, and the distance is a real concern for Garrett Lane fans.
Yeah, it'll feel like a long way home, the extra trip for Garrett Lane. So that's your one hope if you're against him in this race. And Manea gives the impression that she will keep plugging on, but you know, she wasn't going forward late in the day, there was she. She was gritty in holding on to second place, but she was losing ground on the winner and she was slowing. So it's not like she's going to relish a longer trip. The fact that they're going a bit slower will help her. And the question is, who will relish a mile and a half in this contest? And I'm struggling to find a solid answer.
That's the point. We were going through the form and we're like, none of these horses has seemed to be screaming for a 2,400 metre maiden. Because you can see with the small field, there's clearly not the massive demand for it, because those horses that are 2,400 metre experts tend to be older imported runners anyway. So those horses, we already have the form, they can't run in maidens. So this contest kind of throws itself up to be a bit wide open, really.
Yeah, I mean, Omniat, I suppose, is the one, given the way he strides in his races and the way he stayed on last time, might just improve for the trip. He certainly needs this sort of trip because of his lack of pace, but whether he actually genuinely wants it as a stayer is another matter. But he's the one who seems most likely of them to actually find improvement for a step up and trip. And he wouldn't need to improve an awful lot if that is the case. But that'd be far from certain. As I said, nothing looks to be absolutely screaming, look at me over a mile and a half, I'll look at a different horse. There are no true stayers in this race, but something's going to win it.
Yeah, something has to win, and we just see Mr. Appellation get a little bit warm. So just go through the final selections, nice and easy. We're all on the Garrett Lane train for the lucky last, aren't we?
Yeah, and then we'll look silly when he doesn't stay, but he's the obvious one, and we've got to be with him.
So, Garrett Lane for myself, Rory and Shamila. Thank you, everyone, for watching online. We'll see you down at the mini set. It's time to hand over for the final time a man who's been expert all day. John Blanth, over to you.
Unnecessarily kind, thank you, Callum. Yeah, the horses are down at the start, and yes, I shall be leaping aboard the Garrett Lane train as well. As was already mentioned, that only 2,400 metre run did result in a 28 3/4 length defeat, but that was in a 0 to 90 handicap. This is a pretty moderate maiden, and I think, well, even if he doesn't really stay 2,400 metres particularly well, he might still stay better than this lot. So I think he's going to be very, very tough to beat. There's Mr. Appellation, who does look a picture, doesn't he, with those 4 white socks as well. There's horse number 3, Omniat, in shot 2. And there's Al Marid in the 2-tone blue. Just a note on that colour change as well, or colour notice, Dire Al Balad, if you're working from all the publications that we have access to. There aren't any colours printed, but Dire Al Balad is in the sort of light blue and white colours there. Dark blue blinkers with a yellow noseband as well. So not a horse that's particularly difficult to miss, or particularly easy to miss. Anyway, they are making their way towards the start very shortly. This race is due off in a couple of minutes' time, and generally speaking, the loading process here is a sharp one, and I'm sure it'll be pretty similar here. But they make the run down the far side, and then they turn into the home straight before embarking on a full circuit of the track. There is Garrett Lane in shot, and as the guys were saying, the only horse that can really hold a candle of this one on official ratings is Omniat. Turkey Alofi rides that one. The Garrett Lane on the class drop here. Horses that have been running in pretty high quality handicaps and running well in them, and with those good form lines as well, there is surely a maiden race for them to win somewhere, and this looks a very, very winnable opportunity for Garrett Lane here today. Similar colours for Manea in the yellow and black there. That's horse number 2. Of course, racing tomorrow and Saturday as well. The quality certainly ramps up a gear as well. Thanks to everyone today for all your interaction with the show, and indeed to all the guys on course. Shamila's been finding plenty of nuggets down there in the parade ring, giving us a few winners as well. And Callum and Rory chipping in as well. It's one of those things, once you get used to the form of any particular jurisdiction, the winners become a bit easier to find. It's been a very enjoyable process getting used to all things Saudi racing. This is Dire Al Balad going in, Al Marid to go forward. It's by Caravaggio. It's another big question mark about this one at the trip. This is Garrett Lane to come in. The green is Sod Calwade. Garrett Lane into stall 4. Might have a full complement here. Yes, indeed we do. 2,400 metres in front of them. Flags are up. Gates are back. And they are away and racing. 9th and final race of the day. Dire Al Balad in the blue headgear and the yellow sheepskin noseband away well. So too was Omniat. And also away well in the early stages was Manea. So it's Manea that goes forward. Garrett Lane is towards the rear of the field at the moment. Mr. Appellation has settled a long way off the speed, which looks a pretty solid one here, given the 2,400 metre trip. And it's Manea that's out in front in the hands of Abdullah Al-Khamis. In second position, Dire Al Balad. The white face of Sod Calwade, the green colours, races in third spot. Then the white cap of Omniat is in fourth, gap of about 3 then to Al Marid, who races in fifth. Then towards the outside, Al Ajzal. Garrett Lane is last but one, and Mr. Appellation is still at the rear of the field. So they pass the grandstand and they head off on their full circuit of the track, and it's Manea out in front by about 4 lengths to De Ray Al Balad, the light colours there in second, then Sod Calwade in the green racing in third. Omniat is in fourth, and they aren't hanging around here. Al Ajzal towards the outside, followed then by Al Marid, and then after that we have Garrett Lane. At the moment Mr. Appellation's got a mountain to climb, making their way inside the final 1200 metres, and the lead continues to be with Manea, not quite as far in front though, about 3.5 lengths to the good over Dire Al Balad, who's racing in second. Yawning gap back to Omniat, who's in third spot. Round the outside, Al Ajzal gets a little bit closer now. Then Al Marid, still with quite a lot of work to do. Garrett Lane, he's a good 15 to 16 lengths off the speed here as they make their way towards the turn out of the back straight. It's Manea out in front, still holding a 3-length call to Dire Al Balad, who's racing in second. Then after that in third, Omniat, quite a long way off the pace, and still nothing doing from Garrett Lane, who's going to have to get his skates on to win from there. So they're going to be swinging for home pretty shortly. Still holding the call is Manea inside the final 600. To in second position now Al Marid, who's improving. Then up the inside, Omniat in third. Garrett Lane is being driven along and going absolutely nowhere. So it's these three that have gone on. To in fourth spot, Dire Al Balad, who's beginning to struggle. Trying to get going a little bit is Al Ajzal, but as they turn for home with 3:50 left to go, it's Omniat who's well clear, now by a couple of lengths. To in second position, Manea, who's trying to stay on. Then after that in third, Al Marid, but it's Omniat who's gone on by about 3 lengths. Al Marid is battling on in second, just hanging towards the centre of the track. Manea is still there as well, but only up and down on the one spot. So it's Omniat by 2.5 as they race up towards the line here in the longest race of the night, and Omniat is going to stick it out very well. Omniat the winner. Omniat by about 3 at the line to Al Marid in second. Then in third was Manea. Fourth also home, Al Ajzal. Well, a very disappointing performance by Garrett Lane, but take nothing away from the winner. Omniat was the obvious danger. You'd have thought if Omniat was going to beat Garrett Lane, it might be in a fairly close finish, but in the end, absolutely nowhere Garrett Lane. But Omniat just sat off that pretty strong gallop. There might not be horses that necessarily stay that trip, but certainly one or two haven't mucked around in their efforts to try. Garrett Lane appears to have finished as though something is amiss there, so maybe there is a problem with that horse. Hasn't given his running at all. Too bad to be true. But Omniat, in the hands of Turkey Alofi, has won, and won in pretty good fashion in the end. They hit the front, and once he did hit the front, it never really looked like he was stopping. Saw the trip out really, really well, and gives this son of Taylor Vicati, gives the connections a few more options at these sorts of trips in the future. Winning time of 2 minutes 46.42 seconds. Al Marid has finished well there in second, Manea in third, and the fourth horse home was Al Ajzal. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4, the ninth and final race. What's been a good card here at Taif today, but make sure you rejoin us tomorrow, of course, for really good racing, and of course on Saturday, on National Day here in Saudi Arabia, when there will be some really high quality action to enjoy in the company of my colleagues. But that's it from me. The show's not over though. We'll be hearing from Callum and from Rory and from Shamila very shortly, but for me it's all done here with Omniat winning the last.
As we can see, Turkey Alofi coming into the winner's enclosure after guiding Omniat to victory and breaking the hearts of everyone here at the mini set, because Garrett Lane was well beaten. Rory, you like this horse. You said he was probably your second choice there, Omniat. He improved leaps and bounds for the trip. Are they going to stay over this distance now, or was this just the quality of race?
Well, the quality of the race obviously is important, and the race was run in such a way that probably suited him more than most. He struggled with the pace in the mid part of the contest last time out over shorter, but he clearly stayed to win as well as he has today. And the way he's gone through his races has marked him down as a likely stayer. As I said, I couldn't swear he was screaming out for step up and trip, but he looked the most likely horse to want this trip on what we've seen so far.
And he showed that he wanted that trip too. I mean, Almirad with a nice enough runner in second, and Minea tried to make all but wasn't able to get home towards the end. But certainly the one horse who looked like he could stay, Omniat, ended up proving he could do just that.
Yes, and although it was over much shorter last time out, Almarid was outpaced before staying on last time as well. So it's horses who struggled with the pace in the races before this who came to the fore in the end and showed that they had latent stamina, even though the pedigrees didn't necessarily suggest that was there. Almarid, for example, being a son of Caravaggio, you wouldn't have thought too many of those would want a mile and a half.
Shamila, you've just seen the horses behind you here. Give the viewers at home an idea about Garrett Lane and how that horse has come into the walk-down area.
I can't even, it almost looks like a different horse. When he was going around the parade ring before the race, he was strutting, he was confident. He just looked like he had all that. And coming back after the race, he looks like a broken horse, honestly. He did not enjoy that one bit. And I mean, you can tell that from watching the race back. He just fell out the back of the TV.
He looks like he's tied up. Like he's, when we talk about tying up, when a horse is very stiff and struggles to move behind, like I said, an accumulation of lactic acid in the muscles. You wouldn't have thought you would get that scenario as early as you did in this race, but he's come back looking like a horse who's tied up.
Yes, and I think it's crucial to see that he came in really tight, but he's a little bit looser now as he's being walked out. We're just getting a little bit of a disagreement with the vet and one of either the trainer or the owner, but they are certainly having a good look at him, and you can totally understand why safety has to come first.
Absolutely, and I mean, from what I've seen today, the safety and welfare of the horses is so important here. And I mean, anytime they think that a horse is even slightly lame, they pull the horse out, make them do a trot up. They're giving the horses water constantly, pour water on the horses, as we don't have a washdown area here before they walk back to the track. I mean, everything is in place.
Yes, as we only have a short time until we disappear off air today, Rory, let's talk about your highlight today, because we think we saw a very smart horse in the 1400 metre contest. It was race 5 on your race cards, and it was a stunning event. And Rory, what did you make of it?
Well, I thought it was potentially a strong race on paper, but we needed the newcomers to come up scratch, and Shamila helped us in that regard in saying that the 3 newcomers all looked well in the parade ring. They all looked to have physical scope. They were strong. We hoped that they would come to the fore in a race where the top rated was rated 65, and that's exactly what happened. I finished first, second and fourth in the end, and the one who won was Tawi Al-Baid in the end, and I thought he did extremely well to win from the position he was in. He was drawn in stalls 17, I think. He's ended up getting a knock from a horse on his outside, just coming out of the stalls, and then was slightly hampered by the horse on his inner as well. So that meant that after 50 yards or so, he maybe had 2 or 3 horses behind him. He improved pretty quickly after that, but that meant that he wasn't able to take a direct route into the bend. He was stuck behind horses as he was improving, so his jockey's only solution at that point was to go very wide, and he had to go into that bend of the 1400 metre trip 7 or 8 horses wide, and I thought he did remarkably well. I thought if he finishes placed here, I'll be really pleased. He's kept improving. He hasn't shown a sharp turn of foot to get to them. He's just ground his way to the front, coming out of the bend, and then he's been very strong in the last 100 yards to win by a good margin. But I thought things conspired against him in the race. But he's quite well bred. He's from a promising enough family, obviously locally bred, but from a US family who's been repatriated here, if you like. And I thought he showed a lot of physical scope. I thought he showed a lot of determination in the race, and I thought he wasn't able to choose his own path round that bend, so he was getting checked in his run more than once, and I thought he did remarkably well to win the race. And I think the first, second and fourth will all improve chunks for that run. I think they'll all be decent performers, but he obviously comes out of it as a star because he had the widest strip throughout. He didn't get any kind of run through it, and he looks like he's going to improve a lot. He'll certainly stay a mile. His trainer's looking forward to stepping up to a mile already, and I think he's one to watch for. But all the 4 who were in the frame there, one of them was once raced, the other 3 were newcomers, have got plenty to recommend them going forward.
And Shamila, you spotted them all in the parade ring. 3 horses that finished in the top 4. What jumped out to you?
Well, I was so happy with that result, honestly, because as they were walking around, I was just kind of like, that horse. Like, they just stood out to me in a way that the other horses didn't. I mean, they're unraced, but they looked fit, and that's what you want in the parade ring. You want them to look fit, to look muscular, to look like they can stay the distance, and they did.
Yes, they did look like they could stay the trip, as we have good racing on Friday. But we've got really exciting racing on Saturday, where Saudi National Day takes the stage here at King Khalid Racecourse, and plenty to look forward to over both days. I know our Motterhead will be a horse that I'm really keen on. Afsan Al Kaladir as well is going to be there too. That's an exciting runner, surely.
I'm so excited for Asfan Al Kaladir. You know how much I love this horse. You know how much I want to see him improve and even possibly go race internationally. So I'm so ready.
Now, Rory, you have a bone to pick with Tom here, because I think Tom is furious at the fact that you keep seeing Afsan Al Kaladir. Tom's seen it once, raved about it, and has never seen it since.
Yeah, well, I feel for Tom, because you know when you do find a horse that you really want to follow, you want to be there to see it, and unfortunately the route hasn't quite worked in Tom's favour. But Tom's loss is my gain, I suppose, so I can't complain too much.
Yes, looking forward to seeing him, I imagine.
Very much so. Yeah.
Now, we know the thing we've had here with the racing that we've had over today. I think the key thing we can take about it was, on paper, it didn't look like the strongest meeting. We were looking at it earlier, and it was a real tough slog to go through some of those races. But what we've seen is actually some very good performances throughout the cards, from the top race right the way down.
Yeah, we've seen some horses improve clearly on times that they've shown before. We've seen lightly raced horses step up and produce good performances. We saw two good maiden races. The second one, particularly, I thought the 1400 metre race was very good. But yeah, it was good to see some horses stepping forward and producing what looked like career bests on the night. And when you get a sort of low-key night like this, it's nice to have horses step up to the mark and have their day in the spotlight.
Yes, and horses you can leave the races actually talking about, and performances that you know are going to show you more as we get later on down the card and later on throughout the year. And I think we've got some serious Riyadh horses who we've seen today who will go on to do bigger and better things when we move on to Riyadh.
Even both of Camilo Ospina's winners, I mean, they're probably not going to race again in Taif. And they were brilliant winners. I mean, I cannot wait to see the horses, especially in the last few weeks. They'll probably use Taif as, races to get ready for Riyadh. So to see those horses change over to Riyadh will be absolutely fantastic.
Yes, we're currently looking at the last race, and I think Omniat is a horse that is really keen to go forward, and a horse that they probably want to find something to do with this runner, because, to be honest, when we looked at him, I didn't think he shaped like a stayer. I know you were keen on him as a sort of a future horse that will get better the further in trip. But when I looked at it, I thought, man, he doesn't really shape like a stayer to me. But what he did at the top of the straight here, where he put length between his rivals and kept finding more and more, was really good to see.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he caught my eye last time because of the way he strides in his races. He's obviously not shown much form before this, but he's shown that he's got a nice, easy stride, and a horse like that will always be better at longer distances. Even though the pedigree says they should be sprinters, he didn't stride like a sprinter. He strode more like a stayer, and I thought he was worth his chance. I mean, can't say I was mad keen on it. I just thought he was, if anything, was looking for a mile and a half. It was probably him, and he's surprised and delighted us with the way he's won.
Yeah, certainly improved going further. Shamila, did you have anything that really caught your eye today that we haven't talked about? I'm sure you quite like Motorakaya in our opener.
I really like that horse a lot, and I mean, Camilo Ospina, like I said to you when I was in the parade ring, I mean, you have Camilo Ospina on a premium tap filly in the white silks. It's going to be a winner. These premium tap horses, I mean, we keep banging the drum, but they are so strong, aren't they? I mean, they're kind of like the Laith Al Kaladia horses of the thoroughbred world here, aren't they? The local breds.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to see him and see her, as she had two starts and she hadn't done too much in those two starts. And I was slightly kind of thinking, is she going to be a horse that you always like and always runs a good race but doesn't win? But she absolutely destroyed her rivals, dropped back to 6 furlongs. She'll get 7 furlongs in a heartbeat. And I wouldn't be surprised in the future that she'll go back to that mile. They'll try that again.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, her rider said that she was getting a bit tired at the end of the mile race, but that was just her second start. And I think it was weakness more than anything else that counted against her there. I didn't think she was beaten by stamina as such, more that she was beaten by know-how and horses who had a bit more experience than her. She clearly improves on that debut effort to win today, and the way she cleared away in the last 100 metres shows that she's not just a 1200 metre filly. She's going to improve, stepping back up to 1400 again. And as I said, there's no need to be scared of trying her at a mile in the future. No reason to rush her back up to that trip, of course, but no reason to be scared of it.
Yeah, and I think Shamila will know better than all of us that the White Stable has so much depth at fillies running over sprint trips. I think they'll be dead keen to get it to 7 furlongs or a mile at least, so she can really take advantage and have a good chance of running, because Tabar Fail is their sprinter and she's an absolute freak of nature. So I think it's very hard to say they don't want more sprinters. They've got plenty in the tank, and obviously they'll never say no to having good horses, but they've got to find a race for her that's probably not over 1,200 metres.
And I've also heard that we haven't even seen half of the White Stable horses yet. I mean, they have an exuberant amount of horses with brilliant quality that we haven't even seen yet, and we're going to get to see in Riyadh. So another thing to look forward to this season.
Oh, well, that is absolutely terrifying. Now, let's talk about the jockeys. Camilo Espina with a double today. He extends his lead in the Jockeys Championship. Adel Al-Faradi, no win for him. No win for Farhad either. So the Jockeys Championship again takes another turn with Camilo at the double.
Yeah, and we say it all the time. He's just so good in the early stages of the races here that he's always going to get that advantage. And it's difficult to win races around this track when the races are so competitive and the fields are full all the time. But the fact that he's always able to get in a good position means he misses fewer opportunities than other jockeys because of his tremendous hands. Always in the perfect position, you're going to convert that more often than most, and he's definitely the jockey to stop.
And it just doesn't matter where he's drawn, does it, Shamila?
No, I mean, he was drawn 18, I think it was, in one of the races, and he just sticks to the rail. He just jumps out. He has the same format in every single race. He jumps out, he gets to the front, he sticks on the rail because it works. If you have tactics and you win all the time, you're going to use them in the majority of your races. I mean, there's no point taking a horse out wide here. You want to be on the rail the whole time, and a lot of the jockeys really look up to him. Like, a lot of the younger jockeys always say to me, Camilo's like their dad. Like, he gives them so much advice.
Yes, and he really is a stable star in the weighing room, and I think he's only going to increase the lead at the top of the championship. As we look to go forward tomorrow, we've got some really good action. Shamila's already been through it, so there's certainly lots to look forward to there. But the real excitement is all about Saturday, where we celebrate National Day here at King Khalid Racecourse. We will see you there.
King Khalid Equestrian Square will celebrate a special day on September 23rd. Next Saturday sees the kingdom come together to honour our 93rd Saudi National Day, with music, fun and entertainment for all the family. So come and join us in Taif and let the festivities begin.